If you're listening, you're a member of the Road Gang because this is Road Gang Radio.
Saddle up. We're wasting sun.
It's Jimmy Mack. It's Lindsay Lawler. It's New Orleans. It's Nashville. A show about making a living. A show about making a life. It's the biggest...
Is that a fat joke?
...and the best collection of voices in trucking, transportation, and travel. Not only in this world, but beyond.
We're looking at you, Zebulon 5.
Let's turn this sucker over.
I think that's your cue, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, good morning to the movers, the shakers, the truckers, and the riders. How are you doing, Jimmy Mack?
Riders on the
Storm.
Boom, 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 boom. Riders on the storm. Into this world we're born. Into this world we're thrown.
615-292-6366. That is a copyrighted song.
615-292, hey ho, what do you say we go, Nemo? Good morning to all my brothers in Radio Nemo, and I pray this day the Lord keep his hand upon you and keep you safe and have safe travels and be kind to one another and respect each other. Those are the words of Roger Smith, who actually dropped that in there. Our good friend Trucker Boson said today is going to be a day full of melancholy and many mixed emotions. Our good friend Marshall Platter says a very sad day, especially after yesterday. I don't agree with something Marshall just said here, and I want to kind of, like I said, I understand the grief and I understand all of that. I'm going to say this right now. Let's all realize that we're the solution here. We are the solution here. And the solution we must seek to uplift the dialogue. We must seek to keep things in the sense that we can't change anybody else, but we can certainly change ourselves. There are families a couple of months ago grieving in Minnesota from a senseless killing that turned out to be exactly what people initially thought it was and not what they said it was. There's a grieving widow this morning. She's grieving. And that's a tragic place. Let us agree that violence, period, is not a way to solve anything inside of this country. And I would suggest that everyone take a look at themselves, a deep look at themselves, and say, what can I do to bring the temperature down, not raise it up? There is on both sides of this equation, an urge to say, I'm looking for the event that justifies my worst instincts. That is what all of it is designed to do. Everybody thinks that they are somehow going to kill Archduke Ferdinand and set the spark that sets everything into motion. Choose not to be that person. There's always a time when you have to, gird your loins, rev it up, do what you have to do. Let's make today not one of those, and particularly in the wake of what today also is. And particularly in the wake of what also is today, for many people, a day of deep grieving and deep remembrance of those tragic events on that beautiful September 11th so many years ago. Good morning to you, Phone Master Dre.
Good morning, man. This is a hard and difficult morning, but we're gonna make the best out of it on this Thirsty Thursday, there, Jimmy Mack.
Yeah, it is gonna be a Thirsty Thursday. And by the way, big shout outs to our friend Marshall. Big shout out to our friend Trucker Boson. Big shout out to Roger for joining us bright and early here on Road Gang Radio, which I will continue to insist, despite the wailings and the moanings and the gnashing of teeth over in Zebulon 5 with Dr. Philostratus, the proctologist of space trucking. This is the greatest live trucking show in the known universe, and it is always followed by the greatest recorded trucking show in the known universe. See what I did there? Yeah. Thank you very much. Shout out to our friend Scott and Ashley. We're people of big hearts, so we hope you left a big heart over at iHeart. We're people who are audacious. We hope you have the audacity to listen on Odyssey. We're also big yackers and talkers. yackers and ewers. So we're hoping you're yakking it up over on YouTube. Make some FaceTime for the people on Face. Today, rather than talking about what you're going to do or now it's on, why don't you just find somebody that you like but don't agree with, give them a call and say, hey, man, I love you.
And we're going to be all right.
We're going to be all right.
Ain't that right, T-Money?
Ain't that right, T-Money?
What's up?
Am I T-Money?
I don't know.
Yeah.
I thought that was Tara.
No, she's
that's
got
tea
enough
time.
nicknames. She's got
Tea
Tea
I call her
Time, and
Tea
she's
Time.
a turtle,
Got it,
and
got
she's
it.
a touchdown. She got enough. T-Money. Let's go with T-Money.
Yeah.
T-Money.
Make
Yeah.
T-Money.
M
Make
for
T-Money.
money.
What did Lindsay call her? Matador.
No, Matador.
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 Good morning to you, Madison with the T.
By the way, ponder all the possibilities of what
Yes.
we're talking about afterwards on all your favorite podcast platforms, because this is Road Gang Radio. All of it broadcast and recorded at the Fastport Studios at the historic Edgar Degas House. Fastport, by the way, is out there solving America's toughest recruiting and workforce challenges. They're doing it through, that's right, research. Say it again.
Brad Bentley.
Technology. Say it one more time, both of you.
Bentley Brad.
BB the King.
Yes.
And people. From registered apprenticeships to veteran readiness, you can learn more at fastport.com or at nationalapprenticeship.org. And by the way, we're also going to give you a National Day. It's brought to you by our friends at Truckdown, because the quickest way back on the path is truckdown.com. Since 1997, truckers with maintenance issues have found service providers through Truckdown. And these days, they're serving 50 states and 8 provinces. Go to truckdown.com, and then let us take a moment, of course, and we will at the break as well, the one coming up here with the good pastor. It's September 11th. It is Patriot Day. And this day gives us all time to reflect on the devastating terror attacks that took over 3,000 lives. We commemorate those who we lost and give thanks to the brave first responders who put their lives on the line. Take a moment today to consider what we stand for as a nation and how we can work together to make the world a better place. And don't forget that there are over 100 heroes in a field in Pennsylvania. For all the lives lost that day, don't forget that the men and the women on that flight, on that United flight, stopped what would have been an even bigger disaster. That those men and women behaved in the best traditions of the American experiment. Because I can tell you right now, nobody on that plane knew what anybody else's political affiliation was. And it turned out there were people, go through that list of people. There were people on that plane who were very conservative. One of them, the wife of one of the most conservative attorneys in the United States. There were people on that plane that were incredibly liberal. All of them rose as one. And they lost their lives that day. But they lost their lives in a plane that was headed that would have killed maybe thousands of tourists. It was going right to the Capitol. And don't make any jokes about that either, because the number of grade school children who walk those halls every day checking out this grand experiment in democracy never knew that there was a plane headed for them, because those people on that day rose as one. Ironic, it's called United. Mm-hmm. Ironic. 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO. We're having a little difficulty with the phone, but I'm going to jump off here in a second and see if we can take care of it. So give us a call.
All righty, guys. We make a living in the first 2 hours of the show, and after that, we use that living to get a life as Lindsay Lawler joins us in the second 2 hours. It's a great lineup, by the way. The hub is loaded and ready to roll. We got a lot of places to get to in a short time to get there. Josh Loven is going to join us. As you guys all know, our friend, the original fella from J.J. Keller, Mr. Tom Bray, on the highway with Tom Bray. Tom retired. And we're really hoping that he drops in from time to time and just gives us a call and shoots the Shinola with us. But Tom has sent his buddy Josh, who's going to be over here making his debut. I would ask any of you, once we get these phone lines fixed, to make sure you give Josh a call and just say welcome. We would love you guys to give Josh a welcome shout out. We'll take the phone calls during the segment with Josh. It's got a new title. It's called The Fella from J.J. Keller. And we're going to be dropping Josh in and getting a chance to meet him and onboard the situation. I got me some phones, Madison.
It should be back up if somebody wants to be our guinea pig.
Okay.
Call us.
So then just give us a call and just say, hey, what's up?
What's up?
And then get out of here. Nick Falche and Madison Letts, that's Madison with a D, of Racetrack, who we got a chance to meet at TXTA, are going to be joining us again. They are with Racetrack. Jay Grimes of OIDA is going to be lean and mean and on the scene as we wade into the nation's capital with our hip boots on to get through the swamp and come face to face with what the fat cats are trying to cook up. But you, as a concerned citizen, are going to get all the information you need to be an informed citizen. And that way you can talk not only to your congressman, but to your state reps, your aldermen, your school board members. You're just going to be an informed citizen. Then we got the second half of the show where we go about the business of getting a life. Charlie Wells has a new book called What Happened to Millennials. He's got some interesting conclusions. We'll jump in and have that conversation, and we'll see if resident millennial, Mr. Andre Thibodeau, in fact, agrees with what Charlie Wells has to say. And then finally, we'll close the show out with bluegrass artist C.J. Lewandowski is going to be joining us. Some really groovy stuff. As we were talking with Don Cusick yesterday, terrific show yesterday.
Oh, fantastic show.
Man. You check all that stuff out on the TubeU or on Spotify, iTunes. You can even check us out on the SiriusXM app. You really can, guys. You can say, hey, I mean, they're still on SiriusXM. And you can start the whispering campaign that, I don't know, maybe they miss us so much that we told them no. Okay, don't forget when it's all over, all of this, by the way, is immediately followed by the greatest pre-produced transpose show in the known universe, and that's Trucking with OIDA. All right, so what is Scott and Ashley talking about today? Well, this is what they had to say. We all know that free spaces dedicated specifically for tractor trailers are always welcome, but surveys have shown that truckers also want and need more, from bathrooms and food options to fuel and more, which, yes, describes a truck stop. But Dean Ash has taken that concept and run with it. Dean is the CEO of Truckers Paradise, a truck stop in Gainesville, Texas, that's really more like a trucker's village. Sounds a little bit like our friends over in Iowa 80. The concept is simple but powerful. Provide a truck driver a place where they can park safely for free and give them all the things they want and need. On today's Trucking with OIDA with our friends Scott and Ashley, they're going to be talking to Dean about how it all came to be and what his plans are for the future. All of that is Trucking with OIDA. Madison, we should have it queued up. Do we have the news segment queued up? We have that bit of news.
We're gonna get there. We're gonna get there.
Okay. So when we come back on the other side of this, we'll be able to talk about the news. We're first going to take a break. Let our friends get their phone calls in here, get those phone lines going. Come back with some news and some information that you guys are going to need. But let's take a moment, especially on this day, 9/11, to reflect about what we love about our country, what we love about our friends who are on the opposite side of the political aisle. I got to tell you, I got some friends I argue with about guns until hell freezes over. And then we all part ways, and they go home, and they hide in their houses like cowards, and I clean my gun. No, I'm totally kidding. All right, we're going to take a quick break here. We'll be right back after the pledge, the national anthem, and a bracing word from our good friend, Pastor John. Madison, take it away.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Oh, say, can you see by the dawn's early light what so proudly we hailed at the twilight's last gleaming, whose broad stripes and bright stars through the perilous fight o'er the ramparts we watched were so gallantly streaming, and the rockets rattling, the bombs bursting in air, gave proof through the night that our flag was still there. Oh, say, does that star-spangled banner yet wave o'er the land of the free and the home of the brave?
Let's get a cup of Java with Pastor John, brought to you by the Bennett family of companies.
It's Thursday, 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 Thursday. Hey, good morning, good morning, good morning. There's a lot of things going on across the country today. So much is happening today. And I want you to think about this. You know, we look back at September the 11th and what happened to our great country back there in September. And I want you to think about something. I want you to really think about something. Can you reflect back to what you were doing the day that our country was attacked? And I want you to think about something. Think about how God still, even though we got attacked and all this stuff went on and we lost a lot of great men and women, as firemen, as well as citizens and police officers, we lost a lot of people. But I'm going to share something with you that most people are not talking about. Even though all of that tragedy took place, God still loves us. God is so loving and so kind that God will take and allow us to go through something such as horrific as that on 9/11, but still sustain us with his love. A lot of people don't realize this, but do you realize that on this day, this entire country sought the Lord. This entire country turned their face towards heaven. This entire country asked God to help us, and he did. God moved in a mighty way on the behalf of this country. And so why will you tell us today, Pastor? Because if you look at John chapter 15, verse 4, and I believe this is something that's going to help all of us today. He says, abide in me, and I in you. As the branch cannot bear fruit by itself, unless it abides in the vine. Neither, listen to me, neither can you unless you abide in me. God says, I'm with you, and you called heaven on this day, and I responded. I touched a lot of lives, I touched a lot of hearts, and I gave a lot of people encouragement. He said, but at the end of the day, I made sure that you knew I cared. So my brothers and sisters, make sure if you see anybody that's in a uniform today, police, firemen, military, whatever it may be, please thank them for their service, because those folks have helped us to maintain our safety. God bless you, and be safe in your journey.
Java with Pastor John is brought to you by the Bennett family of companies. Build a relationship with a carrier for the long haul. Visit drive4bme.com.
Now that was a message, Jimmy Mack, and I agree. We care.
We can all get behind it, I'll tell you that. Thank you, Pastor John. Thank the Bennett Trucking families for giving the gift of John to us as well. Hope you guys are having a great morning. There is a lot of stuff here to kind of contemplate. It almost feels like providential that we have all been forced into a place of, rather than kind of, amplifying the temperatures, maybe with this day and the reminder of those heroic Americans of all stripe who made a stand and stood up as one, that maybe we can all do our bit to bring the temperature down. And I'm also going to encourage you to bring the temperature down by removing the plank in your own eye before actually pointing out the splinter in other people's. That's a crucial kind of element that I think needs to play through any sort of conversations you have. A couple of days ago, Dre, I swear to God, I got into a knockdown, drag-out argument with a 6'5" guy who is a bodybuilder about gun control.
That's always fun.
And it was me and my good friend Liz, who is lesbian. So me and the lesbian are taking on the bodybuilder. We're taking on the bodybuilder. We're the ones arguing for the Second Amendment, and this guy's like, "No, we need more gun control." And at the end, you know what he did though? He put his hand across the table as they brought the food. He said, "Okay, food's here. Let's stop talking about this. I love this country." He said, only in this country can this trifecta have this argument and be on the sides that we're all on.
That's a Netflix special.
That's a Netflix special waiting to happen. Give us a call at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
Madison, would you do me a solid before we go to the phones? Can you hit me a little bit of that news music? I would love to get a little bit of that in my ears as we kind of shift to the news here on Road Gang Radio. A trucker narrowly avoided a serious fall fall off a winding turn not intended for semi-trucks in Seattle on Wednesday. This is groovy. The accident happened on September 10th in downtown Seattle on the Spring Street to southbound Interstate 5 ramp. I know that ramp. I've been on that ramp. According to My Northwest News, the semi-truck attempted to make the winding turn on the ramp and failed, sending the trailer wheels over the barrier wall before the semi-truck came to a, oh my God, stop. The ramp had to be shut down in order to clear the stuck semi-truck that was left blocking the roadway. A photo of the scene taken by one trooper clearly shows the sign banning semi-trucks from using the ramp. It's kind of like that great Far Side, you know? School for the Gifted, and the door says pull, and the kid's pushing on it. Restrictive signs have a purpose. That's what the trooper wrote. The ramp has been reopened. No further information has been released. Which, by the way, he's lucky he doesn't live in Florida, because right now his name would be all over the papers. That's why you have Florida Man, by the way. It's not that people are stupider in Florida. It's sunshine laws.
You ever put in the date you were born and put in Florida Man? Is it that? I think it's like the date that you were born.
Yeah, and then there's always a story like Florida man wrestled an alligator and then ate
Hey,
a
Florida Man
iguana.
wrestling an alligator is one of the greatest stories of all time. There's bad Florida Man and there's good Florida Man. The Florida Man where the guy actually puts the cigar in his mouth on the golf course, wades into the pond, and rescues the puppy from being eaten by the alligator and never takes the cigar out of his mouth.
Jimmy, what's your birthday? I'll look it up.
November the 25th. November the 25th.
Welcome to a show with 3 ADHD people.
All right. By the way, guys, here's another piece of news you might care about to kind
Thank
of give
you.
a break from trucking for a second here. Police have reunited a stowaway pet pigeon with its owner in Texas. Police in Texas reunited a man with his blind pigeon after the pet bird hitched a ride in the bed of a pickup truck at the owner's business. Luis Valdez, owner of Eleanor Auto Service, said his pet pigeon, Kevin, is well known by the customers at his Irving business. I had a friend of mine who had a cat named Jeffrey. Our cat's name is Roger. I love it when pets have human names. Kevin.
Oh, God. Bert, where are you, Bert?
Can I tell you the headline for your Florida man birthday?
Oh, it's going to be brutal.
Let's hear it.
There's another one. There was two. I didn't go with one. I'm gonna go with the safe
Go
one.
on.
Florida man takes a leak in sheriff's backyard.
Nice. That sounds, and you.
That's actually on brand for me,
Yeah, that's
man.
very on brand
Telling
with you.
right there. I got to tell you, my friend Liz would be doing it with me too. Just gonna let you know that. We're gonna go to the phones here real quick. Our good friend the Weasel.
Weasel.
The Weasel.
In Virginia. What's up, buddy?
Hey, not much. Nice talking to you, fellers, and Maddie again.
Thank you, sir.
Beautiful morning out here. I don't know if I've made it out of the Blue Ridge and into the Smokies or vice versa, but beautiful morning.
Oh, it's almost heaven, brother. But you know.
Yeah, the Florida man I like is when he wrestles the alligator and the alligator eats the Florida man for being stupid.
Just a nibble. Just a nibble.
Oh my God! By the way, our good friend Trucker Bosun says all of this is a Springer episode. Everything that's happening right now. What's going on, Weasel? What's the good word? What's on the mind?
I'll just want to remember what today means, and everyone keep judgment. There's good people of every faith and every following. Because you see someone that doesn't dress or have your same beliefs doesn't mean they're not a good person.
That is well said, by the way.
Excellent.
Remember that Arlington Cemetery has a lot of stars of David and a lot of crescents and stars in it as well, along with those crosses.
Very true.
I mean, and that's a real thing, and it also has ones that don't have any of that on it whatsoever. It's also got, I don't know if you know this, Madison. There are gravestones in Arlington that have the husband's wife on one side and the wife's name on the other.
I've never been.
It is, well, you may get this chance before all is said and done, as we kind of roll on down, although Phone Master Dre has first dibs on that.
I was about to say, I was like, how
you.
dare you?
Absolute first dibs on that.
You want to tussle?
We actually are going to be, this is really cool, Weasel. We're going to start that adventure next week when I head on over, just really quickly for an in and out. By the way, Phone Master Dre just hit his funny bone.
Don't talk about it.
And it's funny because I'm laughing, not him. All right, what else is on your mind, brother?
Talk to us, Weasel.
That's just kind of what I wanted to bring up. I know today brings up a lot of bad feelings about people of different faiths and ethnicities, and stuff, and
I have the same problem
there's
saying
just
it.
good people. There's good people in every faith, and so always remember that. I went over yonder, and I met a lot of very pleasant people over there, and I met some people I don't really care for, but I think we've had this discussion before. But and I got into it over there with some people in battalion headquarters. You know, there's some black people, there's some Native Americans, there's some Muslims, some Jews I don't really get along with. But where I grew up in, it was mainly white people, 99.9%. And I'll guarantee you there's a hell of a lot more white people that I don't care for than
The Caucasians.
Well, the payoff on that was fantastic. We're like, okay, where you going?
Yeah,
where you going?
plane was
and then
landed.
the payoff on that, man, that was actually bringing in the plane, man. That was a Sullenberger move, man. Outstanding.
From the
Well
mountain of
done.
Caucasus.
Well done.
Caucasus.
Well done. Well said. And by the way, I'm going to give you, Andre, a tip. It's a pain in the butt. Ethnicities, here's how you do it. Say F. Both of you say F.
F.
yeah,
Ethnicities.
Nicities.
Now you can do it. F.
Bare necessities.
Yeah, the bare necessities. Little Phil Silver's there, too. Not Phil Silver's. That's Phil Harris.
well, I can't say cellular either.
Yeah.
Dog.
But by the way, neither can the former president of the United States, George Bush, and we love him too. All right, get out of here, brother. We love you.
You bet. Thank you, folks. You guys have a good day.
Best
Later,
of days as
buddy.
well. Beach Bum, good morning, Rogang. Quick look at the messages. Yes, a sad day for us all. It doesn't matter what your political beliefs or views. We lost a good man yesterday, praying for his family. Hey, listen up, guys. I'm going to hold to my advice. We all have friends we don't agree with. Across the board, don't agree with. Tooth and nail argue with, don't agree with. Give them a call today and say nothing but, I just want to call to say, in the good words of Pastor John, I love you, and there's nothing you can do about it. Anybody else on the phone? Am I done? Am I
You're
good to
done.
go? Okay. Coming up here just in a minute, I just want to give you guys a heads up. We're going to be welcoming a new friend to the show.
Our new fella.
A new fella from J.J. Keller. Josh Lovin is going to be joining us. Josh Lovin is going to be joining us. His first dog was named Easy Lovin. I'm not kidding. We're going to get into that, by the way. We're going to talk about R as a service in general, but we're going to really talk about him, kind of getting a chance to know him. If you guys want to call during that segment, all I would ask you, just call and say, hey, man, I love you, and there's nothing you can do about it.
Tom Brady can't call. That's the only person that can't call.
Yeah, Tom Brady, do not call.
Yeah, this
You can
isn't about
listen.
you.
You can comment. You can listen, and you can keep sending Claire emails about how you celebrate each holiday, but you cannot call. All right, we're going to take a really quick break here. Hold off on the music for 1 second. Just a quick reminder that immediately after the fellows from J.J. Keller arrive, Racetrack is going to be here. We got the two kids, and I call them kids because they're significantly younger than me. They're full-grown adults. I got to stop using that term.
I pay taxes.
Yeah. Well, I mean, the thing is, there's a lot of kids that pay taxes. A lot of people at 15 are paying taxes. Trust me. There's a lot of hardworking Americans who are like 16 years old busting their ass.
And then half the time, the mom probably has a credit card in their name as well.
You know how?
Wait, is there something you want to talk about?
No, I don't have any
bad
grief.
scene, dude. That's a bad
Yeah,
scene.
no.
I mean, by the way, that's a reckoning. I had a roommate who actually had her credit rating wrecked by her mom.
Oh,
Destroyed by
I
her
heard it's
mom.
horrible.
Yeah. But by the way, I was with that woman the day that her credit rating went to 750. It was a long road for that young lady, but she got there. Crazy story. And we're going to have Charlie Wells talking about millennials. You know how millennials have come of age? Because they're complaining about Z's.
All right, go to the break.
Welcome to the
Go to the
party, man. Hit
break.
some music for me, Madison. We'll take a quick break here.
Oh,
I love this.
I thought I passed gas.
This is great exit music here at the Fastport Studios. Thanks, guys, for being you. Thanks for being the reasonable voices out there on the road. We need more of you. You can't keep it sleazy. Take it light. We'll be right back after these messages. The fellows from J.J. Keller.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Join Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler's Gang of the Airwaves by subscribing to RadioNemo on YouTube.
We celebrate all kinds.
Make it official. After all, if you're listening, you're already in the gang. The Road Gang.
Hey, listen up really quickly before Madison, does her thing. I want to remind everybody out there who is listening on the Book of Face, on iHeart, on Odyssey, everywhere but YouTube. We're making a special plea today to ask you guys who have not yet subscribed to the YouTube channel to do that thing. Just take a moment to head on over there. You can keep listening on the platform you're listening to. We're thrilled to have you, giving your heart on iHeart, having the audacity to listen on Odyssey, and all the other groovy places you guys are getting your content from. Just head on over there and give a couple of clicks and beeps and subscribe. And I also would encourage you, founding members of the Road Gang, this is, founding members of the reconstituted Road Gang, to make your way over to the Book of Face, to make your way over to the Gram of Insta, and all that kind of great stuff, and just post that YouTube channel and kind of ask your friends to take the time to do that. They don't have to do notifications. Just a subscription makes a difference. It don't cost you nothing. You can jump in and just hit that button and get those subscribers numbers up for us. We actually have pretty good numbers. I kind of know what's going on behind the scenes. We're looking good, and we're looking good because of the efforts that you guys have made to make sure we're looking good. I don't know if you've noticed this, Dre, on LinkedIn and a lot of other places, a lot of people are getting their own podcast going, getting their own thing going in trucking and in the transportation sector. And you know why? Because they know that the boss is no longer in the middle of it all over there. And everybody's waiting to see what the Nemo is going to do and how the Nemo is going to grow. Well, you guys can help make sure that all of those podcasters and all of those people who are creating their own content have a great place to share that information with. Because one thing we do here, I'll be talking about this on a podcast tonight on Truckers' Voices. One of the things that's really important to me about this platform is not just a matter of, becoming the king of all media and literally stomping out the competition. I don't believe in competition. In regards to what we do. I believe in competition. Man, I'm a capitalist like there's no tomorrow. I like mixing it up. But I believe in competition the same way that a lot of people in the trucking industry do. I want to be the best among great players and great talent. And I also want to make sure that the players who are doing specific kind of content and telling specific kind of stories are getting a chance to get heard. It's so hard in the midst of all the noise to find the signal.
Yeah.
And so if you guys know a great podcast that deals with trucking, if you know of any kind of person out there creating great content, let us know.
Yeah.
We'd love to talk with them. We'd love to get the word out. I mean, I love the idea of some of you guys just lining up bits and pieces of content of what you're going to listen to for the entire day. I mean, Dre and I talk about this all the time on my workouts. Guys, the workouts for me now, the walks, the working out, it goes by in the blink of an eye. Because I'm actually looking forward to the workout because I'm looking forward to all the stuff I'm going to listen to.
Amen.
All the audio books like Forward listens to. All the audio books like people have been buying over the last couple of days. I can't wait to hear what's going to happen next from so many people out there, and we want to give them a platform.
And speaking of loving a few things, should we talk to Josh?
We should actually get Josh in here, and I wanted to make sure, that we got a little bit of space for him to breathe and get his wits about him, not just, you know what in media res means, Dre?
Not at all.
In media res is when you begin a work of fiction in the middle of it. You ever seen Lethal Weapon 2? Where it says Lethal Weapon 2, and they just cut to Riggs in a car screaming in the middle of a high-speed chase. That's like the most obvious version of it. What I didn't want to do to this fine gentleman, Josh Lovin, what I didn't want to do to him is just be like, hey, good morning, you're in. Hey, Josh, good morning, you're in.
Welcome.
Hey, nice to be here, fellas. I appreciate the invite.
You got it, brother. Okay, so Josh, before we get to anything in regards to talking points, tell us a little bit about yourself. Tell us about how long you've worked in the industry, what it's been like to work in the industry, and the journey that has brought you not to Road Gang Radio, but actually ended up getting you in J.J. Keller.
Yeah, you bet, man. I began my career in law enforcement in 2000. And I worked for a large police department in Arkansas, and that I ended up becoming a detective. Worked in an undercover capacity, investigated homicides, but mainly worked with narcotics and working in an undercover capacity. My last almost 3 years that I was working there, and I ended up working a case for a large less than truckload company, one of the nation's largest carriers, and through a just set of unique circumstances, I solved the case, and about 6 weeks later, I ended up working there. And for the next 15 years, I started out in security and ended up working my way into a director of safety and security position for this carrier. And under my purview, I had about 2,000 accidents, roadway accidents a year, 1,000 OSHA recordable injuries per year, probably 400 to 500 chemical spills involving hazmat, and then anywhere from 25 to 40 formal OSHA investigations per year, and did everything in between. And through that, my main forte was doing depositions and courtroom work, just because I had so much law enforcement experience. So with 2,000 accidents a year, you can imagine how many lawsuits were derived from that. And when my youngest child graduated about 4 years ago, I had kind of made the decision to transition out of that side of the industry, and I was familiar with J.J. Keller because I used them when we had been popped by a few OSHA citations. I'd used them for training purposes, and so was familiar with them, and transitioned to that side, and I've been here for 4 years, and now I do a bunch of live events, teach DOT training at live events to our clients, and then work with our consultant teams, and do a lot of webcasts and stuff like that. But I've been with Keller for about 4 years, and kind of bringing you a little bit of a unique perspective, because it's not just the transportation industry. It's kind of mixed with the law enforcement regulatory side of things. So it's been a fun transition, and I really enjoy being here and getting to discuss kind of some issues that I've run across, and because everybody can kind of know what the regulations state, but the tricky part trying to figure out how to make them work in your operation and in your organization,
And by the way, I actually, full disclosure, if you think I didn't have Josh's bio in front of me, you don't know much about Tom Bray, me, J.J. Keller, or even Josh here. I wanted you to do that for us because I wanted to kind of establish your bona fides. And as Dre, when the moment you said law enforcement, Dre looked at me and started nodding. You and I have trod a little bit of the same terra firma, not in the same direction. Did a lot of family services myself. Did some investigative work for the DA's office in Jefferson Parish and in Orleans Parish as well. So I know the road of which you speak, by the way. And one of the things on your talking points that I kind of wanted to start with, rather than kind of go through this methodically, and you just said something really great about making the regulations work for you. Too many people look at the regulations, Josh, as this kind of labyrinth that they've got to kind of make their way through, with the FMCSA as a minotaur at the center of it. You know what I'm saying? Where it's like, how can I get through this, as opposed to understanding what the benefits are to some of the rules and regulations. And I know people say benefits to rules and regulations, but a lot of them if you adhere to them, can make for a much safer trip. And in your talking points, I wanted to talk both from a perspective of you as a law enforcement agent, but also you in your current role, about accident procedures in regards to that. And I wonder if we could jump around a little bit here as we kind of onboard you into this segment. Can you talk a little bit about, preemptively being ready for an accident, whether you're at fault or not, and what the procedure should be in the immediate aftermath? I think more people get in trouble from not telling the truth, not having done diligence before the accident starts, and saying the wrong things or behaving in ways that get them in terrible trouble, when simply telling the truth would have made all the difference. But talk a little bit about what you would advise people when an accident does occur on the road, what the protocol for behavior after the accident is transpired. Is that fair?
Yeah, I think that's completely fair. That's a great question as well. One of the biggest issues that we always run into was not having the full story. Like I said, we had about 2,000 accidents a year, and a lot of those accidents don't happen from 8 to 5. So when you have a traffic accident that happens during normal business hours, it's a lot easier to not miss anything. But when you have an accident that happens at 2 in the morning, and the driver is not giving you the full story, because drivers have this, sometimes can have a self-preservation mode that kicks in, especially if they know that they may have not done something right, or it could be their fault. And when you've got an adverse party involved, you don't necessarily know how the extent of the injuries, if there are any at the time. And some of the worst things that can happen is that you perceive that an accident is not near as bad as it is, and then you work an accident maybe Friday night at 11 p.m. or Saturday morning at 2 a.m. and when you get to the office on Monday, you find out that somebody's been in the hospital for the last 2 days. Say the accident was much more significant than what you were aware of at the time, and because of that, you may have not done your due diligence and really investigated it thoroughly. Because let's face it, you back into a dumpster, you're not gonna call vice presidents and wake them up at 2 in the morning, versus an accident with an injury that's significant. But a lot of times, because your drivers are the ones that are communicating most of the information to you that first hour on the scene. And during that times when you try to figure out, do I need to get an insurance adjuster out there? Do I need to get a safety manager on the way if I've got one in the area? Or do I need to wake up a terminal manager or service center manager and have them respond to the scene? And you really have to base what the driver is telling you on what level of response that you want to have as a company. In my experience, not asking the right questions, not asking enough questions, is really important in that space, because if something happens, especially when there's injuries or you don't have the whole story, one of the worst things that can happen is you've not done your due diligence in taking photographs. You've not secured some vehicle telematics data like you should have, because you didn't think it was significant. And basically all that boils down to in court, oftentimes, which is not going to be for 12 to 18 months later or in a deposition, what you find out is that accident was much more significant than what you originally were told about. And it looks like you didn't do a really good investigation, a thorough investigation. And during deposition, you can say whatever you want, or in court, you can say how your company has a culture of safety and how you comply with the regulations. And you can talk about all this stuff, this great stuff, and all the awards your company's won. But for this specific accident in court, it looks like you completely failed, because you're just not prepared. You haven't done you just didn't do a complete accident, because at the time of the initial notification, you just didn't think it rose to that level to where you needed to kind of do a more thorough investigation. So that's one of my big things, is treat all accidents like they're going to end up in court. That's the best advice I can give anybody. Even minor accidents, get in the habit, the cadence of doing a thorough investigation every single time. If it involves an adverse party, typically we're taking that driver out of service. So that gives us time to really thoroughly investigate and make sure that the driver wasn't over their hours. You know, if you're running dash camera footage, of course, you're going to look at that almost as soon as you can to kind of give you an idea. And that's another thing. Dash cameras have made investigating these accidents so much easier from a executive management standpoint. And in my experience, I would rather have a 20-second clip of an accident than 10 witness statements. Witness statements.
Oh, yeah.
Inherently unreliable and all that stuff. But if you give me a 20-second video clip, I can pretty much determine how much I need, if I need to go all in, or if this is going to be something that we should settle immediately, or, you know, get our internal attorneys involved with. So, but yeah, there's obviously a lot of nuances with accidents, but not doing a thorough investigation just because you don't think that it is. Many times later on, they become bigger accidents because you don't know about an injury at the time or some kind of non-compliance issue for that your driver had.
There's so many things I can unpack here, so I'm going to give you not rapid fire, but a couple of quick questions. And let's see how much I remember as well, too. One of the things you have to keep in mind when an accident happens, not during regularly scheduled business hours, which is when a lot of accidents happen, is that you're also dealing with law enforcement, particularly at 2 o'clock in the morning. Have a little patience with them, because if your accident doesn't involve alcohol, doesn't involve, you know, what I would call catastrophic disaster, a lot of the time, these men and women who are out there are often dealing with much more strange incidents at 2 o'clock in the morning than simply your fender bender or even a side swipe. And have a little bit of patience. Remember that these are people who are taking their lives into their hands every time they step out of their car, every time they step out of their squad car, and have to make their way over to you. They don't know what they're walking into. They don't know who they're going to be dealing with, and they have to be constantly always vigilant. So it really is imperative and important that you stay calm, breathe, and take your time when speaking to the law enforcement officers on the scene to think, not to not speak, not to drift into the self-preservation you talked about, but to make sure that your mouth doesn't race ahead of your thought process, correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely correct. And what I've found is in depositions, you learn this. A lot of times, a really bad accident, it ends up being an emotional scene for the driver. It's very natural for a human being to, when somebody's really bad injured, for a driver, for both sides, just to apologize and say, I'm sorry. There's nothing inherently wrong with that, but you need to coach your drivers on not being overly verbal on the scene. You know, if it's an accident with injury and you know that it's going to end up kind of being one of those bad accidents, you need to get with your driver really quick and get that driver linked up with an insurance adjuster or your company safety department, the director, or whatever, just to kind of walk that driver through the kind of interrogation process. Now, drivers are going to give statements to law enforcement, but at that point, my drivers, my previous role was you can talk to law enforcement, give them the facts when they ask questions as you know it, never lie to law enforcement, obviously. But we wanted to get our driver to give law enforcement some safety professional, one of our safety managers' numbers, so we could kind of get the ECM data off the tractor and just any of the company credential stuff that would be needed for a law enforcement report. You really want to limit your talking time that your driver does with anyone, because the driver's really rattled at that time. A driver, you know, it doesn't matter if a driver's been there for 30 years, they're worried about their family, their career, what am I going to do, especially if it's their fault. And what I found during the interview process with law enforcement, a lot of nervous drivers get really chatty. And basically that equates to opportunity for plaintiff attorneys, because your driver's just volunteering information that necessarily shouldn't be volunteered at that point.
Don't say anything you don't have to say. Answer truthfully to the point, but don't say anything you don't have to say. Don't volunteer information. The other thing I always tell people, too, did you play any sports in high school? It's okay if you didn't. Did you play any sports in high school?
I sure did. I was active in almost everything, and then after high school, I played softball pretty competitively for about 20 years.
Yeah.
Kind of a sports nut. Loved football, but I'm a baseball guy by heart. But played them kind of all, But
Yeah.
I was a baseball guy growing up.
Yeah, let me tell you something, and this works for both tackling and sliding. I can't tell you the number of times I would get tackled, and I'd wake up the next morning, and of course I expected to have a bruise on the side I was tackled. I was always surprised at what I would call the bruises on the other side, and it was only after a coach said, well, of course, you're getting hit at high speed at one side, and then basically having the high-speed hit come to a stop by the ground. And you made a point earlier on about the conversation that even if you don't think you're hurt, or even if you don't think the other person involved in the accident is hurt, don't be surprised if 2 days later, 1 day later, they wake up the next morning and realize an area where they weren't struck or where the impact didn't happen actually having more damage when they slammed into something on the other side because of the force of the momentum. This is why the moment of the accident doesn't always tell you all the information and facts that you need to know, which is why you should keep your stuff close to the vest, because you don't know the full extent of not only the damage to the vehicles, but you don't know the full extent of the damage to the people on the scene, correct?
Yeah, that's about as well said as I've ever heard it. If you've ever been in a rear end kind of accident or a violent kind of accident, a lot of times that whiplash effect doesn't take full effect for about 3 days. So a lot of times trucking companies get really frustrated because they feel like, hey, they're just trying to have a lawsuit against our company. They're trying to run us, into the ground, something like that. And the reality of it is, a lot of times people don't, they're not injured. They don't feel injured immediately after the accident. But like you just stated, 2 or 3 days later, they really start to feel that. And I understand that when you've got an 80,000 pound loaded CMV and trailer, 80,000 pound, that it's involved in any kind of collision with an adverse vehicle. Oftentimes there's going to be an injury that comes from that. And oftentimes those injuries, everybody can understand, like, hey, if you go straight to the emergency room in an ambulance, like, hey, that's somebody's hurt. But a lot of times these people will go home and they don't go to they won't go to the hospital till the next day. And a lot of examples of cases that I've worked where there's been significant neck injuries, back injuries because of whiplash that weren't noticeable at all. And at the scene, those same people may be walking around. They just kind of are in shock. They don't feel it. They don't feel that pain immediately. So that's why I say you have to treat every accident like it's going to end up in litigation, because most people that are involved in an accident with a CMV, there's going to be some type of injury, at least minor, and a lot of those aren't treated immediately following the accident. They're within 2 to 3 days of it. So, and those accidents take they're real. Those injuries are real, and anybody that you've known that's had some type of neck fusion surgery or back fusion surgery caused by an accident, a lot of times those people will tell you that, hey, that it was a low speed accident and they honestly didn't know that they were injured at the time. And for a trucking company, if you're at fault in those accidents, that's part of the insurance game. You have to be knowledgeable and aware of that, and not fight. To me, when I would look at those accidents, when we were reviewing them for depositions or court, you don't want to go in and try to bully somebody that's actually been hurt in an accident that you caused. So I was always a big advocate with settle as quick as you can, and do the right thing. Be transparent and honest when it gets down to depositions, and not try to fight it like they're just trying to beat you, through insurance. And obviously there's a whole other side of fictitious claims. But for the most part, accidents do cause injuries when you're driving trucks that weigh 80,000 pounds, that are loaded.
Yeah, and you said that also earlier, by the way, and if you guys are just joining us, Josh Lovin is joining us. We are thrilled to have him on board after almost 10 years of doing On the Highway with Tom Bray. We now have a new fellow from J.J. Keller joining us this morning, off to a great start. You made a really good point, too, because you're a guy who creates a lot of safety culture, and you can create the greatest safety culture in the world. You get on the stand and you detail how fantastic your safety culture is, and a lawyer will jujitsu you into saying, funny, that all sounds great. Let's go through exactly what happened on this accident. And by your own words, you didn't do what you normally said you do. We got you.
Right.
And that is the real killer there. That is why it's so important to kind of not only create that safety of culture, but make sure that every single person who engages in it knows the parameters of what's supposed to happen. Because the safer your culture is, when you do something really wrong, it becomes a great contrast in a court of law and can really, really sink you. Let me just ask you this before we run out of time here, and to give you a chance to talk about it as well. In regards to, we're going to set up what we're going to talk about next time. Can you talk to us a little bit about how one goes about creating the architecture of a culture of safety in response to the FMCSA's rules and regulations? Can they, in fact, be the guidebook in some ways that you can actually create one that both has common sense and deals with some of the intricacies of what the FMCSA book is doing?
Yeah, absolutely. That's a wonderful question. And yeah, you have to, everybody, and here's the frustrating part of this. Everybody, that's the buzzword in the industry, and it's been the buzzword for the last 5 or 6 years. Everybody is trying to create that, air quotes, culture of safety. And you know what a lot of companies do, and this, so it's kind of funny. I mean, it's embarrassing to me a little bit, but almost all these companies, when they want to create a culture of safety, they come up with 5 or 6 new core mission statement and some core values, character, integrity, collaboration, and they put those in their general headquarters. They put those on the wall so you see it when they're coming in. They may have some branded merchandise, but it's almost always at the general office. The people that really need to identify that you're building a culture of safety, you're doing this for your people that are actually out in the trucks and on the warehouses. These are the people that are getting in accidents and getting hurt. Your people that are your billing clerks and your safety specialists and people like that, not near big of an issue in a corporate office, but it seems like when carriers decide to go all in with the, hey, we're gonna go all in with this culture of safety mantra, it's almost always fixated on the general office, your people that are wearing the business clothes. And that's really where a lot of companies stop. But if your drivers and your forklift operators aren't involved in that process, they literally mock you and laugh at you, because it's like you're just patting yourself on the back, like in the general office. You're not doing really anything for us. If and that's the truth. I've seen it so many times. It's like, I remember our core values, character, integrity, collaboration, go down the list. But when I would talk to drivers, they were like, what does that mean for me? And they're just words on the wall. Well, for me, it was like, we're going to invest in things that we would have driver meetings. We had 240 locations. So we had meetings set up, and it took us almost a year, 12 months. And there were 6 months of research before that, but we looked at all of our injuries. And, I mentioned earlier, we had 1,000 OSHA recordable injuries. What it didn't say is we had about 1,500 that were non-OSHA recordable. So that's about 2,500 injuries across the system every single year, plus 2,000 accidents. A culture of safety really, to me, means I want to bring home everybody at the end of the day safe. And I want to see these numbers reduced, 2,000 accidents, 1,000 OSHA recordable injuries. And so we dove really deep into, let's look at the injuries. What was causing those injuries? And a lot of it was equipment. And if you go to your docks and you ask some of your tenured employees that have been driving a forklift, say, for 20 years, and you've got lifting, pulling injuries, shoulder top injuries, they'll tell you, hey, those dock plates are faulty, and we ask for them to be replaced all the time.
Josh, I'm going to
Yes.
put the brakes on you because I knew this would happen. Everybody's always surprised. You probably aren't shocked, though. Look at the time. We've actually run the course of this segment, and you have set us up so perfectly for the next time you arrive to begin to really lay out, based on both the FMCSA rules, but also good common sense and insight, to lay out a culture of safety. And by the way, speaking of sports, it would almost be like having a professional team and having signs all over the executive offices saying, make sure you stretch before you take the field today, and not having it anywhere in the hub itself. Josh, thank you. Welcome aboard. We are so thrilled to have you. Everything that Tom promised. Really appreciate you being here, my friend.
I appreciate you. Look forward to it.
It's going to be a lot of fun, by the way, guys. I'm really excited about this. Another guy I can talk about, stupid stories of the road with. We'll be really good on the other side with our friends from Racetrack who are returning after a great conversation at TXTA. It's Nick LaFalce and Madison Letts of Racetrack and Raceway. We'll be right back.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcast. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
Just one more hour until reinforcements, aka me, arrive to save the day. But until then, keep your eyes on the highway and keep on trucking with Jimmy Mack on Road Gang Radio, y'all.
She said it right, and man, she's going to be here soon. But right now, we do have Jimmy Mack live from the Fastport Studios in good old NOLA, baby.
Oh, I got to tell you, good old NOLA. I don't have a problem with NOLA. People say, oh, call it NOLA. Don't say Chi-Town. Don't say San Fran. I got no problem with NOLA. It's Nolans that drives me crazy. You're from Nolans? I'm like, I don't know that place. I don't know Spooky Voodoo Land. I've never been there. Please stop calling it Nolans. You know why they call it Nolans? Is because some people down here, including myself, say New Orleans. That's not New Orleans. I don't know who says New Orleans. Never met that person. Everybody that calls it New Orleans is from someplace other than New Orleans or New Orleans or even New Orleans. I mean, there are people who say New Orleans down here. I got no problem with that either because it's a great song. Do you know what it means to miss New Orleans? I don't. I'm here. Neither do you.
I wonder what the people at Racetrack say.
Well, I got to tell you, Nick LaFalce, who is the marketing manager for Racetrack, and Madison Letts, that's with a D, not with a T like our producer over here, fleet and fuel marketing specialist, are both here on the scene. We got a chance to talk to them before. We are thrilled to have them both back. Hey, guys, good morning.
Hey, can you hear us?
I can hear you grand and dandy. Can you hear me?
We sure can.
Well, you see, fantastic. It means that the ones and the twos and the technology are actually working. We're going to jump right in with Nick. Good morning to you both. Nick, give us a little background about Racetrack and Raceway.
Yeah, so thanks, Jimmy, for having us on this morning. It's really a pleasure. Madison and I work to support Racetrack's Travel Center program. So for those of you that don't know, Racetrack, we're a popular convenience store brand with our franchise brand Raceway here in the Southeast. Over 800 stores across 13 different states, but we're here today to talk more about our professional driver sites. So at about 100 of our sites now, we have high-flow diesel, DEF, and truck parking at our stores with a larger inside offering in terms of hot food, professional driver merchandise, you name it. So we're here to talk about that and let drivers know we're a fit for them.
Yeah, and you guys have actually had high-flow diesel stores since 2018. Can you kind of give us a little background of the history of that?
Yeah, for sure. So for those of you that don't know, we've been building our high-flow diesel stores since 2018 with our first store being in Atlanta. For Racetrack, if you're driving by with a truck, we have two different kinds of stores that will be a fit for you. Our first one, we like to call our high-flow diesel store, or we call it an extended diesel offering store. So basically think of it as a regular C store with a couple truck lanes in the back for you to fuel your vehicle. Additionally, we have our larger format travel centers, and there's about 36 of them today. Those are larger format stores with high flow diesel, depth at the pump, truck parking, Catskills, you name it. Just think of your average truck stop. We have almost everything there except showers and laundry.
And like I said, aside from showers and laundry, it really is a great place to get a pit stop in. I mean, that's just kind of a great way to kind of think about it. I mean, it's a travel center. I mean, so you can kind of, unpack that a little bit when you say everything but the things you mentioned. What does it include in regards to the amenities and the comfort level?
Well, the really nice thing about all our stores, having our program only be like 7 years old, they're really new and really high end inside. We have a robust inside food offer, including pizza, our own hot food program with fried chicken. We have a great snack and drink selection, a coffee bar. Overall, we have a really wide inside selection of, truck driver merchandise in terms of like stuff you can put inside your cab, fuel additives and lubricants. The other part that's really nice is we have a really fast and friendly service. For a lot of our stores, they're relatively new, so we're still trying to get the word out about our program and how we can be a better fit for the driver. So, a lot of that congestion you might experience at a typical truck stop where you're at the fueling lanes and the guy's parked there in front of you not moving. That's not something you're really going to experience at a racetrack, and that's what we're really trying to get the word about today.
I can actually speak from experience. I told you the guys this last time. I actually worked Christmas Eve over in Ocean Springs to broadcast the show, and on the drive in, I stopped in at Racetrack to their coffee bar, and I can tell you guys, the idea of getting good service on the road is always a wonderful relief. The idea of getting good service on Christmas morning is something pretty spectacular, and it made a big difference to me. Everybody was warm and friendly, and it was also 4:30 in the morning on Christmas morning, so I didn't have any complaints. You guys are opening your 100th store. You got the 100th one coming this year, correct?
Yeah, well, we so it was really exciting news for us. Last month in Texas, we opened our 100th high-flow diesel store. So it was actually an existing convenience store that we added truck lanes onto. It was out in Grapevine Mills, Texas. But we actually are up to our 104th store now. So we just opened up one on Troy Highway in Montgomery, Alabama, and that was one of our newer travel centers. So we're always growing. I fully expect by next year we're going to be pushing upwards towards 150 stores, which is really exciting, not just for the racetrack brand, but also for our franchise brand Raceway, because a lot of drivers don't know that they can get these, fuel offerings at both stores. And, if they have a fleet discount or maybe they participate in a fleet fuel card program like, Relay or something like that, they can really get good savings at on fuel at those sites.
And by the way, on just kind of a curiosity level, and if you say, Jimmy, I can't give you the particulars, I totally understand, but it might be your bailiwick, it might not. You talk about the idea of just having opened your 104th. How do you guys target and prioritize where you're going to open? I mean, what are the numbers you look at to kind of come to the determination of we should go here, this is where we should be next? You guys must, given what you both do, get a chance to talk to drivers. I know that you both have a deep affection for them, haven't met a lot of them. What are the determining factors to getting getting one of those travel centers over in a particular area?
Well, I think a big part of it is, we look at major freight corridors, so along many major highways, whether it's, I-65 in Kentucky or just down in Florida on I-75 and the Florida-Georgia border with Valdosta. We do look at putting our travel centers at those key, points along freight corridors. But also, I would say we look at a lot of where our existing convenience stores are and where we see a demand for the professional driver in terms of high-flow diesel and DEF, and see if we can add new stores where the real estate allows. I mean, I will say a lot of it's just, do we have the space to put a store up in the area that the drivers need it? But when we can, we usually look at those two factors, whether it's along a major freight corridor or just we see the demand in an area.
I wanted to let you know, by the way, one of our friends out there in the chat, Trucker Bosun, says he regularly goes to y'all's center over in South Dallas as well. So he's a big proponent of it. And my producer has something he wants to add really quickly because he's a fan.
Dude, let me tell you something, guys. Being from Louisiana and being able to go to Racetrack, it's always nice. And when I lived in Baton Rouge, I'm like, I always look forward to that because all the different deals y'all have. But every day I make a commute from Biloxi, Mississippi, to over here in New Orleans. That one in Slidell, let me tell you, when I see it, when I see it over the hill, and just, man, I get excited, and I'm like, all right, I know exactly what I'm going to get. I'm going to get my coffee. I'm going to get maybe that pizza for later. I'm going to get one of those healthy snack options that you'll have.
Yeah, I'm a big fan, by the way, of having anything like that in a location where you feel like you're almost there. I like them at the place where you feel like you just got started. I also like them as the checkpoint for almost there, where I can walk outside and be like, Okay, let me just take a moment here before I have to make the final part of this drive. Really quickly, Dre, go ahead.
Exactly. And like he said, whenever I leave that one, I'm like, all right, I only have 25 minutes left of my trip.
Yeah. And by the way, wait, there's more. We pivot to Madison now, who wants to talk a little bit about Racetrack Rewards Program. Hey, Madison, good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm Dan and Grandio. We're over here in one of the most beautiful neighborhoods in the known universe, so we don't have much to complain about. Talk a little bit about what the rewards program is kind of designed to do.
For sure. I'd love to talk about our rewards program. Essentially, just download that Racetrack Rewards app. You can put your number in, and for all of our professional drivers out there, you would select professional semi-truck, I should say. And then anytime that you go to a racetrack and you fill up or you buy something in store, you're going to be collecting points. And those points are going to be held in a catalog. And then you can go and redeem them from anything from my favorite, which are the jalapeno chips, shout out, to really just anything in store that's in that catalog. So I highly recommend it. I mean, who does not love getting free points? You know, every time you go to racetrack and you fill up your giant semi-truck, you're going to get some rewards points from that. So.
Yeah, we actually talked the last time about the fact that Lindsay kept talking about the pizza possibilities. And by the way, speaking of possibilities, next week, as everybody knows, is, it's driver appreciation. That's where we're headed and destination. You guys got a TDAM Appreciation Month offer. Can you let people know what that is?
Yeah, for sure. It's finally here, Truck Driver Appreciation Month, and Racetrack is spending the entire month supporting our drivers, Raceway as well. For Racetrack, you can get one slice of pizza a week, one free fountain drink or coffee a week, and then also double rewards points on your fuel. Again, all ways to add into those rewards as well, those reward points. But who doesn't want free pizza and a free drink? That'll be going for the entire month of September. And then Raceway is also doing their own TDAM deal. They'll be doing, I believe it's a free coffee or a flashlight with the purchase of fuel. So we're really excited to see Raceway hopping in on the TDAM train as well, supporting all of our drivers out there.
I wanted to ask you, Madison, by the way, and I want to get Nick's take on this too. So you guys get a chance to get out there. I mean, one of the things that is not a good thing is to have somebody in marketing who really isn't on boots on the ground. I mean, you actually giving shout outs here to jalapeno chips, which means you're actually experiencing some of this stuff. How have drivers been responding to it? And how much of an impact does driver input have on what actually happens over there?
Yeah, for sure. That's a great question. Nick can also speak to this as well, but we were just at an event at our Blair's Bridge location, and we were handing out some racetrack swag, if you will, and we actually got the chance to talk to a lot of the drivers and to tell them about Truck Driver Appreciation Month and our rewards program and what Racetrack has to offer for them and how to fulfill their needs. And I would say it sounded pretty positive, Nick, if you would agree. I think the drivers like what we've got going on, but we're also, we hear them as well. We want their feedback, when they come talk to us. I personally love meeting truck drivers. I've been in the industry for, almost 2 years now, and it's always been a pleasure just hearing what they do and supporting them, but also, knowing that their voices are heard as well.
By the way, we have another one of our listeners who's in the chat, talks about the one in Madison, Alabama. He's going to be checking that out today. So we'll get some insight upon what he experiences over there, and we'll get that back to you guys. Nick, can you kind of talk about that too, your experiences in talking to drivers and all of the kind of how you guys respond to what they are responding to?
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest with you, it's no surprise the state of the freight market and how it's been for these past few years. I think value is top of mind for a lot of drivers, and that's the experience we really try to offer at Racetrack, whether it's having a really competitive price on the street for diesel or just all the free stuff we're giving away this month. We really want to make sure it's the best value experience out there for the drivers, and that's really a big thing Madison and I hear. Whether we're talking about drivers about a rewards program or just getting them back in on the road as fast as possible to keep on earning. That's really what we hear, and we try to service the drivers.
Yeah, and by the way, it's such a great reminder that everyone who is actually working inside the supply chain right now knows what we'll call them challenges for the sake of the hope that there are better days ahead, of the challenges that are there. And so much of this is designed, I would think, Nick, with the understanding of that. I mean, look, high end stuff in regards to big prices. Sometimes, go out and you'll buy a great jacket and that'll last you for a couple of years. But we're talking about the little tiny things here that folks need to kind of get further down the road. And the idea of the points and the reward systems and all of that is designed to keep those price points down, correct?
Yeah, for sure. And it's not even just the fuel. It's whether it's our parking or other amenities. We try to keep our parking as cheap as possible in the sites that do have it paid. Otherwise, a lot of our stores just do offer free truck parking. I know that's a huge cut out of a driver's wallet during the month. So really, we try to make sure that we're offering the best value experience, because that's the one thing about a lot of our convenience stores and brands like us that are getting into this space. We're a newer player in the truck stop space. So how can we differentiate ourselves? Whereas, if you've been at a national truck stop brand like a Love's, Pilot, or TA, you're probably used to really expensive prices just because they know they're going to get you, and there's a lot more competition that we have to vie for.
We are so pleased to have had you guys on this morning. It's good to talk to you guys again. Welcome back, and hopefully we'll be able to have more conversations moving forward in the future. Just to kind of give you guys a quick reminder, this content will be available on the Tube of You and everywhere you get your podcast. After the show, Nick LaFalce is the marketing manager for Racetrack. Madison Letts is the fleet and fueling marketing specialist. We are thrilled to actually have made time for them. You can find at Racetrack on IG or Facebook or racetrack.com. Thank you both. Go have a wonderful day, and I hope your weekend is full of a lot of joy. I've just rediscovered weekends, and I got to tell you, I enjoy them, so I hope you guys get a kick out of them too. Thank you both.
Oh, thanks, man. You too.
Thank you.
It is nice, by the way. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. If you have the audacity to be listening on Odyssey, good morning to you. Yakking it up on YouTube like our friends Marshall, Trucker Bosun, Brad Bentley, Beach Bum, all you folks in the chat over there, welcome, good morning. Hope you're making FaceTime on Facebook like our friend Rebecca Brewster does on a regular basis. Our friends from Trucker Voices do as well. You're all welcome. Glad to have you all on board. You can also give us a call in the next few moments at 615-292-6366.
615-292-NEMO.
At the center of the dispute I'm going to be talking about are truck drivers who delivered goods from Trader Joe's warehouses. Truck drivers for National Freight Incorporated have reached a settlement with the company in an employee misclassification lawsuit that had been going on for nearly a decade. That, by the way, is the lead of editor Tyson Fisher. Crackerjack reporter Tyson Fisher of Landline, as he goes on to say that NFI has agreed to pay $5.75 million to end a lawsuit accusing the logistics giant of misclassifying certain truck drivers as independent truck drivers. The class action suit includes over 100 drivers. After attorney fees, each driver could receive more than $30,000. There's your back pay, by the way. Specifically, what went on here, guys, is contractors were assigned set routes that included the time they had to leave a distribution center. Drivers would arrive 30 minutes before that scheduled time and were monitored with NFI's Qualcomm system during the trip. Independent contractors could not negotiate the per-mile pay or fuel surcharges, which means they gave up control of how much they could earn. The complaint alleged that National Freight would delay increases in the fuel surcharge amounts for several weeks when the cost of fuel increased. However, when the cost of fuel decreased, the fuel surcharge amounts would be immediately calculated. Womp womp. Despite not being employees, the contractors had to sit through various NFI company meetings. No additional pay was received for that time. This is something that our good friend Brian Weebold at 10th Street's been talking about a lot. A lot of our friends out there, Chris Orban's been talking about this. Dean Croak has been talking about this. Jane Jezraoui has spoken about this at length. And I know a number of you guys have spoken about this, particularly as the problems and challenges of the freight industry continues. You're lucky to have a job. I don't believe that, by the way. They're lucky to have you. You've got to take that attitude to some degree. Yes, you are fortunate if you have a great employer to have a great job with a great employer. But they are fortunate to have you. If you're a quality employee, they're fortunate to have you. If you do what you're told and you play by the rules and you are good to your word, then they're lucky to have you. It's as simple as that. Yes, and you might be lucky to have them too, particularly in an economic downturn or crunch time. I get it. I totally get it. I see where they're coming from. But you know what? They should stop patting themselves on the back because, they can look for all the artificial intelligence and all the AVs they want to. That's a long way off, and I got to tell you, the soccer moms aren't going to be happy about that.
Not
We
at
got
all.
phone calls coming in, do we not, Phone Master Dre? Who
Oh,
I got?
yes. At the moment, we have Chris. Where you at? What you want to talk about,
What's going
brother?
on?
Chris.
Hey, good morning up here in South Dakota. I haven't talked to you guys in a bit, man.
Well, welcome aboard. Hope hope whatever you're enjoying is content that somebody stole from us. But go ahead, what's going on, Chris?
Love South Dakota.
What's going on?
Oh, man, I hadn't talked to you in a while, and this is the first chance I've had to actually call because I'm still making my way over to Minnesota.
Making my way down.
Minnesota, making your way to. Actually, this is a great time to drive to Minnesota. We were talking about this yesterday. I got into not a debate, but a long discussion about who actually owned the Green Bay Packers, and somebody told me that their ownership structure was simply a publicity stunt and a gimmick, and I had to go into the weeds with it. But I said at the end of the day, whether it's Wisconsin, Minnesota, or any place in that area, right about now, from now to about early November, it's one of the best places in the world, isn't it?
Oh, yeah. I absolutely love this part of the country, except in the wintertime when it snows. That's not so fun.
That's not fun. I've always said that I think Cooperstown, New York at Christmas is gorgeous, and it's the only time in the winter I'd ever want to visit Cooperstown, New York, period.
Yep.
I think Madison, Wisconsin. By the way, give me a nod, guys. I'm looking at Dre and Madison. Have you guys ever been to Madison, Wisconsin?
Nope.
You both would love it right up until about the end of November.
I got enough Madisons in my life.
Yeah, it's a radical, crazy, really fun place, and their fourth quarter, unless they're getting blown out, is really a blast to watch in a football game. What are you headed to Minnesota for?
I got to go pick up 2 loads and then shut down and then maybe pick up some more tomorrow. I don't have a clue. I'm running clueless today.
Okay, that's a great question too, because that is becoming more of an ongoing theme here that actually does have me concerned. How long have you been running clueless? Okay, take that question as meaning like not knowing what the next job's going to be, not the state of your mind. How long have you been running clueless?
As if.
Since last night. When I shut down last night, I knew I was coming over here, but I haven't been dispatched yet, so I don't know what I'm picking up or how much I'm picking up. I just know where I'm picking up.
Has this been have you had a number of experiences like this over the last few months, or like I said, is this the first time in a while this has happened?
It happened a couple of other times, but I've switched companies from before. I'm running LTL refrigerated now.
Well, okay, I'm glad to kind of hear this too, by the way, because it sounds like that you kind of running clueless is still the exception and not the norm. So that's what I'm hearing, correct? Yes. Okay, that makes me feel good. That makes me feel good because I've always said, if you, Jody, Marshall, if you guys start running clueless on a regular basis, that's a canary in the coal mine. So I feel okay about that. Okay, that makes me feel better. What else is on your mind, my brother?
Well, it's been such a while since we've actually had a chance to talk. I thought maybe today would be a good day, and I'm absolutely loving some of the content that I've been hearing. You guys are still kicking it, man. I tell you, this new platform has not slowed you down, and I appreciate it every minute of the day.
Well, thank you very much. And guys, do a little timestamp there. We'll kind of pull that and kind of play that everywhere ad infinitum throughout the known universe. What's been really fun about this format for me, I will tell you right now, I have never, ever in my life since I started doing the show way back almost 9 years ago, I have never, ever felt like I didn't get everything in there on a regular basis at the rate that happens on this show. And that's a good thing. I am literally hurtling through time and space. I've still got to sit down now that we've got the sound stuff in, now that we've kind of, as we've begun to onboard the rest of the architecture and infrastructure for this show, to kind of figure out ways to get at least little tiny bites of things that people got used to. I don't have time to do a sports report anymore. And it's because there's so much information kind of pouring in and out. We still have to figure out a way to get Claire Marie's timeline back on the air. We've got a whole bunch of stuff to download. Dre's got something for you.
Well, no, I was going to say, I noticed that you didn't do the sports report because I was going to bring up that I had a chance to go to a certain baseball game over the weekend.
Oh, wait, what baseball game did you go to?
I went to the Cardinals and the Giants game, baseball game.
Wait, you went to the actual Cardinals and Giants
Yeah,
baseball?
my brother-in-law last minute was like, "Hey, y'all do anything Saturday night?" I'm like, "I mean, nah, we were probably just gonna go to this winery and then go."
You went to Busch Stadium?
Yep. Insane.
Is that the first time you've ever been to Busch Stadium?
That's the first time I've ever been to a professional baseball game.
Chris, did you hear that?
Yeah.
Dre buried the lead. You buried the lead, dude.
I was going to show you pictures. I forgot to bring it up. I was waiting for a report and be like, "Can I add to this report?"
Oh, my God. I wish you should have come in this morning and told me. I would have actually squeezed in a little room for baseball. It is 9/11, though, so we did have to make some comments about that. And we know about the tragic events on the ground yesterday. And, the fact is that we're really hoping and we're praying to find the wisdom to take action so that cooler heads can prevail over the course of the next couple of days and weeks. But I got to tell you, the joy of you seeing a baseball game, Dre, is something else.
Oh.
Have you, Chris, really quickly, have you been to Busch Stadium?
I have not. I've not been to a professional game. I've been to a lot of minor leagues, but not any of the professionals. And I'm glad you brought up Claire Marie's timeline. I missed that, man. She had all kinds of cool stuff with that.
Well, what we're trying to figure out is it's the music inside of it, because I don't know if you know this, but you've probably noticed after the racetrack interview, at the top of the half hours and the bottom of the half hours, we actually have music now kind of designed for the show. And we're trying to figure out what the rights are, because we'd rather not have to recreate 365 timeline days, including holidays as well. So we're taking a really close look at some of that stuff and trying to figure out if we can get our hands on the rights to that music. If not, it's back to work. Ugh, that's a lot of work, man. That's a lot of work. But we'll get it back eventually. But I don't know if you know this. Claire's doing the programming. She's doing the website. And she is actually doing the sound. So that trifecta takes up a lot of their time. And so we're just kind of, we're figuring it out, man. We are an owner-operator, independent sort of radio station. Always have been. And so anybody who, does what you guys do, understand what it is we do. Brother, it's good talking to you. Welcome back. And I got to tell you, I was worried the next time I talked to you, it'd be because we were both tracking either tornadoes or a hurricane. Keep your fingers crossed. We're somehow making our way through September in one piece. Keep your fingers crossed.
In a few weeks, I'll call you and give you my prediction for the winter.
I love it. If Chris sees his shadow, it's a really good time at Halloween. Thank you, Chris.
All right, everybody have fun. Be safe. Catch you later.
Right. We got a little bit. We don't have any time. We're out of time now. Our good friend Jay Grimes, long-suffering Orioles fan, looked like he had something going on for a while, but now that team is just hurting. Got to ask you really quickly, had you ever been to any professional baseball games before?
Semi-pro, like I went to.
No. Major League.
Yeah, no, that's what I'm saying. First time. The stadium, gorgeous. Going up to it,
huh?
unbelievable. And what was funny is he went and got the tickets, and I'm like, oh, okay, well, that's awesome. We're going to probably go up to nosebleeds or whatever. He got it through his company somehow. So we kept going to these different stairs, and we're like, oh, God, we're going way up there. Ugh. But then all of a sudden, we had to keep showing our tickets, and then we went to this little private area. And what was really cool is as soon as you walked in, they gave us shirts. And we had these, like, I'll have to show you and take you a picture, but I'll show you a picture of all our family hanging out and having matching shirts. And that game, it was interesting, man. I was just happy to be there with family. The game was fun, but it was stressful because they just weren't doing smart things. They weren't making right moves. And when I'm going downstairs, Jimmy, I hear two things happen. Boom, the Clydesdales came out. My sister and I are like, well, I want to cry. And then, boom, they had 2 runs, won the game.
That's it, man.
Dude.
Claire loves baseball. I don't know if you know this, but we go to see a week's worth of Dodgers games while we're in Los Angeles. And it's the one sport that Claire loves. She's like, oh, we can talk during the game? Oh, yeah, man. Matter of fact, it's like there's no game happening for the first 4 innings. People are like, oh, this is kind of nice. We're having a hot dog, having a little conversation. Also like, well, what's going on? What's happening here?
I go in this area, and whenever we went in there, they had a bunch of different assortments of food that you can choose from. And right where we walked, where we were going to go down the stairs, they had a hibachi, like Chinese takeout thing.
Oh, the food at Major League Stadiums now is off the chain.
Oh, my God. My dad's like, oh, yeah, there you go, Andre. I was like, no, if I don't get a nacho or a hot dog, commit me.
The hot dogs at Busch Stadium are outstanding.
They were good. I got a hot dog and nachos.
You got to pay too much money. They don't screw around anymore. Major League Baseball stadiums don't screw around. They actually, Major League Baseball, the website, MLB.com, gives you like the the 32 hot dogs in order of which taste best based on fan responses. People have to up their game, dude. Nothing worse than being in MLB.com and being like, you have the stinkiest hot dog in the known universe.
This ad was brought to you by Nathan's.
Yeah, this hot dog was made by Dr. Philostratus. What is going on here? Hit that music tray for me. Our good friend, long-suffering Orioles fan, Jay Grimes, the Director of Federal Affairs for OIDA, is going to be here for Washington Trucking Week. We're talking broker transparency and gearing up for Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, rigs without cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, healthy habits for the long haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs. It isn't just about the day-to-day. It's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future. Back to Road Gang Radio with Jimmy Mack, Lindsay Lawler.
Give me a minute, y'all. I'm coming.
And you, because if you're listening, you're in the gang. Take it away, founding member Phone Master Dre.
Oh, it never gets old, and I never want it to get old. Good morning. This is Road Gang Radio live from Fast Sports Studios with your host, that hat-wearing man himself. He's also got headphones on, Jimmy Mack.
Hat-wearing, headphone-wearing Jimmy Mack, Jimmy Von Mackenstein. Yeah. For all of our friends out there on the tube of you who like to yak it up over there, I mean, I'd tell you guys in iHeart to say something, but I can't hear you. But you can comment on the chat over on the tube of you if you are an original founding member of the reconstituted Road Gang and you know who you are. By the way, guys, give us a shout out. If you've gotten your pin or you have a pin on the way, give us your shout out. Say a big hello to Jay Grimes, who we'll talk to in a minute. Speaking of OOIDA, we all know that free spaces dedicated specifically for tractor trailers are always welcome. but surveys have shown that truckers also want and need more. From bathrooms and food options to fuel and more, which, yes, describes a truck stop. But Dean Ash has taken that concept and run with it. Dean is the CEO of Truckers Paradise, a truck stop in Gainesville, Texas, that's really more like a trucker's village. It's a simple concept but powerful. Provide truck drivers a place where they can park safely for free and give them all the things they want and need. On today's Trucking with OIDA with our friends Scott and Ashley, they'll be talking to Dean about how it all came to be and what his plans for the future look like. In the meantime, we continue our regularly scheduled Washington Trucking Week. He gets the, we decided that Colin is the regular recurring, person on the show, but we've decided that Jay Grimes gets the and as. That's what we decided to do, Dre. He gets the and as. So what you'd hear is Jay Grimes and Jay Grimes as the Director of Federal Affairs.
Jay Grizzle!
Hey, Grizzle, what's happening? What's going on, my man? Good morning.
Hey, good to be back. Certainly a somber day. Going to do my best to fill in admirably for Mr. Long, and I hope he's feeling better for you guys next week. But always good to hear from you guys and be on with a friendly voice.
Listen, I got to add something real good, Jay. I'm going to put you on blast. I sang the song, making my way downtown, and I was bringing up the comments of, oh, yeah, you ever seen the movie White Chicks? And as soon as I said the song, I was like, oh, I don't remember that from White Chicks, but yeah, Vanessa Carlton. I was like, my man.
Outstanding. Outstanding.
That's classic.
When you're able to make that kind of callback, that kind of reference, that kind of pull up, you're living in the high country, man.
Yeah.
You're making those kind of calls, you're living in the high country. Jay, thank you, by the way. We've been kind of moving back and forth between the ridiculous and the sublime here. Thank you for reminding people out there once again that today is 9/11, and it is one of the blessings of it in its aftermath. It is a great day for reflection, and it's a great day, I tell people all the time, to find somebody across the aisle that you love but agree with on nothing and call them and tell them, hey, today let's not talk about any of that. Let me just say I love you and there's nothing you can do about it. Is kind of a great way to kind of start the day. And you guys over at OOIDA, you often have to talk with people you don't agree with, and you have to treat them with respect and decency, because sometimes, every once in a while, you get to move the ball downfield, as we talked about in regards to a number of safety issues over the last couple of weeks, parking in particular, where everybody, even people that you don't agree with on anything else, you suddenly need them, and they're all together as kind of a one sort of moving forward union. And you should enjoy those moments when they happen. This is a little bit different. What we're talking about today is broker transparency, and I was hoping you can give people a timeline update.
I unfortunately don't have the best of news, and we'll kind of get into some of the details here. But last week, the Trump administration, for the first time this go-around, released what's called the Unified Regulatory Agenda. And this is a document that comes out twice a year. It's really a scorecard of all the regulatory proposals, rulemakings that are in the works across all different agencies. And just kind of gives you an update on some of the priorities there. And we'll say that a lot of times the timelines that you see in these updates do not hold to form, but you're kind of looking for clues here when these things come out. One of the things that caught our eye was an update on the broker transparency rulemaking, of course, which was initiated, back in 2020. We in the first week of COVID, we had hundreds of truckers in Washington protesting some of the low rates. Really caught the attention of President Trump in his first term. And he certainly sided with the truckers then. We're seeing him side with the truckers so far here in his second term with a number of proposals. But this is going to be a critical one. OIDA filed a petition to modernize transparency regulations, actually get these enforced. Due to the fact that we continue to see brokers evade these rulemakings designed to build in fairness and what the regulations say, transparency, to have access to this transactional information. It was a long back and forth, but about a year ago this time, 2024, a year ago, FMCSA put out a formal notice of proposed rulemaking that made a number of improvements to the regulations. I don't think it was, ideally what we were hoping for, but certainly some progress. Opened up a comment period. The new administration extended that comment period earlier this year. I know DOT is in the process of reviewing those comments, and what we were hoping for would be a final rule. Hopefully that would be out sometime this year, maybe early next year. And what we saw in this updated agenda is that it might not be a final rulemaking. The regulatory term is a second NPRM, Notice of Proposed Rulemaking, due out in May of 2026. So we think that's, unfortunately continues to delay a main priority, a main concern for truckers who have been victimized by not being able to file rightful claims, not being able to have their right to due process on this transactional information that is required in 371.3 regulations. So we're going to continue to work with DOT and FMCSA on this. A lot of this, still might be due to the fact the new administration is continuing to review all the regulations, all the proposals that were kind of on the books already. So they might be needing some more time, but we want to make sure that this it continues to be an urgent priority to address at FMCSA.
Okay, couple of quick things. Let me make it. The first question is the simplest. Is this simply a delay, or is this an uh-oh? Do you follow my logic there?
Yeah, we've had discussions with the new administration, the new leadership. I think one of the things that's holding this thing back is we're still waiting for an FMCSA administrator to be confirmed. Derek Bars out of Florida, who has gone through the nomination process, has been confirmed at the committee level. Still awaiting confirmation by the full Senate. There's been some actions taken this week to hopefully clear up some of that logjam in the Senate with hundreds of nominees at the executive agency level. So that's, I think that's perhaps one factor to consider. I know the new administration, I think, it's kind of seeing what that original notice of proposed rulemaking looked like, maybe some changes they could make, and certainly reviewing the hundreds and hundreds of comments that were submitted on this issue, really, I think, emphasizing how important broker transparency is to actually get implemented, modernized, and enforced.
Okay, there are a couple of things here as well I want to ask. Are you concerned, or do you think, I mean, when I say you, of course, I mean OOIDA, are you guys concerned that they're worried because, okay, so let me see if I get this right. The rule is on the books. A lot of brokers are getting people to sign away their rights to have actually recourse to that rule on the books. What you guys are saying is you can't sign away a right you have, and if you want it enforced, it can't be used to penalize you or to prevent you from actually making a living. It kind of would be like somebody saying, I'll work for less than minimum wage to undercut somebody else's shot at a job. That don't float. Are you concerned or thinking about the fact is a lot of people have been doing business like this for a long time, and they're worried about simply overturning it or enforcing it at the level that they've done with the English language proficiency? This kind of real strike force attitude could disrupt a market that's already in flux. Did I make sense, Jay?
A little bit, and I'll take it from the top with this. The ability for brokers, freight forwarders, some unscrupulous actors to kind of intentionally evade these regulations that are designed to ensure fairness, improve the economic stability of the marketplace. And kind of for decades now, we've seen loopholes where you mentioned these waivers that brokers can put into the contracts where carriers have to waive their right to review the information. There's also loopholes where brokers require carriers to actually visit the physical place of business to view the transaction records, and that can be really disruptive and difficult for a driver who is, making their way all across the country and doesn't have the free time to go and visit the broker there. We want to see, and this is what FMCSA proposed in the proposal, electronic records that can be, quickly transmitted upon request. Now, one of the things we criticized the NPRM for was that it technically is still going to allow brokers to potentially include these waivers in their contract. So, as FMCSA takes their time to maybe amend the proposal, maybe they'll end up coming with a final rule here early next year, is that you've got to ban these contractual waivers that really take away any leverage from the motor carrier side. So it could be a silver lining that as the new administration, the new leadership is reviewing this proposal, maybe they're going to improve upon it. We made quite a few suggestions on how they could do so in our public comments that were submitted earlier this year. I think there was a whole lot that truckers would like, really go a long way in kind of turning this really ignored regulation on its heels and have it have some teeth if this can be finalized. So that's kind of a lot of things to debate and kind of educate the new leadership on in terms of broker transparency. But I think when they saw so many thousands of comments being submitted, they know that this is a top priority for drivers in a similar fashion that they've heard from on English language proficiency as well.
By the way, Jay, you said kinda. That's exactly a coherent answer to the actual question that I asked. So well done. We're going to take a caesura here, which is a fancy pants way of saying taking a breath and a pause, to let you know that Marty Ellis says good morning to you over on the chat. Trucker Boson says good morning to you over in the chat. I don't know if you know this. Our friend Phone Master Dre got to go to his first Major League Baseball game over the weekend. Got to go see the Cardinals and the Giants play at Busch Stadium. And our good friend Trucker Boson talking about how much he enjoys Dodger dogs. We're talking about hot dogs here. Marshall Platter says at the Astros games you can sit in center field and have a 5-course meal. Marshall loves the fact that in the 7th inning they sing God Bless America and then Deep in the Heart of Texas. I know that you're a long-suffering Orioles fan, but you're also a person who loves just going to the baseball game. What is your go-to eats when you go see the Orioles at Camden Yard?
Oh, I'm hot dog and peanuts all the way. Maybe a cold beverage as well. But gonna have to shout out Dre, for sending St. Louis up to Seattle for a quick 3-game sweep after he got to go to the stadium there in St. Louis.
Yeah, nicely done. Very, very appreciative of all the efforts that Dre is making to bring his own baseball juju, because anybody who loves baseball knows that we're incredibly superstitious. I actually decided where I would go to grad school based on a 3-game series between the Mariners and the Yankees. I won't tell you how that turned out. Okay, let's get back to the business of trucking, but just wanted to give everybody out there a shout out who continues to talk on the tube of you. Thank you all for being a part and parcel of the participation over here. All right, let's talk about truck parking. I mentioned it at the top. Let's give a quick kind of shout to that, and then we'll talk about Driver Appreciation Week. So tell us a little bit about the fact that it's all kinds of strange bedfellows. Everybody's kind of coming together for truck parking, right?
Yeah, that's the goal. That's the path we've been on for a number of years now. Unfortunately, a few weeks ago, we saw one of the partners in this effort, Truck Parking Club, kind of put out a dubious study that I think, initially said that, there is no truck parking shortage. And unfortunately, the facts are not on their side on this one. I think Truck Parking Club, I think this study needs to go away. We don't want to see the efforts that we've really worked hard on with, I think, pretty much every stakeholder across the board, lawmakers, Democratic administrations, Republican administrations, hammering the need to expand truck parking capacity, have dedicated federal funding to support that effort, build new spaces in every state, in every region across the country. We've been having some discussions with Truck Parking Club, but I think this study, is unfortunate. I think it really, put a hiccup in some of the efforts. We're working with lawmakers to kind of, make sure that they understand the urgency at hand. Drivers spending, nearly an hour a day searching for parking, driving an extra 15 miles, sometimes parking at the wrong location for hours at a time, really costing them time, money, safety, highway safety issue, not only for professional drivers, but the motoring public as well, and overdue for funding. It's all hands on deck here as we kind of go into the highway bill, as we go into Truck Driver Appreciation Week beginning Sunday. We are going to be calling on lawmakers to once again support these efforts, get the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act across the finish line, make sure it's included in the upcoming highway bill that could protect, or we've heard from leaders here in Washington this week that they want to get some of the initial legislation completed by the end of this year. So it's a critical time to continue building support for the Truck Parking Safety Act, which would dedicate over $750 million to building actual new spaces, converting old way stations, converting old land into usable parking areas. So we're going to be calling on Congress here this week and next week to support that legislation and ensure that it is a priority for this major highway bill that's coming at the end of this year and certainly into next year as well.
Dave likes to point out about how expensive it is to build parking spaces. And one of the things that a lot of the people who have worked on this issue have done, and I've actually told Dave this privately, is a way of, he doesn't think we shouldn't spend that money. Dave, of course, believes that it is, absolutely worth every single last nickel of it. But as you just pointed out, what is so crucial is so much of this is about repurposing space that's already existing, much of which is not being used. This is what is going on here. And I also want to point out that the reason why the pushback against what a truck parking club did is because, man, anytime you get the ball this close, Louis referred to this on Trucking with Oida. We talked about this a couple of years back and over the course of the last year. The ball's on the 1 yard line. And what you don't want to do is you don't want to have a partner become Ernest Biner and fumble the ball while walking in for the winning touchdown. And there are always people who they get one piece of data. Everybody else can tell them what the truth is, present them with facts, and they're desperately looking for anything to stop what it is you're trying to do. And I think the concern of what happened with the Truck Parking Club was, guys, we're almost home. Stop. Don't do this. Are you out of your minds? And I hope the message has been kind of delivered there. Let's talk a little bit about the USDOT event that's going on over in New Jersey on Monday as well too. It's a way to kind of, in some ways, kick off Truck Driver Appreciation Week.
Yeah, so National Truck Driver Appreciation Week, begins Sunday. Obviously every day at OIDA, every day with your show, we show our love, show our gratitude to the men and women making their living behind the wheel, keeping the nation moving. This is really a week where people who aren't as familiar with the trucking industry can learn, can get educated, can say thank you. And we see a lot of events being held across the country supporting the trucking industry. And on Monday morning, the Secretary of Transportation, Sean Duffy, is going to be taking part at a truck stop in Cranberry, New Jersey, kind of doing a meet and greet with truckers making their way along New Jersey on I-95. Really just wants to get out, meet some folks, tell people what his efforts are at DOT, including launching, implementing a major pro-trucker package that was announced at the end of June, which does a whole lot of positive things. We've already seen the withdrawal of the speed limiter rulemaking. We've seen an improved data queue reform proposal be issued. There's going to be more stuff coming down the line in terms of hours service improvements. Truck parking was a major component of that announcement. So he's going to be at the Molly Pitcher Service Center in Cranberry, New Jersey, just off the New Jersey Turnpike, FMCSA, DOT are going to be up there from 9 a.m. to 11 a.m. On Monday morning. So again, really effort from DOT to highlight the work our truckers do. Look forward to getting to see Secretary Duffy again. And we're also going to be, doing a lot of work with lawmakers, letting them know how they can show their appreciation next week as well.
By the way, I hate when people use the term Old English. Anytime they say it, they actually mean younger English. The original spelling of Cranberry, New Jersey remains. It means what you think it means, guys, but it's spelled Carnbury, as in bury that cran. But it actually gets its name from the cranberry marshes that once existed there and was officially named that in 1857. It is also the home of the 265-year-old Cranberry Inn, which was placed on the National Historical Registry in 1982. It's in Middlesex County, and it is known for its highly rated public schools, but it's also it is a centerpiece of the logistics industry. I mean, that's really its kind of claim to fame. It's one of those places where a lot of moving and shaking and growing and delivering actually happen over there. So that should be a lot of fun, and I know a lot of people are looking forward to all the events that are kind of going on across the week in honor of all these truck drivers. Let's talk about, speaking of success for truck drivers, the Truck to Success program, which I highly recommend. Go ahead, Jay.
So once again, in conjunction with the OIDA Foundation, OIDA is going to be hosting our Truck to Success business seminar. This is going to take place kind of combination virtually and in person. They're right outside our Grain Valley headquarters in the Kansas City area on October 21st to 23rd. It's a 3-day course, really helping drivers kind of learn the ins and outs of becoming an owner-operator. We're going to have all sorts of experts, both from the OIDA staff and among the trucking industry, really kind of given a 3-day crash course on lots of tips, expertise, kind of what you need to know about being an owner-operator. A whole lot of great information that you can kind of learn, to training curriculum, business plans, financing, insurance, all the regulations you've got to meet and follow, permits and licensing, how to interact with brokers, taxes, what's going on with government affairs and advocacy. So we've been doing this for a few years, really a great opportunity to learn anything you needed to know about being an owner-operator. A whole lot to know about being in the trucking industry. We've got our registration up and available on OIDA.com. If you just search for OIDA Truck to Success, it'll take you right there. To really help, if anyone's interested in this, they can sign up. Looking for, I know everyone's gearing up over there at headquarters here in about a month's time. And I think, are you going to be there as well this year?
Yeah, I'm supposed to talk to Louie about it sometime next week. And guys, let me just make sure I make this really clear. If you have not yet become an owner-operator, it is a great course. If you are actually just starting your journey, it is a great course. If you are somebody who's been doing it for a while and wants some pointers to actually improve the business you've actually already making work, it is a great course. It is designed for the beginner. It is designed for a person kind of just ramping up, and it is designed for a person who's been doing it for a long time. As a matter of fact, there's a lot of room for discussion in there, and you may find insights that actually help you kind of shave the rough edges off of your business. You might be in the final steps towards becoming a successful owner-operator. This can seal the deal, or this can kind of get you started. I recommend it highly. I actually was there for everything. Unless I was on the air, Jay, I went into those seminars. And anybody might have noticed this. I'll say it straight up. I knew a lot about how to talk to people on law enforcement issues, on regulatory issues. anybody that goes back and listens to me on the air after that event, I'm proud to say that it had a great deal of more in-depth knowledge about the day-to-day. I always say the combination of being friends with Dean Croak and going to that Truck to Success seminar made a big difference in me. And by the way, guys, they're not paying me to say that. I'll straight up say that right now. It was incredibly informative. Matter of fact, I liked it so much, Jay, that I actually literally told Louie, I said, is there a way maybe we could, throw a couple of the employees here at RadioNemo a chance to kind of come and attend this thing? Because, man, oh, man, it is informative and it's accessible, too. All right, I've done my bit for God and country there, Jay. What are you going to do this weekend? What's happening?
Oh, gosh. Well, we are continuing to work on, again, National Truck Driver Appreciation Week. We are going to be sending out a communication to lawmakers that, hey, you want to get involved, you want to say thank you to the men and women who are making this country what it is, how great it is. Here's what you can do. And that's three major pieces of legislation. One, we talked about supporting the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act, HR 1659. Another thing, a lot of lawmakers don't know this. Truckers do not are not guaranteed overtime pay. We've had legislation introduced, bipartisan legislation introduced for a few years now, the Guaranteeing Overtime for Truckers Act, HR 1962 S893, that would remove the outdated Fair Labor Standards Act motor carrier exemption, helping truckers get paid for their time. Lastly, restroom access. Unbelievable that this is still a thing here in 2025, but continue to see drivers denied access to the bathroom where they pick up and drop off. So we need lawmakers to support the Trucker Bathroom Access Act, HR 2514. Other than that, we've got baseball.
Other than that,
October here.
Other than that,
another big football weekend.
Yeah, I'm really excited about it all. Thank you so much, and tell Rod I am rooting for his Irish against Texas A&M. I promise I am.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jay.
All right, we'll see ya.
Look busy. Change that screen, man, because she's coming. Oh, she's coming. Lawler's coming. Yeah!
You know Sap Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires, so hold on to that fifth wheel, because when you buy 4 Salem S624 EFTs, the perfect line haul trailer tire, mounted at Sap Brothers, your price is an amazing $199.99, originally priced at $299.99, and prices are good through June 30, 2025 while supplies last. Save on 4 or more at Sap Brothers, and nobody's going to beat that price. Salem Tires, advanced compound technology for maximum mileage and rolling resistance without compromise. When you think tires, think Sap Brothers.
Pro drivers, say hello to your perfect fuel stop, Racetrack. Perfect as in hello, everything you need on the go. Oh, hi there, dedicated truck lanes. What's up, hot and delicious grab-and-go food? And hello, cat scales, clean restrooms, and large, easy-to-maneuver lots. Racetrack has what you want so you can get in, get out, and get back on the road, turning miles into money. Next time you need to stop, say hello to the fuel stop built for pro drivers. Racetrack, whatever gets you going.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
Road Gang Radio. We've talked about making a living. Now let's get a life. It's Jimmy Mack and Lindsay Lawler with the best stories, the ultimate road trip, the concert of a lifetime, and a home when you're not at home.
hold.
The wheels have come off.
Ah.
We're still rolling.
Ain't no hole in our tire gonna stop us, okay?
Fix it.
These are not retreads, by the way. These were new tires, so don't confuse it all, guys. I mean, crocodile tears for the crocodiles and the alligators on the road. Oh, my God. Road Gang Radio continues.
Listen, we're the epitome of warranty.
New,
I don't know what that means, but it holds true somehow.
new tires, who dis?
I like that. We are the epitome of warranty. I'm here for it. I got to tell you.
Oh, you
man.
got to say it. The epitome of warranty.
I have a feeling in the pit of me about our warranty situation. I'll tell you that right now. This is
Also
Road Gang Radio. Road Gang Radio.
Road Gang. Who's Warren?
Maybe you're yakking on YouTube. Maybe you've got the audacity like Lindsay has to actually maybe tune into Odyssey. Maybe you're living your best life at Live 365, or maybe you've given your heart to iHeart. Doesn't make any difference. If you're here, we love you, and there ain't nothing you can do about it. And Lindsay's here, and I love her, and there ain't nothing she can do about it. Good morning.
Good morning, friends. Good morning on this 9/11. You know what? Here's what I'd like to start off and chat with you about today, Jim, and Dre as well. Get your thoughts. You know, I was thinking this morning. I was talking to my husband. First of all, I woke up. I'm trying to get up before my daughter gets up and have a quiet moment and write a little bit and just get some stuff out and have that moment of calm before the chaos hits. And I was thinking about 9/11, and I started thinking about where I was on 9/11. I actually was on the air at the time, which is another story I'll mention in a second. But Jim, and so then when Seamus, my husband, finally got up and we were in the kitchen together, I said, where were you when 9/11 happened? And I realized I didn't know that about him. We've been together going on 22 years. So 9/11 happened a couple years prior to us meeting, and I realized we hadn't had that conversation of the where were you when conversation. And he's like, actually, I was working at a jewelry store with my mom in Boston. His mom worked at a store for a while called Small Pleasures, where actually we got my engagement ring from. And he said, I was working there with her. I said, what were you doing? And he said, I was selling watches at the jewelry store my mom worked at in Boston. And I was like, I didn't even know that about you. I know he loves watches. I know he loves his mother. And it was equally moving because his mother passed away this year. And so it was kind of a moving moment. And also I was like, wow, I didn't realize I didn't know that. And I was going over where I was in that moment. And I'm going to ask you, Jim, where you were. But, it really got me thinking. And then down at the bus stop this morning, same thing, talking to some of the other moms. And one of the moms shared with us this morning that she went to the hospital last night or 2 nights ago for like panic attacks. And then last night again was having panic attacks. And I was like, you need to talk to somebody, perhaps get on medication. Like, let's figure out what's going on. And she's like, I'm just so nervous about everything in the world. And she's a very nervous person. And, I thought about when you guys started the show this morning and Jim said, Jim, you were like, this is not so much. I'm like, what am I going to do about it? It's less, what am I going to do about it? And it's more, what am I going to do about myself? What am I going to do about my own presence? What am I going to do about my own work? And I don't know, 9/11 has got me thinking of really having those conversations. Listen, I couldn't personally stop 9/11, but what I can do is find a presence from it, find connection from it. And I think those where were you when? Do you remember where you were when ABCD happened? I think those are really important conversations to have with people, because I think it helps us sort of, I don't know, find a peace amidst utter chaos and find real connection with people. So, Jim, where were you when 9/11 happened?
I was I had just woken up that morning and I was getting my notes ready to file a story, and I got a phone call about 15 minutes after the first tower was struck. I was at home in New Orleans over the summer. I had gone back to work as a reporter at a newspaper in the city of New Orleans, and my editor called and said, you need to get your ass down here. Everybody else has to get their ass down here right now. It was literally that. I mean, the phone call was, I picked up and I'm like, you need to get your ass down here. I'm like, why? And he just said, turn on the TV. And then while watching the TV and getting ready to run out the house, I watched the second plane hit. It was I got to tell you, to be in a newsroom during that, ask Dan Ronan about that too. That's a person to ask about that day as well, man. I'm telling you, it was like, and of course, you know, and you know this, Lindsay, from being in entertainment, when certain things happen in your field of expertise, everybody who knows you, who doesn't know anything about the thing that's going on, the first person they call is you. And I literally came in with my mailbox full on my desk, full. I mean, it was crazy, because everybody at a newspaper or a television station for an event like that, everybody stops doing the job they're actually assigned to do on a regular basis and just picks up everything. They start thinking about every single angle they can cover the story from and start making assignments and start figuring out what you're supposed to cover and all of that. And I'm very grateful for that job on that day, because the idea of just sitting at home and watching it unfold I would have gone crazy. I can't even imagine the people who, you know, had to sit there and be in the dark. Because once you get down to a real newsroom, information is coming in fast and furious. Sometimes it isn't, you know, what you want to hear, or sometimes it isn't altogether clear. But at least you know whatever you're getting is what everybody who's in the know is getting right after the people on the inside are getting it. It was a crazy morning. It was a crazy morning. Crazy morning.
Yeah, I was on the air and radio, and I had just graduated college, and had stepped into a job. I was working at stepped back into a job rather. That I had done like summers at, and then I came into work full time at the syndicated radio show. And we were, I'll never forget this pop artist, Jennifer Page. I don't know if anyone remembers her, like old school pop artist. Let's say old school. She had one hit. It was called Crush. It was terrible. Nobody here listening knows that song. And if you do, shame on you. Anyway, and she was performing in studio. It was like the good old days when people would like bring artists around. Dave will remember, Dave Nemo will remember, you know, when people could walk around and be like, hey, her single isn't even out yet. We brought it by. You can play it now. Like that was fun stuff like that you used to be able to do. And so she was singing, and I was at the time, I was the phone screener. I was, you know, low man on the totem pole and screening phone calls. That was my only job, was to screen phone calls and put them through. And can you even imagine, Dre, if you only had to do one of your 90 jobs at a time, how great it would be?
And then my name wouldn't be Phone Master Dre.
That's true.
Or maybe it would be more.
It would only be Phone Master Dre. Yeah. Anyway, so I'm watching Jennifer perform, and I don't look to the left and see that my phone lines, of course, are blowing up. All the TVs are going off, and we have to, of course, interrupt then the performance and break to live news. And then we stayed on for 3 days straight. We were on the air. We did not leave, places of broadcast. Also, we were in a bank, and then the radio station was on the top floor, and the whole place went to lockdown because, you know, at that point we still didn't know what's next. That was the kind of thing. So we stayed on air for a very long time. Anyway, but I'll never forget, Jim, this woman called in, and we did get, you know, in a news outlet, you're getting the information flooded at you. And we knew the numbers, the flight numbers of the planes that had gone down. And I'll never forget, this woman called, and she was hysterical. And I was like 21 years old or something. And she was like, do you know that the flight numbers? My husband is on flight ABC, whatever it was. And I need to know if he's okay. Jim, she said he's on flight, whatever it was, and it was the one that hit the second tower. And I knew that. I, as a 21-year-old, had this piece of information, and I was like, I just remember thinking, I am not going to be the person to break this news to this woman. Like, she doesn't want to hear this from me. So I just said we didn't have it yet. I remember lying in that moment, but making like a judgment call to be like, this is not the time or place. I was freaking out in my own right. I had a dear friend that we ended up getting on the phone, Jim. A friend of mine was, he was in New York at the time doing a training for his work. He lived in Oklahoma, but was training for a job in the second tower that he ran down. He got out and was running. He made it. He survived. And somehow we ended up later that day getting him on the phone as he was like running through the chaos. Anyway, it's to go back through all that. And then I'll never forget the next day, I believe, or maybe or a couple days later, because I'd been there. Then a couple days later, my great uncle, who's now buried at Arlington, he had passed, and they were having a funeral for him. And so we go to that funeral, and it was a no-fly zone. Flights were grounded, and just a military funeral coupled with complete silence in the air was such a crazy juxtaposition, a powerful, sombering presence that was crazy. I'll never forget it. Anyway, I just think I would love to know if you could share in the comments, or please take your calls if there was something that you remember so powerfully about that moment when you found out outside of the obvious. I would be happy to hear. But Jim, just in general, that's my point in this whole madness. Instead of me coming down here and kicking things off with what am I annoyed with today, I figured I'd talk about be a little more present and a little more, what do you remember today? Because again, I will end with, I think that do you remember where you were, or asking someone else, where were you when, is a really good entry point into connection.
I think it is, too. I think there are so many people who, for many, many decades, had the touchstone of President Kennedy's assassination. And so many people who actually use the Challenger explosion as a touchstone. And it really kind of, those are shifts. Those are shifts in and let's face it, the three incidents I named changed everything. The idea that, the space program with the Challenger explosion was just starting to ramp back up. People got excited about the idea that those shuttles would take off on a regular basis, and it was always a matter of what's next. It really slowed down our exploration of space. And there are a lot of people that point to the Kennedy assassination, followed soon after by the Beatles' arrival on the shores of the United States. For many people, that's the beginning of the 60s. And there are people in this country, and I got to tell you, I am sympathetic to their concerns that nothing was the same in regards to our security and our safety and our freedom after 9/11. I do want to point out, by the way, this is always the most moving thing for me, and this is not to diminish anyone else. The firemen, the first responders who behaved so heroically on that day. I want everybody, we're friends of the National Park Service. We like so much of the work they do. NPS.gov/FLNI. If you go there, what you'll find is a heading that says Teach to Remember, Flight 93, National Memorial in Pennsylvania. And I'll just read what it says here, Lindsay, at the top. A common field one day, a field of honor forever. On Tuesday morning, September 11th, the U.S. came under attack when four commercial airliners were hijacked and used to strike targets on the ground. Nearly 3,000 people tragically lost their lives. Because of the actions of 40 passengers and crew aboard one of the planes, Flight 93, the attack on the Capitol was thwarted. And the National Park Service runs that area. Just look up Flight 93 and National Park Service, you'll see it. And it's a great reminder when you're angry at your fellow citizen, as I said before at the beginning of the show, Lindsay, but I'll never forget this, the idea that we know a lot about those 40 people now. And people forget that the phrase, let's roll, in many ways becomes a popular saying because of that. If you go through those 40 profiles, those 40 men and women, they come from every walk of life. They come from every aspect of American society, and there were one or two who literally made the plane at the last minute, who almost didn't get on. And I often wonder, when you wonder about, what your value is in the world, I wonder if one less person had been on that plane, just one of them, if somebody's mood was better or more courageous from somebody they talked to before it all got started, if somebody found hope in a fellow passenger that day and the courage to rise up, if one less person who was on that plane had been on that plane, that it actually would have made its way to the Capitol, that would have made it. Had anybody not made that flight, if the story would be different. And it just reminds us all that we are just drops of, stardust in a very large and immense universe. But the Jews have a saying that if you save a life, you save the world. And you think about those 40 worlds on that plane, those 40 human beings on that plane, who now, they couldn't even identify the bodies, who have been laid to rest in Shanksville. And it's a great reminder that we are all simply stones that drop into water. But when we do, we create ripples. And if you get enough of those ripples, you can, in fact, change the currents of history. And so it's a great reminder that, we don't know who people are until cometh the moment, cometh the man, cometh the woman, cometh the human beings. The tagline, of course, is they sat down as strangers, they rose as Americans. So just wanted to kind of let people know that after a very, very traumatic day for a lot of people yesterday, that it often remind ourselves that the best of us aren't just buried in Shanksville. They're all across the country. And as I said at the beginning of the show, please find somebody you politically disagree with or disagree with on a religious principle that you actually like and love. Give them a call today and say, quote the good pastor, I love you, and there ain't nothing you can do about it. And so that was just, my kind of thought. When you ask me, I always think of those 40 people.
Sure. Yeah.
And
on a lighter note, think about the people around you when you get on a plane. I'm always looking at people around me. I'm like, I'm always literally, this is the first thing I do. And I actually don't even mean it in a dark way. I think about the TV show Lost. Specifically, every time I sit down on a plane, I look around. I'm like, is this a scene out of Central Casting? Do I have everything on this plane? Do I have the doctor? A guy that looks like a doctor? Do I have a guy who looks like he knows how to fix things? Do I have the whatever, et cetera, fill in the blank? But I literally always do that. If we were to go down, nobody be hurt, but live on a deserted island all together.
Do I have my people?
Do I have my people? Who am I hanging out with? Who am I kicking out the window? Who am I eating? No, not really that. But that's the thing I go through, and not in a dark way. It's a little game I play, Jimmy Mack. A little game called "Can I Live with These People Forever?"
I have a game that I play on the plane too that you really enjoy. I always sit in the exit aisles. I always sit with where the door is, with the extra leg space as well. And of course, at the beginning, they ask everybody, "Are you willing to?" Yes, 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 yes. I need a verbal affirmation. And one time, just once, I remember I was sitting there, and there were two veterans, and I mean, two veterans, one active duty Army. A woman who was obviously a triathlete, a crusty old guy who had like cables for forearms, and basically they went through the yeses, and the guy at the end said, yes, and this group could take them. And everybody,
let's roll.
Let's roll. And that's kind of the thing too, is that I've always said to myself after they go through when they say yes, 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 in my brain I go, I think we could take them.
We could take him.
We could take him. We could take him. And I just love that. He just said, yes, we could take him. He looked at all of us, and we all burst into laughter.
Was it the old man?
Yeah, it was the old guy. Which made it even better because it was an old man.
Good. I'm so
wise
glad it was
old
the
man,
old man.
giving affirmation for all of us. And literally the stewardess on, the flight attendant on Southwest looked at all of us and said, I actually believe that. Thank you, guys, and walked away. It was like the best feeling. And exactly. So if we ended up on that island, we could take them.
We could take him.
We could
I
take
love
him.
that. Jim, there's so many conversations that can come from plane talk.
Oh,
plane,
my God.
P-L-A-N-E. I
Oh,
mean, just
my God.
the people we meet, how you do it. Do you put on your headphones as to not the signal of I don't want to talk.
I just want to play on the drum all day. Yeah, no, no. It's I will tell you, I have a bit of trivia for you, and I was thinking about when you brought up Lost. So the main character, of course, was the doctor Jack. Who was original? What famous?
We have to go back.
Yeah,
we have to go back.
The great. I would argue that it is, it is maybe the greatest pilot episode in the history of television. And look, this is me saying this. This is not somebody who's only seen 15 television shows. You could make an argument that it is maybe the greatest pilot episode in television history is Lost. And that moment in the beginning where Jack goes from having terrible PTSD, shock, and trauma to then springing into action. It's just
cometh the moment, cometh the man.
It really is. It really is a cometh the moment, cometh the man moment in that opening pilot. Do you know who was offered that role?
Who?
Michael Keaton.
What?
Michael Keaton was offered
as Jack?
As Jack, yeah. Remember, I mean, he's not anywhere near.
Let's see. When this came out in like 2010, right?
What year does Lost come out? Lost is like.
Let's see. Let me see.
He was offered Jack.
2004 to 2010.
Yeah, it makes sense actually. I mean,
so 2004 20 years ago. How was Michael? Wait, how old was Michael at the time?
I think the logic behind it, you know a lot about television, know this. I think given the sprawling nature of the show and given the kind of daring sort of what the hell is this about nature of the show, they were trying to attach a big name star in the lead. I think that was part of the logic behind it, and instead ended up going with a really pure ensemble cast. And
I'm glad it went that way.
I am too. But like I said, that opening episode is, if you have not seen the pilot episode of Lost, starts so quiet. And then when he walks on that beach, all hell breaks loose. And watching it is a great example of how people who are going through terrible stress can rise to the moment. Because, man, when he gets into action, he goes. He starts saving people's lives like a madman. And the guy that gets sucked into the airplane, oh, my God, it is a crazy opening scene.
Isn't that crazy? Like, I don't want to have to find out how I would act in a situation, any sort of traumatic, turmoil, crazy, chaotic situation. I don't want to have to actually find out how I'd act, but I'd love to know. I'd love to know without having to go through it. I'd love to know actually what kind of person I would be. I mean, I feel I'm pretty good on adrenaline, so I feel, and I'm like, I will run into chaos as opposed to running away sometimes. I'm so, you know what I mean? Like, it'd be so interesting to be a fly on the wall watching yourself in a situation like that.
This is interesting, too, because that's a great question. And what I have told people about those situations, Lindsay, is the only truly active decision you have to make is to do it. Once you make the decision to do it, and by the way, guys, no shame. Unless you are a trained law enforcement, military, first responder, a lot of people head in the other direction. They do, and there's no shame, because that might be a different outcome the next time. It might play itself out differently every single time you're confronted with that kind of crisis. But if you don't have the training for it, the only decision you have to make is to move into it. Once you do that, you start doing what you have to do, because then your survival mode kicks in. Once you make the decision to fight rather than flight, and by fight I mean take action. I wish there was another way about fight or flight where they would actually make it clear it's about take action or withdraw.
Survive or swim or sink.
Yeah,
sink or swim.
Sink or swim. Once you make a decision to that you're going to swim, you start making choices rapidly after that. And I think anybody out there who's been in a combat zone, who's been in a firefight, who has had to deal with a fire, an accident, any of that, once you start moving in the direction, you start solving problems really quickly, because if you don't, you're dead.
Just keep swimming. Just keep swimming. Dre, do we have a phone call? Somebody who wants to keep swimming with us here on Road Gang Radio?
Chris is back. He wants to tell you hello.
Morning. Good morning, Chris.
Hey, good morning. Lindsay, how you doing, hon?
I'm so good. I always love hearing your voice. You don't call enough. No pressure, but call more.
Well, I've been trying, but you know how things work. It doesn't always work the way I want it to.
I get it. Well, we're glad you're here now. What's going on, friend?
Well, I wanted to respond to what you were saying about 9/11. I remember exactly where I was at and what I was doing. I was a manager at Radio Shack at the time, and we were in a district meeting. We came out for a break, and it was on the TV, and the employees were, watching what was going on, and it was total disbelief. And I saw the second plane hit. I just got angry like nobody's business. We got a call from our corporate headquarters, shut down every operation we had, tell the employees to go home. And I sit there for a couple of days, and it's what? I called DOD, and I said, I want back in.
Wow.
Unfortunately, I didn't get back in, or fortunately, depending on how you look at it.
Right.
But it was a day that will never leave me, just like what happened at Pearl Harbor, what happened with the shuttle. People are never going to forget where they were.
I like the take, Chris, of I want back in, as opposed I want back in from a prideful, powerful place, Jim, as opposed to, like you said this morning, what am I going to do? I'm gonna stir up some stuff over on Facebook. It's like, no. You were like, I like the take of I want back in. That's I want back into a place where I know I can be guided to do something about it. You know what I mean? And be all that I can be. Use me for the greater good.
Exactly. Yeah, I take pride in my country, and when something happens like of that magnitude, I want to do whatever I can to make everything go better. You know, my part is just a little bitty tiny part, but all those little tiny parts add up to a lot.
Yeah.
I wanted to tell you both something before we have to take this break, Chris. We have a great guest coming up here in a second, but I wanted to take a moment to tell you about the NYPD and the NYFD in New Orleans after Katrina, Lindsay. Everybody's at the convention center, and a lot of people come back from doing their maneuvers, going out there patrolling the city, and people walk in, and there are tents set up and showers set up and coffee and donuts set up. They got the whole place set up with food and everything. And I kid you not, guys, they looked at everybody and they said, look, we don't know your city. We don't know the landscape here. We are not going to help you patrol. We don't know what we're doing. We don't pretend to know any of that. We don't know the fire laws and regulations. What we do know is what happens when your city goes to absolute hell and you're doing everything to simply hang on. And we find that simply having a place to shower, get a cup of coffee and a donut, and take a moment with somebody who actually understands is what we think you need right now. And it was one of the most moving things I've ever witnessed in my life, because basically they were saying, we're not going to tell you how to do your job here. You know how you do your job. What you need is friends who get it. And sometimes that's the best thing we can do in moments of crisis. And so many people, you'd be amazed that you always find out, as my mom says, you know, we often want to concentrate on the people who have done us wrong or the voices that make us angry. But if you take the time to just turn the volume down, you might hear the most faintest notes of grace in the distance. We got to get out of here, Chris. Thank you.
Chris, you're the best.
All right, bye. Bye now.
Bye now. I want back in. I want back into Road Gang Radio. That's what I want back in on.
Oh, my God. Millennials, what happened to them?
Oh, God. Let the eye rolling begin. I'm kidding. Let the praise begin, because they're going to run the world. Joining us next is Charlie Wells, an award-winning reporter at Bloomberg. Let's hear what he has to say about this new book.
St. Christopher Truckers Fund provides free health and wellness programs for drivers to help prevent some common medical conditions seen in the industry. These programs include diabetes prevention, Rigs Without Cigs, a tobacco and nicotine cessation program, Healthy Habits for the Long Haul, a 12-week total body wellness program, a vaccine voucher program that includes free flu, shingles, COVID, and pneumonia vaccines, and GPS, Get Preventative Screenings. That includes free at-home cancer screening tests. These programs are available to Class A over-the-road semi-truck drivers. For more information or to register for a program, visit the St. Christopher Fund website at truckersfund.org.
The Joshua Chamberlain Society is unlike any other veterans organization. It's truly a family, and I know that firsthand from working with them myself. Their mission is to make wounded veterans and families of deceased veterans feel the support and appreciation of their community for life. Our veterans' injuries are permanent, and so is the JCS support. From monetary assistance like paying utility bills or college funds to helping our heroes find purpose, JCS is a family that surrounds and supports the heroes who have sacrificed so much. Learn more and make your donation at chamberlainsociety.org. That's chamberlainsociety.org.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter, now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
We're going where you want to go, so you can be where you need to be. It's Road Gang Radio with Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack on RadioNemo.com.
I love that music. Totally gets me nodding.
Yeah. Road Gang Radio. You know, Lindsay, I was thinking about this too. Somebody was once criticizing millennials on the show many years ago, and I said,
Once?
Yeah.
Once?
Yeah, I know. All those extras and all those all those boomer. And I don't mean the ones that are Sooners. I just mean the ones who
Thank
are,
Thank you for clarifying.
I had to clarify that. I always remind people that a whole bunch of millennials crossed the Tigris and Euphrates and pushed ISIS back to where they came from as well. By the way, our next guest has covered finance, tech, real estate, and culture. Is it you? I thought it was me. Why do I always do that?
I don't know, but today we're kicking things off with a conversation. This conversation might get you nodding, it might get you debating, or it might even get you yelling at your radio a little bit. I'm looking at you, Marshall Platter. Just kidding. Joining us is Charlie Wells. He's an award-winning reporter at Bloomberg News. He's a former Wall Street Journal and economist journalist, and he's a regular face on Bloomberg TV, BBC, Fox Business, and more. He's covered everything, guys, from finance and real estate to tech and culture, and now he's taking on the biggest cultural punching bag in the last 20 years, millennials. So his new book is called What Happened to Millennials in Defense of a Generation. Guys, let's be real. I'm looking at you, Dre. Depending on who you are, you're either rolling your eyes at the subtitle of this book or you're leaning in, you're ready to fist pump. Either way, Charlie argues that millennials, now in their late 20s to early 40s, crazy, have been labeled lazy, entitled, avocado toast obsessed, you name it. But in reality, guys, they've lived through war, recession, a pandemic, polarization, and still found ways to innovate, adapt, and push culture forward. At least that's what Charlie says. We'll see if we agree or not. All right, here's the question. Jim, are millennials a broken generation still living in their parents' basements? Or are they about to run the country, run the companies, and even maybe heal some divides? Let's get into it. Please make welcome to the show our new friend, Charlie Wells. Good morning, sir.
Good morning, guys. Thank you so much for having me.
Thanks for being here. Where are you this morning?
I'm in New York City, Big Apple.
Okay. Big day it's a powerful day to be there, of course.
Ooh, for sure. Yeah, it's surreal, always.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, and it's one of those things that's interesting too, because given the scope of what a generation is the fact that there are many millennials who have very limited memory of the day that is being memorialized today, and there are many millennials who made a decision to actually enlist and become a participant in the global war on terror because of that. And I know you were listening to the top. I point out all the time that people shouldn't be too hard on millennials if they think they're a lazy generation. Many of them actually helped push ISIS, out of Iraq. Many of them actually were the first in Afghanistan and all of that kind of stuff. And I just kind of
very young ages, right? At incredibly young ages, at the beginnings of their careers.
Yeah, I mean it is, and like I said, there are people I know who literally I'm not kidding. I was at the University of Washington and found out that a young man who was a Russian immigrant, newly minted U.S. citizen, who actually signed up and went and fought.
Wow.
Went and fought. This is a generation that has gone through a lot of tumultuous moments. Can you kind of talk about why it is you decided to actually enter into this conversation? Because this book has not yet been written until you kind of get to it. A lot of people talk about this generation, but this is, I think, in many ways, the first real attempt to kind of make sense of it. Why now?
Well, it's risky territory, as you say, because this is a subject that, can kind of make people angry or it can make people proud. But basically, I am a personal finance reporter. So I write about how people are saving, spending, investing their money. And one of the best parts of my job is I get to call people every day across the country and talk to them. I think kind of similar to what you guys get to do, right? Where you get to talk to strangers. That's kind of my favorite thing. And I am a millennial, if you couldn't tell. I feel like you guys probably put two and two together. But I was picking up on some changes over time, right? Because there is this story about millennials as kind of failures to launch, as we weren't very loyal to our jobs, we weren't working very hard. But over the years, as I was kind of writing about people, I was picking up on, they're buying the house, they're buying the car, they're having the wedding, they're having the kids. And when you add all that together, they're adults, right? And I think one of the unfair associations, I think, in my honest opinion, is people had accused our generation of kind of, not growing up. And so I wanted to take a moment to say, hey, look, the oldest millennials have now been legally adults since 1999, right? That's like over 25 years. That's a quarter century. And a lot has happened in that period of time. As we were just talking about, people going abroad to fight in the war on terror, people dealing with the recession, looking for jobs. And this is the one statistic that sticks out to me with the millennial generation, because at one point, at the height of the recession, 1 out of 5 young people who wanted a job couldn't get one. So if you wanted to work, 1 in 5 of you in that young generation couldn't. And that was in 2009 in the recession. And that was this other thing that really influenced some of the difficult times that we had going into working life.
I'm genuinely curious. I'm gonna play devil's advocate with you a little bit here, just to poke the bear. Of course, I know you get this, but I'm 46. I was born in '78, so I'm in that weird gap that I'm not a millennial, but most of my friends are. But most of my friends are, so I'm like kind of in between. But anyway. But where I want to start is because you being a millennial yourself. Are they actually rising or are they just getting older and we can't ignore them anymore? I mean that with love, but it's real, like,
no,
you know what I mean?
That's totally fair. And you know what? I think I see your point. And I think one of the things I try to do in this book is like take some of the heat out of these intergenerational divides, right? And my point is, when you're born, and just kind of what you're saying, like you're kind of a quote unquote cusp, right? You're kind of in between generations. And one of the things I try to bring out in the book, based on some research that's out there, is that, the year you're born matters, but so do a lot of other things, right? It's the history of the whole planet, that as we're all sitting on this rock going around the sun, like we're all witnessing these same things, right? So we have to take into account history. And the other element that we really need to think about is just stage of life, right? Like every human throughout time, since, the beginning, has gone through being born, getting older, growing up, and going through these things. So you've got to kind of take into all these things. And there are these quote unquote boundaries between generations. So the definition that a lot of places use is like someone who's born 1981 through 1996. I think we can be a little bit more fuzzy there, right? Because if you take into account history, if you take into account, life stage, and also the fact that some people are just kind of like old souls, right? Or they're young souls, right? They're just different. So I think the point of this book was to take some of the heat out of it. But to get back to your question, and I think good on you for playing devil's advocate here, because it does speak to this other thing. Millennials are now the largest living generation in America. There are 72 million of us. We crossed that point into being the largest living generation in 2019. So it's been a while, and we are kind of just here, like we're kind of around. And so like I hate to sound like the big one in the room, but I am a part of this big generation. Like people kind of need to start getting used to it, right? The vice president's a millennial, right? There's a lot of the head of Facebook is a millennial. The head of OpenAI is a millennial. Like these people are taking power. So you kind of, they're not completely settled. We're in this kind of transition phase. And I wanted to kind of take a minute, pause, look at what we've done. What does that say about us? And take on some of those old stories that I think they're just out of date now.
It's interesting too, by the way, because I think, and I wanted to kind of throw this stuff at you. And I want to remind people of something too, that the 90s, despite the Oklahoma City bombing and, the stuff that always happens in every generation, the 90s really were kind of a boom, boom wonder time. They really were. Anybody who grew up in them. I had friends of mine who walked into buildings to drop something off and got offered a job on the spot. That was kind of the reality of what the 90s were. I'm not just making that up. And then suddenly we get to the aughts when these people are coming of age, and we get 9/11. We get a collapse of a major American city while everybody kind of stands there hopelessly and helplessly and can't do anything about it. We get the greatest economic disaster in the country's history since the Great Depression. And we don't have, as with the Great Depression, Great Generation, a kind of galvanizing event like Pearl Harbor to snap people out of it. And you talk about this throughout the book, is that the economic disaster of the Great Recession and the shedding of jobs that went on there created this sort of atmosphere that occasionally kind of permeates a sense of helplessness. But the other thing is, too, is the fact that it's the rise of what we call the very online that I think in many ways give a really bad rap to millennials. Because I've always said, if you want to know the worst of a generation, just go to X anytime you want to, and you get a real sense of that. And I think a lot of people's vision of who you guys are is skewered by what they see represented on certain media platforms. I mean, it's like been the worst PR job of all time.
Right.
And so, and you kind of do this in the book. You look at individual human beings like Miju is a great example of somebody you look at. But can you talk a little bit about like is this a PR disaster in many ways that has created the negative sort of impact?
You're totally right. Yes, you're totally right. I mean, this is, I think, what happened, right? So right when millennials were in this really, really awkward phase of starting jobs, I think, everyone throughout time, remembers starting their first job. We're really awkward. We don't really know what we're doing. We don't understand, we don't have the wisdom that comes with just dealing with stuff. I remember being crazy at work, right? You watch TV, you think that that's how it works, whatever. But one of the things that collided with millennials coming out of the recession, so having a hard time finding a job, not having a lot of experience with jobs, right? Because there was that employment rate that was so high. It was just hard to get one, even if you really, really, really wanted one. That collided with social media. So there were a lot of, posts that maybe were a little bit embarrassing for us. So us writing stuff out there that doesn't look great. But then also, do you guys remember BuzzFeed? Do you remember Mashable? Do you remember all these websites that they kind of fed off the social media rise? And so we were really under this microscope of people kind of writing about us, this huge group of people at a time that I think is really awkward, where people make a lot of mistakes, whatever generation they're in. So yes, I would actually 100% agree. PR disaster. I think, we're coming out of that now. And I think we were talking about politics as well. And I think something that really struck me with this book is, you hear about politics online. We're talking about people who are quote unquote very online. In everyday life, and the people that I spoke to, they're not every choice they make goes back to who they voted for once every 4 years, right? That was a theme that really stuck out to me. And I found that actually pretty optimistic.
It's interesting, especially, but gosh, you're just saying when you put into perspective, hey, the vice president's a millennial, the Facebook founder, but when you put it in those kind of perspectives, it's like, oh, shoot. Yeah. You want to hate on somebody or these people that literally keep your life going. But, it's interesting. I kind of broken them up into some archetypes I want to run by you in a minute. But before that, the idea here that it's like Gen Z kind of has the spotlight right now. Gen X is still sort of in power, debatably, but millennials are at the doorstep of leadership here. So how do you think, as a sort of a general narrative, that they will run things differently, even though we're already seeing it, but on the ultimate stage, how would millennials run things differently than, say, Gen X?
So I think that one of the big themes that we kind of were told as we were entering the workforce, kind of post-recession, is this idea of change, right? A president had it as a campaign slogan, right? And I think that tapped into this idea that kind of like after 9/11, after the war on terror, after the recession, everything kind of had changed and or had to change. And I think that has made millennials pretty adaptable, pretty ready for the unexpected, to basically say, hey, look, we were talking about that the 1990s, right? How that was a pretty stable time. There was this sense that, the Berlin Wall had fallen down. We'd beat communism. It was so optimistic. It felt like, we had won, we were on top. And then 9/11 happens and everything changes. And so I think that there's this, from a formative period in the lives of these people who are now, in their late 30s to their mid 40s, I think there's this idea of change. And I think that you'll see that in leadership. Now, what I would say to that, though, and this is something that I explore in this book, is change always good, right? I think that sometimes there's, I hear from a lot of like CEOs, I write about finance, personal finance, and I will often hear this idea of like disruption. We got to disrupt everything. Everything's got to change. Is that a good thing or a bad thing? I think that's something that with this millennial generation, we should be asking ourselves.
It's an American thing. And this is what's interesting, too, by
This
the
is
way.
great. Everything's perfect. We change it all.
Well, listen, though, this is really cool because, what Charlie does in the book, and I want to point this out to people, is he goes straight back to de Tocqueville in his famous book of Democracy in America. Lindsay, this is a quote from a book that was written in the 19th century about America from an outside observer from France. Here's the quote that Charlie uses. In the United States, a man carefully builds a dwelling in which to pass his declining years, and he sells it while the roof is being laid. He plants a garden and he rents it out just as he was going to taste its fruits. He clears a field and leaves to others the care of harvesting his crops. He embraces a profession and quits it. If I had told you that was about millennials or the American experience, you'd have been like, absolutely. I mean, they're just part of a great American thing of everybody who gets older complains about how they got cut out of the deal and the next generation got to power too early. And it doesn't help, by the way, Lindsay, that literally millennials come after possibly the most embittered generation of all time. Right in between boomers and millennials, there sit the people who never really got a chance to exercise any power and feel they got cut out by Oh my God! Name the name the president who's Generation X. Name the Generation X president. Because it ain't Jen Jones Obama. He's a boomer. Yeah, you see what I'm saying? What I'm telling you is you also have the bad luck of being up against the Xers, who are just the most bitter pills on the planet. Just saying. Doesn't help. Doesn't help. There you go. There you go. Your thoughts, Mr. Wells.
Yeah. You know what? How do I follow that? You really said that. Well, going back to that de Tocqueville thing, right? That is this literal French aristocrat. Like when the U.S. in the 1800s was kind of starting to rise, starting to boom, people wanted to know what we were doing. They were like, what is going on over there? Things are happening. Cities are coming up really fast. Like, how are they doing that? It was sort of like how, we might look to like India or China or something. Like we're kind of not super happy about it, but we want to know what's going on. And this guy comes over. He literally like sees us, and it's that idea of change, that we just constantly want to keep moving. We'll do stuff. We want to innovate. We want to iterate. And there's something really, really liberating about that, right? And I think it is really cool that we come from a culture where it's actually okay to change. It's a big value that we have. And it's like, yeah, you wanna be like that. Okay, you go do it. Go off. And I know that you guys. Like you speak to a lot of drivers out there, and I think that is one of the coolest things in my view of moving around the country, right? You see so much change wherever you go, and it's like it's rare to have that kind of freedom. I know it's a hard job, but just going around, seeing stuff, and that's in a lot of ways what that French aristocrat over 100 years ago was talking about.
Well, actually, to your point of the drive with truck drivers being that they've been everywhere, man, and seen so much across the country, this kind of plays into what I want to talk to you about, kind of regional millennial angles, because we can't just blanket statement millennials. We've all grown up in different, economic, geographic, all kinds of different things here. So, with that being said, we've got, as I said, the Rust Belt millennials, you've got urban millennials, rural millennials, southern millennials, coastal millennials, like they're all such different things we've seen. Is there one thing you would say that is sort of the one characteristic, so to speak, all millennials have, even though they come from different places?
Yeah, I would say this idea of being a bridge. I think that's just something that came up a lot in conversations, which was, at a really pivotal moment, kind of when the oldest were hitting 18, when a lot of others were kind of in their teens or what have you, the internet was rising. 9/11 marked a pivot point, and there was just a lot of kind of before-after stories that these people have. They remember life before smartphones. They remember life before we were online all the time. And I know other generations had that too, but I think that this is kind of, it just kind of fell at a really formative period for millennials. And now millennials themselves are starting to have kids, right? Some millennials I know have kids in their 20s, literally. And so they are kind of passing on the knowledge that they kind of accumulated over time. And trying to remind people, young people who don't remember life before the iPhone, who don't remember life before you had to go through like 800 million security checks at an airport, who don't remember, life before apps, that look, there was a different era when we could actually kind of just be alone with each other, and that was okay. And maybe we want to think about that. And that was something to me that really stuck out, that this is going to sound weird, but as a kid, I remember before we had, that plug-in phone line internet, I was bored a lot. And actually that was really good, because when you're bored, when you're alone, just sitting there thinking, you really get to know who you are. And you really you can not meditate or whatever, but you just kind of marinate, I would say, on a lot. And I think it's really helpful. And I think that's what a lot of these parents that I spoke with said they want to help their kids do.
Have you ever heard the comedian Des Bishop, who actually comes from my generation? He's got the funniest routine about mindfulness. Mm-hmm. He says, look, he said, I believe in mindfulness. I understand it. I know people should practice it. He said, but you have to remember, I come from a generation where you didn't practice mindfulness. You had to live it. If the bus wasn't there, there was nothing you could do to make the bus come. He said you couldn't even check the schedule online. He said if you got on the bus, the way you entertained yourself before the Walkman was invented was you looked at the condensation rolling down the window of the bus. He said, you know, you had to rewind a videotape. You had to practice mindfulness to be kind and rewind or get charged for it at Blockbuster. And the acceleration of the world. Do you remember that? I mean, and you guys remember that? I mean, so wonderful. But
I remember getting charged. Yeah.
Oh yeah, you get charged. Exactly. It's like, and I remember the first time that somebody put a Domino's next to a Blockbuster, and I said, "That's genius! Oh my God!
All my dreams are coming true."
Exactly.
Perfect night. Put a perfect night.
Yeah, and so part of the idea of the great acceleration, which is what you kind of get at here, because what's happening in these personal stories of these different people, love affairs, finding your way towards a better financial future. So much of these stories is about the world begins to happen so fast for these people, they can't keep up with it, especially the later millennials, the ones who come towards the end of the game. There's a whole generation in Z that they don't get a chance to kind of contemplate the joys of childhood. I mean, that's the thing. You guys may be the last generation who know what it's like to have to sit there and occupy your time. And
you should have written this book. You wrote better than I did.
No, let me tell you something. My brother. This book was such an easy, joyful read. The stories are great. I recommend this book immensely for anybody who doesn't really understand this generation, written by somebody from that generation with some real wisdom. So absolutely terrific book. All right, Lindsay, I've done my bit doing this. You are in between, Lindsay. So can you kind of talk?
No, I want to hear him. I want to hear our guest talk about. But I think too that the thing, boomers like to say millennials killed everything from department stores to mayonnaise, whatever you want to say. I'd love to know what you say back to that, because it's like, are we just the quote unquote old folks just holding on to the things they want that aren't probably good for them, and millennials are like, hey, to your point, bridge builders, like, no, we're trying to make things better here. Is that what's happening?
Can I tell you, I thought I hated mayonnaise, and then I discovered later in life that I actually need it on French fries. Okay?
It's so good. It's so good.
Right. And I think that is the point I'm trying to make with that, is that at the end of the day, most people, whatever age they are, they kind of want the same thing. And in this book, the thing that I kind of saw with every single person, very different views, very different lives, very different places in the country, they wanted to form families. That was literally end of story, what happened. And it happens in different ways at different times. But I think that, like, at this time, when there's a lot of anger out there, when there's a lot of maybe misconceptions, when, 2 sentences on the internet that someone says make you think like 800 million things about them, that's actually not true. And I think the thing is that, like, people tend to want to have a nice place to go. Some of the stories in this book are about someone who made some big sacrifices to get a home, and that is what really matters. But at the end of the day, it was, you want to get a place to live, you want to have a way to move around, and you want people around you that you like. And that was kind of a cool story. And I think there was concern that millennials were killing that, right? That we were killing this idea of the home, of the family, etc. That's not what's panned out.
Wow. Can I pitch him real quick? My millennial archetypes.
Yes, please pitch me.
Okay. I can send them to you more in detail, but I have 5 here. I have the optimistic adapter.
Yeah.
I have the burnout achiever.
Oh boy.
I have the creative hustler.
Oh yeah, that's good.
The nostalgic bridge builder. And then
am I sounding like that?
I think so, and that's okay. That's good. You remember life before smartphones and social media, and you feel like the last generation straddling both, etc.
Yep.
And then the resilient realist, scarred by disappointments but pragmatic about moving forward.
Wait, we need to get someone to illustrate these people. We need like some cartoonist out there to like draw some pictures. I want to see. I can't draw to save my life, but we need that to draw on.
That's a great. We'll find somebody. I'll forward these to you, and I'll find a designer.
Love it.
But what I guess I'll say, but on that note, too, we've just got a couple minutes left here. When it comes to archetypes of millennials, and you break down, especially just with the 5 different people you talked to in the book, did you find between those 5, kind of break down the people you talked about quickly? Is there Are there different categories? Or they really is by labeling you as a millennial, is it pigeonholed into one greater thing?
Yeah, no, I think there are these categories, and I think that's been something about millennials as that actually stands out. If you look at, I'm a personal finance reporter, if you look at the wealth figures, there's greater inequality within our generation than the ones that came before. There's like $100,000 gap between the richest millennials and the poorest. So that's something that we could talk about that for a whole other hour. We'll have to do that in the future, but there are huge differences, right? Urban, rural. We were talking about this before. Urban, rural. If you got one of those lucky tech jobs or not, what have you. But, what I would say, and I think this is an important thing to remember, is because we grew up around the internet, because we're so used to social media, whatever archetype we fall into, we know, right? We know who we are, and we know what other people think we are, and we know what other people think they are. So I think that there is this kind of broader connection, despite being different. We know, and I think sometimes people can assume, oh, that person from wherever they're from or doing whatever they're doing, they must not know what life is like for me. And it's oh, no. People know. And there's something liberating in that, I think.
Yeah, that's fair. Guys, we are talking with the great Charlie Wells. The book is Millennials, and he's in defense of his own generation. But
yes, I am.
Listen, he takes a wider angle. He's trying to see it outside as well. I will say you can get the book now wherever you find your books, over at Amazon or wherever else. It'll be posted on our page as well. Charlie, what are you working on next?
Yeah, look, I'm getting back to my job as a personal finance reporter, talking to people, calling them up. It is the best part of my job, calling people around the country. If I call you, if you're out there, please pick up. I want to hear what your financial life is like.
So you don't want my answer. Jim, maybe you have a better financial answer than me.
No. I would tell you if Charlie calls you, you need to pick up the phone. You got to pick up the phone. You got to tell him what's going on. And by the way, he will write you in the best possible yet honest light and give a full sense of your humanity. What happened to millennials? You can find out by reading Charlie Wells' book.
I just want to
and
say,
Dre, I was about to say we have a resident millennial producing the show here, so let him give the final word.
Look, I kept my mouth shut the whole time. I have a few things to say, but all I have to say to you is from fellow millennials to you, thank you for this book, brother.
You're welcome.
Keep on millennial-lean on.
I'm just not sure who these Gen X people in power are, by the way. All I see is boomers around me waiting for their grandchildren, the millennials, to take over. Thank you, Charlie. Good to talk to you.
Thank you. That was so fun. Thank you. Best one I've done.
Oh, yay.
Truly.
Come back soon.
Truly.
Tell your friends.
Yes.
Tell your
I would
friends.
love that. Absolutely will. You guys are great. Doing good work. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Charlie.
Bye-bye.
Jim, we're coming back. We're talking bluegrass. CJ Lewandowski from the Poe Ramblin' Boys and his new album out.
You know Castrol for passenger car oil and racing, but did you know that they're in the heavy-duty over-the-road market? Well, Castrol CRB Multi 15W40 and Vecton Long Drain 10W30 are now available at TA Truck Service Centers nationwide. This is the partnership in preventive maintenance. TA Truck Service and Castrol, offering you premium products and performance at great price points every day. Castrol, performance for the long haul, guaranteed.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jezraoui.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
At RadioNemo, we believe in finding your tribe, your people, your gang. But you can't find your gang unless you find yourself, and you can't find yourself unless you write, right? Lindsay Lawler's We Should Write is a podcast about the healing power of writing. It dives deep with creatives of all types to discover how putting a pen to paper helps them work their stuff out, and maybe gives you the permission slip to do the same thing. We Should Write, live at noon in the center every Wednesday, and then everywhere you get your podcasts. Go to RadioNemo.com and learn how to write yourself to healing, creativity, and clarity. Right?
It's a trucking, transportation, and lifestyle show like none other.
Man, you call this a life?
Road Gang Radio is back for another half hour of the best transpo show in the known universe.
We come in peace. Well, actually, we're falling to pieces.
Let's see if we can achieve liftoff, Phone Master Dre.
Oh, the Space Truckers are off at Road Gang Radio at the Fastport Studios with your hosts, Lindsay, Lawler, Jimmy Mack. Hello.
Hello.
From one millennial to you other generations.
At the club.
I feel like I'm both. I'm equal parts Dre and equal parts Jimmy Mack.
You're spiritually both.
Yeah, well, that's true. Like if Jimmy Mack and Dre had a baby, it would be me.
Can you imagine that? Give me my man bun, and I need my walks.
You're a walking man. It also would be your Indian name, Walking Man Bun.
Yeah, he'd actually have an IV of coffee on his arm with a man bun and a powerful walk. You know what I'm saying? That'd be
Listen,
great.
That's a lot.
I'd rather you call it that than one of my friends called it a bee grip and then grabbed it, and I was like, listen, man.
Don't touch my hair.
He grabbed it and called it a female dog grip, and I literally looked at him. I was like, listen, man, I've never wanted to be aggressive with you in my life, but you ever do that or call me that again? I'm going to beat you.
Touch the bun.
Don't touch the
bun.
You want to spin and say, I will kick you in the taint.
You are all 5'2". I will get dangerous.
I was thinking, just connecting with, first of all, let me say, we're going to carry on our conversation from our last guest. I love having friends of all ages. I have some people very close to me in their 20s. I have some people very close to me in their 70s. Like I have two of my best friends are a couple, and the husband's about to turn 70. I've also noticed that my parents moving into the new neighborhood that they're in now, where it's a kind of like a golf cart kind of community type of thing, but there are families and couples from their 20s to their 90s in there. And my mom has started hanging out with, as I've mentioned on the show, people she has girlfriends in their 50s. My mom is 76. Sorry, Mom, calling you out there. But she has girlfriends now in their 50s, and they'll, all come over and have it's been really interesting, sort of not rewriting my relationship with my mom, but sitting in a room with my mom as a girlfriend, as opposed to this older woman that doesn't know anything I'm going through. Of course she does. She's been there, But I think that's the power of and that's what, to Charlie's point, our guest earlier, he's talking about them being the bridge builders. Dre, I mean, you're such a man of peace. I don't know if being the peace namaste person is kind of like the bridge building, being like, I hear you, because I know, Dre, especially in our company, even you're like, I hear you, fine, okay, but I also hear you, okay, fine. And Dre sits there in the center and prays, and then goes home and probably gets drunk to having to deal with all of us. But it is that's a real thing, because you're between Madison, who's Gen Z, us over here, Gen X, and you're in the middle, and we've got a boomer around too, and you're right in the middle, just trying to keep it all together, damn it.
Instead of namaste in bed. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It kind of feels like, but honestly, it's a beautiful thing, because I was telling y'all during the break that with this job, it's been cool because you have every walks of life, but we have younger truck drivers and we have older, and they kind of try to question you as a millennial, be like, oh, you're a millennial, you don't understand. But half the time, we're old souls. I was raised by older parents, and I have older siblings. My sister just turned 63, and my other brother just turned 61. So it's
crazy.
And then also having nephews and nieces that are older than me, but also younger than me. And then working with Jimmy, and then working with Madison. So it's just it's cool being that fine line, because I'm at that point now where I'm I hear something that Madison says or talks about, or my nephew talks about, and I'm kind of feeling like, what did you say?
Which would you say, Dre, then, that you, what kind of, do you feel like you identify, I don't know, you're a little bit of because of everything you just said, you're a
I'm a chameleon.
You are. And where do you feel more comfortable with, like a younger generation or an older generation?
Older generation, because that's always been, my friends have been older. Growing up with my mom, like you said, like, oh, it's trying to separate from, well, no, now going in the role of being your girlfriend, like your homegirl. I wouldn't say that about my mom, but being my friend.
What's up, homegirl?
Yeah, with her being in the same neighborhood as me, and then me moving to the coast to basically help her out, I relate to her more in comparison to like my dad, and then like kind of bringing her into the new age and trying to actually explain to her, like yesterday I had to have a sit down full on understanding with her to make her identify what an air fryer is. I'm like, Mom, it's a convection oven basically that you can sit there and you can throw in.
Why are we frying air? Why do you want to fry air?
What does it mean? She's like, it just scares me. And I'm like, sat there and showed her, and she's like, oh, wow. And it's like, it's really cool to be able to sit with older generations and kind of sit down and kind of explain. The same with Dave Nemo. Like, Dave will genuinely ask a question, and then it's a rare occasion that Jimmy doesn't come in and cue in, because like he's kind of tapped in with everything as with you are. So it's kind of cool to be able to hang out with my older friends, hang out with my older brothers and all that stuff, and I can kind of sit that, but at the same time, I can kind of be that segue for them to just be like, well, it's not as hard as you think it is, or it's not as scary. You just got to give it a chance. It's different, it's new, and new is scary. And I am still going through like different things where I'm scared of that because I don't understand it, but then you have the younger generation that basically, like Gen Z was born with an iPad in her hand, but I'm like that fine in between where I'm like, my first phone was a Nokia brick, and then I didn't get a smartphone until I was a senior in high school. So it's kind of balance.
Well, I think embracing change. I love change. I love new change. But I'm also, Jim, what does a Sagittarian say on the second date?
What second date?
Exactly. That's how I feel about everything in my life. Kind of just actually when you're explaining the Frenchman's quote from Charlie's book, I feel that I'm like, okay, this house is great. When are we getting the next one? What are we moving on to?
And by the way, de Tocqueville's book about America is like must read. There are a lot of people who claim to be smart. I know about the founding fathers. They're my second religion. Blah, 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 blah. I would really encourage people who think that things are so different now. Things have changed so terribly. America's always been a barroom brawl. America's always been like, tear it up, start again, move on. And I got to tell you, man, if you start thinking in a way of like, we got to keep things the way they were, you're not an American. You're not. That's it. I mean, each generation comes in and they kind of blow up the ammo dump. You know what I'm saying? They pull up the railroad tracks, blow up the ammo dump, and move on to whatever is next. And the country is always in trouble when it tries to kind of hold its hand. Terry Taylor came on the show and he said the best way to run a small business is gamble, 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 gamble. Yeah. It was like the 5 great rules of like how to run a small business.
Life. That's how I run my life.
And that's exactly it. I mean, for instance, you think about the fact that it's like you can kind of get by and limp along by crossing the T's and dotting the I's. But in America, you really got to put on your big boy pants and your big girl pants and kind of make bold moves and bold statements that don't involve violence. I want to make that really clear too. But you got to kind of wade in and realize that it's America. And if you don't like you having your ideas smashed over your head, get some better ideas.
Get some better ideas.
Get some better ideas. That's all I'm saying, by the way. That's all I'm kind of talking about here. Welcome back to Road Gang Radio. Really quickly, 615-292-6366.
That's 615-292-NEMO. While we're waiting for your calls to come in, Jim, thank you for that really cool, you and Claire putting together that great promo piece for We Should Write. The new episode of We Should Write is out now, the one that was live yesterday.
It's great.
I started listening back a little this morning, but I've become really... which I know you'll get this, Jim, really fascinated, obsessed by the type of guests that are going to be on the show that are available to be on this show that I wouldn't have even thought. When I first designed the idea of We Should Write, I never thought about having somebody like Jeremy Baker on the show. He's a combat veteran, a PTSD survivor. I mean, like, duh, of course he's a perfect kind of guest.
And an action novelist.
And an action novelist.
That was
he's
it.
Writing, healing through fiction. So now my mind is like turned on to the places we will go. And actually, what's really interesting here that sort of plays into millennials, she's actually probably Gen, I got to check her age, but Gen Z. But so I'm getting very cool. I'm getting pitched people to be on the show, which I'm very grateful for. But a publicist reached out to me this week to have a writer on the show because National Young Readers Week is coming up, and he's got an author. She's putting her first book out. She's 23 years old, so she's Gen Z, right?
Oh, not
Like-
right. Like right in the middle of it.
The epitome of it, right?
Yeah, there it is. The epitome. The epitome. And so she's publishing her debut speaking, and he said, here are the points. I just want to bring up to you that they said, that she's available to talk about, so to speak. Writing as a young author for her own generation. That's the key, which would be an interesting conversation for me 2 generations above her. And then how, just how the stories of her life has kind of shifted her generation. And he pitched, let's see, August 28th, I got pitched this author. He's come back to me 2 more times, and I sort of keep avoiding it. I don't know why. I know this would be I'm gonna for sure book her and have her on, but I have to get my head around having an hour-long conversation with a 23-year-old, if I'm being honest. Does that make sense? Not in a bad way, nothing against her. I'm like, how am I going to make this not about your age, my age, but a human conversation? Oh, no, I completely get it because it's always the funny thing is that, like I said, we were talking with our earlier guest, Charlie, there's a lot of entry points, even at a young age, for millennials. We could actually get down to like 9/11 itself. It's such an epoch-defining moment. I don't know what the moment is. I don't know, what to talk about with them. I understand completely. I would have a lot of questions, but it would be a lot of questions about like kind of catching up with contemporary history and where the concerns are and where the action is. I don't know. I totally get it's almost like, where do I begin?
Well, yeah, and I think young adult is the whole YA, but it's a YA dystopia. They said it's a series. She's already written a series. It's called The Lies We Fear series, and it says it blends magical realism with political intrigue. She's 23. I'm sure it's going to be. She's with a pretty big PR firm too, so like, there's this person you will be hearing about her, is what I'm trying to say. But it's an interesting entry point. I'm definitely going to have it, but yeah, I'm intrigued. Dre.
Go ahead, Dre.
Well, no, I was going to say, it seems like you might have to pick Tara and Madison's brain.
Yeah, I would actually. That could be a cool roundtable. Maybe I have her on and have Tara be a part of it. Have Tara and Madison be a part of the conversation. I don't know, but then I'd be like the old fogey. I'm like, when I was a kid, I walked up backwards. I didn't even have shoes or whatever. I don't know, but Tara's over on the chat. She can comment in if she would want to be a part of that. I'd like her take.
Back in my singer-songwriters, we didn't have pens.
Exactly.
But what's interesting about that, if you did a roundtable kind of thing, and I'm not suggesting you should or shouldn't, but if you do a roundtable kind of thing, the best way to avoid sounded like back in my day we didn't have no rolling pins. The best way to kind of avoid it is just with that many voices in the room, just kind of be like, okay, so I have some questions, would love to hear your answers. It's interesting, the idea that you almost, when you get a generation that young and you get somebody who's accomplished who is that young, they still lack certain life experiences that come with the wisdom of simply getting your knees sore because you're getting older.
And that's probably the biggest piece. That's always my problem with the American Idols and the Voices of the world. It's like, that's great. I love giving somebody an opportunity, opportunities that perhaps I didn't have. What I don't love, and this is me going to sound like this is me sound bitter, and I don't mean it in that sense, but those people never get the chance to go out on the road to bust their ass, to know what it's like to play for one person, so that you love when you're playing for 20,000 people, to feel or maybe you love one. Listen, I actually sometimes prefer playing for a room of 5 people than a big crowd, because it's intimate and you could be connected. But it's just, to your point, it's just it's a experience versus wisdom. And she's obviously an old soul, and I could certainly have a conversation and just be like, let's just have a human conversation. That is something that I have really been able to do well, is to, no matter who I'm talking to, whether it be the president or the homeless person next to me, remember we are literally all human. And if you can remember that, you can talk to anybody, I think.
Yeah, and there's a certain kind of level of prep work that you have to do, because somebody once said that traveling to a distant enough past actually becomes like science fiction, and traveling to a generation, unless you are a cultural historian, traveling to a generation that's actually substantially younger than you are, although in your case, you're pretty close to Z. There is a sense of going back to those worlds. You almost have to kind of get not just a primer on them, but a primer on their, on what that world is like, what the reality of living in that world is like as a teenager. Because somebody who's 23 is actually closer to being a kid in high school than they are to like really raising a family or creating a life to kind of move forward. And it goes back to your point too, though. It often depends upon the person's life experiences. Remember, we've talked to 24 and 25-year-old men and women who've been in combat zones. That's a different thing. Eugene O'Neill at 28 years old, when he goes to see his play on Broadway, actually had done almost a decade in the Merchant Marine by that point. So it just comes down to folks. It comes
fascinating. Maybe we need a knowing that we have every living generation covered. Well, not every generation, but we've got Gen Z, we got Gen X, we got a Boomer, we got Millennial, we've got everything covered here. Maybe we should have a generations segment on this show of some sort. Like a generations roundtable, so to speak.
You could do it for either half of the show. You could do it for transportation in a heartbeat. You could do it for the making a living section of the show, and you could do it for making a life. Either way,
and you just pick a topic that day, and let each of our generations here, represented on our staff, play a part, and it's just a roundtable on a topic and go.
Yeah, and that would be something really compelling. I don't know, a friend of this show, Marilyn Serber, used to be with 10th Street. She made her bones by talking about how to go about onboarding millennials into the workplace. Was a big thing. It's one of the ways that people do it, and there are people who, like our friend Charlie, new friend of the show, Charlie, who study generations. And by the way, creating a segment like that, Lindsay, is not a bad idea, because I often find, like I said, if you stop doing what I call complaining about the very online as if they are indicative of an entire generation, or complaining about the young because it's what you watch on the news, you often find if you dig deep into some of these generations. Don't forget for a minute, by the way, that Gen Z is also the first generation in a long time that is beginning to give a long, hard look at vocational and trade schools. These people are actually looking at that in ways and in numbers, and it's the first generation in a long time that's begun to see an uptick in kids getting their licenses early rather than later. Cool stuff.
Well, and whereas Z is just not getting them.
Mm-hmm.
Well, they're also they're challenging things, being like, wait, why are we just blindly going from high school to college? Wait, they're like doing that. Like, wait, I don't have to do that. And I think that's where the tech side, vocational side comes in. It's like, wait. Maybe I don't want to do, like, I went blindly to college. I loved it. I had a great time in college. I don't know, had to do it over again. Knowing what I'm doing with my life now, I might have done things different. Who knows? But what I also find really interesting, Jim, is, I kind of brought this up with Charlie, but like blanketing, being like millennials as a whole. Well, think about that. Millennials, or even with you and I, Jim, like we're both Gen X, but we're 10 years apart. We grew up in a different decade. We have a lot of similarities, but there's also a big window, And so even like to say one generation spans a 20-year, almost 20-year gap, that's it's almost like every five years needs a different name or something. I just think it's too hard to be like millennials. It spans this 20-year gap, and you're like, that is so. There's so many factors that play into that.
Lindsay, I'm going to put it in perspective. When you were born, my mom and dad were taking us to see the re-release of Close Encounters of the Third Kind for my birthday.
And I've never seen it.
I mean, we were actually, and by the way, I've told people this story. It was a changing point in our life. It was the year my dad got the job at Texaco. So by the time you were born, I literally was playing Little League and getting ready to like head into my 6th grade year at school. I mean, it was, life was accelerating at that point for me. And I'm not saying, by the way, that it makes me better or worse or anything like that. But people don't realize that it's a different perspective. I mean, I remember going to see Star
You're also a
Wars.
lot taller than me, speaking of different perspectives.
By the way, I'm a big believer in that when it comes to writing, by the way. I tell people don't worry about impersonating anybody or mimicking anybody's styles. The fact that you are taller or shorter than somebody means you see the world differently than they do.
Literally, I thought about you the other day. I was standing on a stair,
Mhm.
and so for the first time, I was taller than somebody. I'm 5'2", so I'm a short human, and shrinking every day. By the way, not in my rear end. By the way, that's growing, but my feet and my height are shrinking. No, but I literally, I was standing on a stair and I was sort of towering over this person next to me, a shorter human. And for the first time, I was like, not for the first time, but I was thinking about you in my head being like, wow, Jim, and also just tall people in general, literally see the world different. Like it's kind of a huge deal.
A big difference. It's a big difference because you actually see the field clearer. I mean that both literally and metaphorically. You see the field clearer. You actually have a better sense of the scope and space of things.
But is it the same when we're driving a car, when we're sitting down?
Yeah.
Are you still taller than me?
Yeah, I actually, I did a really, but here's the thing. This is where technology is amazing. Unbelievably, we've developed seats in cars and in trucks that allow people to change their perspective to get a better perspective of what the road is doing. I mean, I knew someone who actually qualifies for the American, the ability to actually declare themselves handicapped, to get the handicap sticker because she is so short that they actually went in and adjusted her car so that she would be able to see and drive. And that's an extraordinary thing. Your whole perspective changes simply on your height. I'm telling you, man, all you got to do is go ahead and, not you, Lindsay, you're great, but if you go ahead, let's just say you're 60 pounds overweight, lose the weight, then walk into a gym.
Is that a fat joke?
It absolutely is, Fatty Boom Balatti. Yeah. What you do is go into a gym, pick up 2 30-pound kettlebells and squat and stand up and tell me that your perspective hasn't changed because that's what you lost. And the idea of getting places slower. The moment you lose weight, you can get places faster. One of the things, we just had the guest on who was
Stacy.
Yeah. We didn't get a chance to dig into this. She is so right. Let me tell you something, Lindsay. She's so right. I was 60, 70 pounds overweight. I can't tell you.
She was 220 pounds that she lost, by the way, the photographer he's referencing.
Unbelievable, but she hit the nail on the head, and she got angry about it, and given how angry I got about it, I can't imagine for a woman that lost over 200 pounds how angry this must have made her. Lindsay, I got angry after I lost all that weight because of the way people treated me afterwards.
Was it anger, specifically that, or did you have any anger at yourself to be like, why didn't I do this sooner?
No. The thing is about, I've had anger about other issues about that, but I understood, this is one of the places I actually am able to give myself grace. Rather than being upset that I was late for the party, I was happy to celebrate the fact that I'd made it at all.
Oh, good.
What made me angry was even people who I knew, who I thought the best of, they couldn't help it. People they stare at you a little bit longer, they stay engaged with you a little bit longer, and I get it, but dude, it's like people just, the way people talk to you, the way they treat you, it is unbelievable. I never realized what losing weight meant until I went to a Dillard's. After I got back to New Orleans after Hurricane Katrina, because I had been losing it over the summer before it happened, I walked into a Dillard's in Metairie, and I have never had so many people walk over to help me get dressed.
It's like Pretty Woman. It's the scene from Pretty Woman after she comes in dressed like a hooker versus when she comes in dressed professional.
Right.
And she's like, "Excuse me, are you the person who helped me last week?" Big mistake.
Yeah.
Huge. The perspective of it, whether it be or like Madison's over in the chat, by the way, Jim, from the height perspective. And she said, I'm 5'3" and I can perpetually see up people's noses. That's something you don't know about. I feel that. I do. I have to look at people's noses sometimes.
Oh, no. I have John. I have my brothers Ryan and John. You met Ryan. Ryan's taller than me. Woo, man. Those guys are big, 6'4".
Trim those nose hairs, guys. Trim those nose hairs. Trim them. Also, Tara Harrigaris over there. Some topic ideas that have come up through this conversation for our generations topic. Buying power, what age you got your license, toys and games, how we connected with each other, dating. Now, dating's a big one. Let me say, dating, yes, Tara Harrigaris, because for me, the dating one, I am fascinated by, because I've never been on a dating app. Seamus and I have been together
22 years. We broke up a little in there, but I've never experienced what it's like to be on a dating app. And I used to love this, especially like, COVID days, but I have a lot of single friends, and I will have them over, pour a glass of wine, and get on their dating apps and start commenting as them. It's one of my favorite pastimes, by the way. It's so fun. Although I feel like, correct me if I'm wrong.
Go on.
Is it me, or this is a whole nother conversation? Are dating apps going out? Because I feel like all my friends now are like, no, I got off those things.
Dude, all right, listen, Madison and I have to jump in, and we got to get to our guest soon, but Madison and I had this conversation, and that's how I met my girlfriend, was through Hinge. And I went through tragic years of doing, TikTok, doing Tinder, which is just, sometimes it's a cesspool, but going into the area of talking about dating and 9/11, that's whenever I would ask, like, where were you on 9/11? And when they either say, I was 1 year old or I wasn't born yet, too young for me.
Bye. That's fair. It's a good entry point. Yeah. But Jim, were you ever on a dating app?
Oh, yeah.
Well, you and Claire have been together, 8 years? No, 10 years?
No. We've been together much longer than 10. We will be together.
Married.
We married 8 years this year. 8 years this year, and we're together for 10. That's it.
All right. So yeah, you did dating app. Let's circle back, because I know we got to get to our next guest. But I think the dating app conversation, I'd be interested in the single drivers out there, how they date. I mean, I'm shocked by my friend, like one of my girlfriends. She works in the restaurant business. So finding time to date when she works nights is near impossible. You'd have to find somebody who also has that schedule, which just means you're never going to see each other.
Well, that's where a dating app can really come in handy, because you can really kind of figure that stuff out before you even sit down with somebody at a meal.
Yeah.
I mean, that's a crucial thing, and I got to tell you, I enjoyed my time on dating apps, but once again, it was part of my whole anger issue thing. There are people who would never have given me the time of day, I realized. And look, I understand. I get it. But it just made me feel, man, the world is a terrible place. It's so based on surfaces. And there's more to talk about. We got to take a break here. I could really talk about dating apps for a while. Yeah. We introduced it too late in the conversation.
We'll come back to it. I've got it down on the docket. We'll circle back. But next, joining us is C.J. Lewandowski. He's a member of the Poe Ramblin' Boys. He is a bluegrass icon here in Nashville. He's got a new project out with the late, great Bobby Osborne. We're going to dive in. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. That'd be a big mistake. Huge.
Okay, you've heard the horror stories of how folks have lost their life savings when the market tanks. Is there a way to invest and make money without risk? Believe it or not, yes. Since 1995, Americans who cannot afford to lose their investments have used fixed index annuities. You get guaranteed income and protection from market downturns. It's a win-win for you and your future. And to learn more, dial pound 250. Use the keyword Truckers Wealth to get in touch with them today.
There are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter, now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
If someone tells you they need to get a life, tell them to join us here at Road Gang Radio with Lindsay Lawler and Jimmy Mack. Hit those turbos, Madison with a T.
It's a me, Matheson with a T.
It's a me. Sorry, I stepped on Claire there. I was going to say, don't have a life? Join us. We don't either.
Yeah.
That's our new tagline.
Yeah.
Sorry, I stepped on you, Claire. I love Claire's imaging. It's so funny. It gets me excited that I just want to get talking because it's what we do for a living. We talk, we make music, we talk to really cool people, and we're still giving you the information, still giving you the news every Tuesday, Thursday, and Friday as we do around here right after we get off the air at 11 a.m. Central. It's Trucking with OIDA with our great partners over there at OIDA. What are they digging into today, Jim?
Okay, so we all know that free spaces dedicated specifically for tractor trailers are always a welcome thing on the highways and byways, but surveys have shown that truckers want and, by the way, need more, from bathrooms and food options to fuel. By the way, I'm describing a truck stop, but Dean Ash has taken that concept and run with it. Dean is the CEO of Truckers Paradise. That's a truck stop in Gainesville, Texas, that's really more like a trucker's village. It's a simple concept, but it's a powerful one. Provide truck drivers a place they can park safely, for free, and give them all those things they want and need. So on today's Trucking with OIDA, with friends of the show, Scott and Ashley, we're all going to learn about what's going on over there as they talk to Dean about how it all came to be and what his plans are for the future. That's Trucking with OIDA immediately after this, the best pre-produced show of trucking in the known universe.
I agree, Jim.
Absolutely. Lindsay, we have a great guest coming up here.
We do.
We have a good guest. I want to ask if you would let me do the honors or would you like to do the honors? Just want to make sure I get this straight because I always get it wrong.
Well, we said you, but now I feel like I want to do it.
I want you to do it. I want you to do it. I want you to make it happen. Go!
Well, I have so many things to talk to CJ about today, but our next guest is someone, he's carrying the torch of bluegrass, and I mean this in a way that feels... This is what's cool about it, Jim. It's a way that feels both timeless and brand new. So CJ Lewandowski, he's a Grammy-nominated mandolin player and the founder of the hard-driving bluegrass outfit, the Poe Ramblin' Boys. His contributions to the genre, they've been recognized at the highest level. You can actually see his artifacts, Jim, displayed at the Country Music Hall of Fame and Museum's American Currents State of the Music exhibit. So cool. Right alongside those of his mentor, the late, great Bobby Osborne. So good. And it's Bobby Osborne's spirit that really brings us here today, which is a big part of the conversation I'm excited about. Just before Bobby Osborne passed in 2023, he and CJ had been recording together. And in the aftermath of Bobby's passing, CJ sat on his porch in the Smoky Mountains. We're going to talk about this, unsure what to do next. And Bobby came to him and said, put that music out, boy. He said it differently, but we'll let him talk about how he said it. So because of that, the brand new album, Keep On Keepin' On, is a tribute, a collaboration across generations. We've been talking about generations today, and a collection featuring some of the last tracks Osborne ever recorded. So, Jim, the record includes legends, Grammy winners, Opry stars, and even Billy Springs joining on the now IBMA nominated track Core Is Gone. It's not just an album. It truly is a jewel. It's so good. Please make welcome to the show, CJ Lewandowski. Good morning, you big ol' icon, talented human. How are you?
Good morning to y'all. Boy, y'all are chipper.
Too much coffee.
Well, actually,
I need what you guys are taking.
I've been told, CJ, that if I don't become more chipper, my wife is going to put me in a chipper. So I have to make these decisions, moving along as we kind of go.
I guess that's why I don't have a wife. I'm not so chipper.
Smart man. Oh, we can talk to him about dating apps.
Dating apps, absolutely. CJ, let's just kind of start with giving people a sense of an origin story. We had on a great guest yesterday, Mr. Don Cusick, who talked about in detail the idea that so much of what bluegrass is about tradition. Is even as it changes, even as it kind of makes a little bit of room for other influences and stuff, it really is about kind of honoring the past by kind of getting a lot of what was important about it kind of. It always is kind of summoning the ghost of what once was there. I don't know if that's fair, if you'd agree with that, but talk about your own introduction. And was there ever a time when you weren't aware of this music?
There was, very much so. I grew up in Missouri, close to St. Louis, and I didn't discover bluegrass music until what a lot of us from my generation saw was Oh Brother Where Art Thou, the movie. And I'm an only child. My mom and a lady named Marcy. They were best friends. She had a son who was a year younger than me. He was an only child. So me and Steven, we grew up together. We did everything together, lived on the same street, all this kind of stuff. Long story short, we go and see Oh Brother, Where Art Thou in theaters. We thought we were going to watch some kind of jailbreak movie, which would have been fun too. But we didn't realize that there was going to be this soundtrack included that was incredible. And so, ironically, Steve's family was into bluegrass music, and his grandpa had a banjo under the bed, and his grandpa said, "Hey, if you want to try it out, go ahead, but it's not a toy, so either put it up or learn how to play it." And Steve was pretty stubborn, so he said, "Okay, I'm going to learn how to play it." And I'd been singing since I was a kid in church with my grandma, and so I just naturally followed. We did everything together, so I followed suit and got a mandolin not too long after that, and then his grandpa, Udell Stout, took us everywhere that we wanted or needed to go. And, that's I dove in, when I was probably 13. I dove in and never looked back. So that's been 25 years. And I played with a lot of first-generation Missouri guys. I call them first generation because, they listened to Bill Monroe on the Opry and learned from there. And one of those is actually turning 90 years old tomorrow. I think he's the only one left out of all the guys that I grew up with. But
Wow.
his name's Ray Gore. So happy birthday, Ray, if you're listening. But it's an amazing thing, to grow up. Music is it became my medicine. My mom passed away when I was 10 years old. So when I found bluegrass at 13, it was something that it gave me it filled a void, I guess you could say. So, I don't know. I just dove into it and have never looked back.
Thankfully.
I just wanted to add really quickly how important Oh Brother, Where Art Thou is for me as a movie, because I got to tell you, I've never been more overjoyed when George Clooney opens his mouth and starts singing Man of Constant Sorrow. And the second thing is I ended up not dating somebody. I went on a first and only date with a woman to go see that movie, and the reason why I didn't date her was that she didn't laugh once. She wasn't bored, but she said, "Very interesting film," and I said, "You are not the person for me. If you can't laugh at Paterfamilias and bona fides, there is something really wrong." I was in a tight spot.
He's a suitor. Right? Goodness.
I also want to say, I first of all, two things. It's really interesting saying the idea of losing your mother at 10 and then finding bluegrass and that sort of being, whether you even consciously realize it or not, sort of healing through that because there's so much pain in bluegrass, which is crazy, the juxtaposition of it. But also, I got to say, if you haven't written Grandpa had a banjo under the bed. I mean, that's just like you said, his grandpa had a banjo under the bed. And I'm like, well, that's the first line of a bluegrass song for sure.
Yeah, that's a good story.
It's a good story. Okay, so with the Grammys, I'm curious your take on this. We talked about it yesterday with the Don Cusack, who's a music historian. Talked about the Grammys recently creating the traditional country category. And I'm curious if you think that strengthens or threatens recognition for bluegrass, if it creates more space or kind of risks diluting the categories, in your opinion.
I think that there's room for everything. I'm a recording academy member, and I was very happy to see a traditional country category come along.
Mm-hmm.
Just from the fact that there's people out there that are busting their tail, driving a 15-passenger van down the road with a trailer behind it, beating up the roads, and really putting out tremendous music. And within the Grammy categories, you can get overlooked very largely because if you've got too many acts competing against each other, there was a big uproar about the Beyonce country album and whatnot. But how in the world can Zach Top compete with Beyonce or vice versa? I think bringing it home a little bit, if there's enough projects to fill a category, then why not do it? It should be a healthy thing and a healthy category. And really, a Grammy is not going to do anything for, again, like Beyonce. She's at the top of the heap. But a Grammy can do something for someone along the same lines as myself. It can really do a lot. So when you split it and give these guys a little bit better of a chance, it could totally change their lives and
That's
careers.
a great perspective. I hadn't even thought about it in that perspective. That's great.
Yeah, and it's one of the things about, people often ask what is the value of an award ceremony other than a chance for people to get dressed up nice and remind everybody how wonderful their life is. That when it actually creates space to honor truly great work that people might not have been able to notice, when it actually is people stepping forward and saying, look, you may not like this, but a lot of people who really know music and really know this particular genre really have a sense of it, so it might be worth a second look. I mean, that's really what it kind of comes down to in the music industry. Lindsay talks about this all the time, and this happens in film and theater as well, too. There are a number of people who simply didn't win the lottery, and I don't mean, when I say that, I mean the idea that they have everything they need, they just haven't gotten in front of the right audience yet or gotten the right break. And this is an opportunity to provide some of those people with that shot without diluting
recognition.
it. Yeah, exactly.
That's what it is. When the Poor Ramblin' Boys, we won the International Bluegrass Music Award Emerging Artist of the Year in 2018, and we were still a fresh band, had just left the distillery that we normally played at, was just starting to get out in the festival scene and the market. But when we were given that award, I think it sealed the deal for a lot of us. Like, we can do this. We can do this for a living. We can play the music that we love, because ideally we're playing like a traditional vein. I would call it progressively traditional. And in the time that I was growing up, traditional bluegrass was not mainstream within the bluegrass market. And so I didn't think that I had a place. So I guess that's maybe why I created a band, so I could have a place. And I created it with my friends because I knew we all had a common bond with this particular style of music. So I think it worked to our advantage, but just to get that recognition that night from our peers, that was life-changing. I bawled my eyes out, and I didn't know. But it's just like you work so hard for so many years, and yes, it's just a little piece of glass or a little piece of gold or whatever you want to call it, or a little medallion. But when you think about the time invested by each individual person, especially in a group, but just each individual, there's so much time invested into that little piece. So to me, looking at it, I'm reminded of, like, I worked really hard and I got something out of this. So
I love the idea of
solidification.
Yeah, sorry. No, I was gonna say I love the idea. You said there wasn't a place that I fit in, so I created my own. I mean, that's the beauty of art, and I guess really evolution. And I mean, it brings us to this record that's out now. Keep on keeping on with yourself and Bobby Osborne, obviously a legend. The Osborne brothers. And I'm curious, you say, I love the conversation about you were that moment you're sitting on your porch. If you can take us back there in the Smokies, and you described it like Bobby was sitting right there with you. So I'm curious, as an artist, what did that maybe talk about that moment, but then as an artist yourself, what did that moment teach you about really listening to the ghosts of our mentors?
I think Bobby always honored the guys that he loved, but if you listen to the Osborne Brothers music itself, it was plowing through new ground. And a fine example of that is Yesterday, Today, and the Osborne Brothers. The first side is Bluegrass Classics. The second side is the Osborne Brothers all the way, pouring on the drums and the steel guitar and the piano and all that stuff. So anyhow, I met Bobby when I was, 16 or 17, and got my picture with him, and that was it. And over the years, developed a relationship with him. But, 2 days before he passed away, he told his daughter that I was his best friend. And that just, you can talk about Grammys and IBMA awards and all this kind of stuff, but to me, like that's the pinnacle moment. Like I did something for somebody that did so much for me. Like I want to pay back. And Bobby needed that at that time in his life. The Opry wasn't calling as much after COVID because primarily of age, not age discrimination, but caring for their older members, making sure that they might not get sick. You know, they wanted to take care of these veterans. So Bobby was down and out. That was the whole premise of the record. 6 months in, we lost Bobby. I had no clue. No one had any idea. It was, I know he was 91 years old, but it was a huge surprise when he passed away. I saw him just, 4 or 5 days before that. So I didn't know what to do. I was lost because I had focused so much time on Bobby and getting this done and doing this for him because I saw the medicinal purposes of music actually working on Bobby as well. His mind was sharper. He was being creative. He was laughing and smiling. His whole mood had changed. His physical ability to walk better and do all this stuff was happening. Music was making him better, and it was giving him new life. And so I was really disappointed in myself because I didn't get the project done for him. He died on June 27th of 2023. Our first single was supposed to come out June 30th.
Oh, God.
Wow.
And on the 20th, it was a song called Too Old to Die Young. And
Wow.
I called the label, Turnberry Records, and I said, Keith, you've got to scrap this. Like, I don't want people thinking that we're trying to make money off of his passing. Wow. And for another thing is, I don't want to hear his voice. I don't want to hear him right now. I can't, And so we had the funeral, all that stuff, and buried him. It's all said and done, and I'm just sitting out on my porch one night. It's middle of July, I guess, and I'm just sitting there going like, what am I going to do? Me and Bobby had so many plans, and I don't know what to do. I've got 8 tracks and of his voice, and I don't know. I'm just going to get rid of it. And literally, it's probably 1 a.m., and Bobby shows up. He showed up many times after this, but this was the first time he showed up. And it was like he leaned down right into my left ear and said, I gave you something, now do what you want to with it. And I was like, it shook me. And it was just like he was sitting right next to me. And it was him all the way. And I said, what does that mean? So I immediately got up and I started just like kind of pacing. I said, okay. Finally, at the end of the night, I kind of got it. I was like, okay, I've got something. He wanted to help me. He wanted to help me get to the Opry more. He wanted to help me in the industry more. And I thought that was over because he was gone. But it's like, no, wow. I can do this now. Instead of doing it with him, the project, I can do it for him. And so it's either don't put it out at all or go big. Go big or go home. And so that's when I really started thinking, like, I'm going to put this out as a 8-track project. Again, I got depressed at another point. It got around this birthday, which is December 7th, and I didn't know what to do. And that's when I came home from a long vacation to Florida, and I came home and I was like, I'm quitting the music industry. I'm going into real estate. And I got home to a letter from the Country Music Hall of Fame that said they wanted to put me and Bobby in the American Currents exhibit. And like, that's Bobby showing up again. Like, every time I get discouraged with something, Bobby shows up when he needs to. And that's the support that he was trying to give me when he was alive, and he was giving me when he was alive, and he's still doing it today. It's the craziest stuff. But yeah, the project, Del McCurry, hats off to you, my friend, because he's the reason why there's so many guests on the project, because he was the person that said, hey, I'll cut on there. I'll cut on Bobby's project. So we cut She's No Angel, and that inspired me. It's like, if Dell wants to be on this record, who else does? So I started calling a bunch of friends and acquaintances, and it's turned into, over 25 people on this project. And a majority of those are under 40 years old. So that comment itself shows you that, the youngest person on the project at the time was 13 years old. The oldest was 91, Bobby. Look at the span of time, the span of influence that Bobby and Sonny Osborne had on people. It's incredible. And it's still happening.
Wow.
I'm just going to kind of sit here in kind of stunned silence at the fact that we somehow managed to talk about bluegrass as sort of a seance of sorts, and here you are actually summoning spirits into your ear to kind of encourage you to release albums right when you're ready to give up on them. And I'm kind of curious, when you revisit this music, when you listen to it, or when you get a chance to play it again, how much of him is with you then? I mean, you talk about the idea of him being with you, taking these steps along with you. How much of his presence? I mean, do you expect to turn on a stage and see him? I mean, do you feel him on your shoulder? I'm not being woo-woo here, because I actually think I understand what you're kind of getting at here. Do you feel? How often do you feel him?
I feel him. I don't know when I'm going to. I when he's around, he's around. I feel him like right behind me, like kind of on my like his hand on my shoulder type thing, and right when I don't even know that I need it, but right when I need it, that's when he kind of shows up. It's kind of hard to explain, but I can get stressed out about something, or I could be listening to this project now or listening to the Osborne Brothers, and it brings me back to the living room and sitting with him and him telling these stories, and it brings me back to us being in the studio and the little funny stories that are happened as we went through this project while he was here. And I'm going to do my best. I started it this week on my social media platforms, that I'm going to go through track by track and tell stories about, why this song was selected, who was on the project, maybe a little funny story. And so, because I think that stuff's important. And, every time I sit there and reminisce or tell a story, like I'm talking to you guys, like Bobby's right there. I see, I see him. I see him in my mind's eye, but I see him. And it's an honor I never thought, looking back at a kid that was 16 or 17 years old and meeting Bobby Osborne for the first time, getting my picture with him, if you would have told that kid that you would be like the bearer of his final recordings and it was up to you to do what you needed to with it or wanted to with it, that kid would have never, there'd have been no way that he would have ever believed that.
The project that we're talking about, it is called Keep On Keepin' On, very appropriately named, with Bobby Osborne and CJ Lewandowski. Am I saying your last name right, by the way?
You sure are.
Okay, good. Just making sure. We've got a couple minutes left here, but I really want to dive in because you've got some real heavy hitters on this project. Grammy winners, Hall of Famers, Opry stars. You're one yourself. And that's equal parts people wanting to lend their talent and inspiration because of Bobby, and then equal parts because of you, of course, and the circle that you've created and the calls you can make. I'm curious just to you what that feels like to know that artists you've admired so long are willing to pour their talent into your project, and vice versa as you work on other people's projects. But what that means for your own evolution when we surround ourselves with those like-minded, talented people that help you kind of keep reaching for the stars at risk of sounding cheesy. You know what I mean? But when you guys are equally growing and pushing each other, what's it like to be sitting with this record now, knowing that so many greats are a part of it, including Bobby, who is obviously your biggest co-collaborator?
The satisfaction and the I think the phrase of a rising tide raises all ships is appropriate, and I wouldn't put myself in the same category as many of these people. I just do what I do and play what I play, and that's how it is. But when I was able to call Vince Gill and he answered and knew exactly who I was before I even said my name, that meant something to me. Vince Gill was the first person, when compact discs first come out. I was a kid, and the first CD that I ever got for my little Sony Walkman was the Vince Gill album Souvenirs. And so, like, there's a lot of full circle things happening, and it's all for the love of Bobby. I call it Bobby's project because it is, and I was just the producer of it. And when he passed, I became, the sole producer of it and caretaker of it. And I just wanted to make it good for him. And everybody loved him, and there's proof in that. And to show the reasons that I love bluegrass music and being a part of this community is because there is a community. I say that I'm not an equal to, but we are all on a pretty level playing field as far as, accessibility, talking to people, being nice, coming up to the merch table and talking to people, signing autographs. It's a very professional industry, but it's also got a lot of mom and pop traits to it that make it a family. It's not just a community. Country music is the same way, especially the older generations of people. I remember Bill Anderson walking right up to Bobby, be like, "Hey, how's everything going over at the farm? You've been growing any tomatoes?" or stuff like that. They knew about each other's lives, and so, I never thought that Rob McCurry would be calling me and asking me about cars and stuff like that, and and then saying, "Hey, you want to do something at IBMA? Let's go do something." Like, those guys are my heroes when I was 13 and 14, well, even now, but I looked up to them from a crowd perspective, not even knowing how to play music, and be like, man, I want to be like those guys. And for them to recognize me as just a normal guy that plays music like they do, I really appreciate that.
I can't thank you enough for making time for us this morning. I want you guys to go to turnberryrecords.com if you want to find out where the Pole Ramblin' Boy shows are. Also, go to Facebook and Instagram on turnberryrecords.com. You can keep up with all the goings-on and doings-on. Where are you headed next, man?
Well, I'm on my way to Chattanooga right now. I'm going to drop off Jimmy Martin's pickup truck at the Coca Museum to be on display for a little while. And then Thursday, let's see here. Well, I'm going to IBMA starting Monday in Chattanooga again. And then Thursday, I'll be in my home state of Missouri at Starvey Creek Bluegrass Festival. And then we're going to shoot on up to South Dakota from there. So got a pretty busy week coming up.
You're busy, and this record is so good. This is driving music, guys. I'm telling you, both driving, I mean that both ways. Play on the word, pun intended. It's driving and it's driving. It's called Keep On Keeping On. That's the album. It's really beautiful. It's steeped in so much history and inspiration, and we just appreciate you taking the time, CJ Lewandowski, to join us. I hope everybody not only streams this but downloads it in honor of Bobby, and in hopes to continue that CJ can keep on doing what he does forever. So thank you for your time, brother.
Thank you, CJ. Thank you so much, man. This has been Road Gang Radio. Its executive producers are Lindsay, Lawler, and Jimmy Mack. Its technical producer is phone master Andre Thibodeau. Coming up, Lindsay, just in a second, is Trucking with Oida. It's a trucker's village. The concept is simple but powerful. Provide truck drivers a place where they can park safely for free and give them all the things they want and need. A friend of the show, Dean Ash, is joining Ashley and Scott to have that conversation coming up next.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter. Now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance.
The there are precious few nonprofits in the trucking industry, and even fewer that make a tangible difference in the lives of professional drivers. So thank goodness for the St. Christopher Fund. Since 2008, over 4,000 over-the-road semi-truck drivers have turned to the St. Christopher Truckers Fund when a medical issue took them out of work. The SCF steps in and pays necessary household expenses such as mortgage, rent, utilities, insurance, and vehicle payments. The SCF also provides free health and wellness programs for drivers. So find out how the SCF can help you, or help the SCF yourself. They'll turn your dollars and cents into that tangible difference for the professional drivers who need it most. Support our highway heroes with a donation at truckersfund.org.
Get $25 off on your next preventive maintenance service. Stop by TA Truck Service and save when you choose Castrol oil and a Fleet Guard oil filter, now through September 30, 2025. Enjoy premium performance with trusted brands. Castrol, protection for the long haul guaranteed. Fleet Guard, run cleaner longer with filtration science. Our ASC certified technicians are ready to deliver expert preventive maintenance and more. TA Truck Service, Castrol, Fleet Guard, your partners in preventive maintenance. Exceptional value and exceptional values. That's Bennett Trucking. A core commitment of faith, family, and freedom has driven Bennett to being the leading provider of innovative, integrated transportation solutions, both at home and abroad. Bennett's values are not just compatible with providing high-paying jobs and unmatched customer service. They're inseparable. If you're looking for an employer or a partner who believes the best business model is being a model citizen, then Bennett Trucking is the place for you. Go to BennettIG.com and find the folks who share your values.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, RadioNemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, RadioNemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at RadioNemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.
Thanks to all the hardworking drivers across the U.S. from the Allen Lund Company.
I want this to be a place that they get to come to rather than a place that they have to come to.
Welcome to Trucking with OIDA. I'm Scott Thompson.
And I'm Ashley Blackford.
We're going to speak to Dean Ash, the voice you just heard there, the CEO of Truckers Paradise, which bills itself as a, I'm going to use quotes here, next level rest stop experience. And if you look at the list of amenities that they have down there in Texas and in Gainesville, I'd say they're on their way to making that a reality.
A paradise, if you will.
A paradise, if you will. Got more than a few questions for Dean about what they're doing down there and the model that maybe others can use throughout the country when, again, they're building truck stops with the idea of providing things for truckers. And they are certainly doing that down there in Gainesville, Texas. Looking forward to talking to Dean here in a bit. But Ashley, should we cover some news here first? It's been a little bit.
Don't think I can say no, can I?
You could say no, but I'm going to go ahead anyway.
All right.
So we are still monitoring the aftermath of that deadly crash in Florida that happened last month. I'm sure you've all seen the headlines and have been following this story. 3 people tragically killed when a tractor-trailer driven by Harjinder Singh made an illegal U-turn. Singh still behind bars, facing multiple charges, including manslaughter and vehicular homicide charges. The new development in this case is that the trucking company that employed Singh, California-based White Hawk Carriers, has been issued civil and criminal subpoenas in connection to the case there in the state of Florida. The state's attorney general there in Florida recently making that announcement. And what that means is the company will now have to submit business records, communications, any certifications related to the employment and licensing of Mr. Singh there. And at the center of this discussion, obviously, really is just how and why Singh was able to obtain a CDL after apparently entering the country illegally in 2018. So much more to come on this story, and we'll be following it.
For sure. The governor of Texas is cracking down on English language proficiency. Governor Greg Abbott recently directed the Texas Department of Public Safety to strictly enforce the English language proficiency requirements that have been set by the Federal Motor Carrier Safety Administration. This means that commercial vehicle enforcement troopers and inspectors will be doing language proficiency reviews for all commercial license operators on Texas roadways. The governor has also directed the Department of Public Safety to stop issuing intrastate commercial driver's licenses for drivers that cannot speak English sufficiently.
Yeah, I remain intrigued by the pace at which this issue has picked up in recent months. Obviously, spurred by a number of things, but we'll continue watching that as well. We've got also a pretty sizable recall to report here. We're talking nearly 14,000 Kenworth trucks that are affected. PACCAR says it's over an issue with the instrument panel and problems with warning lights and vehicle speeds not showing up right, which sounds like a problem. And apparently the digital display there also might be switching to a blue screen, which is recovery mode without warning. Obviously, that's a problem, and a problem apparently related to a software issue. Dealers will be making fixes free of charge. We should mention the vehicles affected include Kenworth T680, T880, and W900 trucks, all model years 2024 through 2026. Bad news, good news here. The bad, I should start with. Nearly, again, 14,000 trucks and all could be affected. Although the good news is that PACCAR believes just about 1% of that total will have the actual defect. Of course, you're not going to know if you are one of those unless you get it checked out. So that will be the next step in this process here.
And I assume letters are going out around Christmas.
Letters will be. I'm not sure it's that long. I don't remember. I don't have it in front of me. But yes, they will be going out at some point in the near future. I know that's a question mark for you always.
It seems
That's
to
why
be.
it takes that long. But
No, that's good. I'm glad you're getting the word out.
Yeah, there you go.
We're going to get a look into what the Trump administration has planned for potential trucking regulations. This comes from the latest version of the Unified Regulatory Agenda that was recently released. One of the things on the list was about the Department of Labor's final rule on determining whether a worker is an employee or an independent contractor. The final rule on this took effect in March of last year, but part of the regulatory agenda states that the Department of Labor plans to rescind the previous administration's rule. The Department of Labor is projected to issue a notice of proposed rulemaking sometime this month. If you were hopeful the FMCSA would be implementing a stronger broker transparency regulation, you'll have to wait a little bit longer. In the regulatory agenda, it indicated that the agency plans to issue a second notice of proposed rulemaking in May of next year.
Gosh.
This
can just keeps getting kicked down the road.
It really does. As for automatic emergency brakes, FMCSA plans to go back to the drawing board and issue a second notice of proposed rulemaking at the end of this year in December. The regulatory agenda indicates that the agency plans to unveil a formal proposal on ELDs in May of next year. For details on any of these things, Mark Schremer from Landline Magazine did an excellent job breaking them all down, better than I did, I would say. So check out landline.media for that.
Yeah, that broker transparency issue, it's just frustrating that the can just keeps getting kicked
down.
Farther and farther down the road. Would love to see something sooner rather than later on that. Tired of waiting, but hopefully that will come sooner rather than later. Let's get into some quick hits here now. Ashley, been a while since we've talked diesel prices. They have been slowly ticking up for the past few weeks on the Energy Information Administration survey. Last week, diesel prices up across the board in the U.S., where the average hit $3.76 a gallon, about 3 cents higher than the previous week. Every region seeing prices on the rise, and where we're at right now, the diesel average is up 21 cents compared to the same time a year ago, which kind of surprised me when I saw it. But again, when you see the prices continue to kind of fluctuate, it seems like they're moving up more than they're moving down right now.
Gone are the days of paper. USDOT has announced that as of September 30th of this year, FMCSA will no longer accept paper payments like checks or money orders. This is for any agency transactions like fees, reinstatement, or legal name changes, civil penalty payments, and everything else. So starting on the 30th, people will have to provide a debit or credit card. If you're wondering why the change, FMCSA says it's to support the White House Executive Order 14247, and that electronic payments are faster, more secure, and more efficient, reducing errors and administrative burden.
You know, one thing I like about working with you, Ashley, is I know, because we talked about this earlier, I know that this story got you riled up.
It did.
And we can talk about it a little bit later in the show.
hope
but
to.
I'm always,
I have
it always
thoughts.
interests me, the things that get you riled up. Because this is not one that I thought would have.
And it did.
But it did.
Yeah.
And you are.
I've got thoughts.
You are ready to go.
I've got
and
thoughts.
we'll unleash you.
Stay
we'll give
tuned
you
for those.
We'll give you a corner here near the end of the show after we
Can't
talk
wait.
with Mr. Ash about the Truckers Paradise situation down there in Texas. But one more quick news item to hit here before we take a quick break. We've had a lot of talking about truck parking of late. With that in mind, important to remind folks that the Truck Parking Safety Improvement Act is still in the House, still looking for some movement there. It just picked up another co-sponsor. Congressman Rick Crawford of Arkansas is the 45th co-sponsor in all, meaning there are now 23 Republicans, 22 Democrats who have signed on to this bill, truly bipartisan in nature, which is always good to see. Just a reminder, the bill would pump $755 million into building new, publicly available truck parking spots nationwide. As we always do to get your elected member of the House on board, you really do have to reach out to them.
Yeah.
You really do have to let them know why this matters, why it's important. And to do that, you can check out fightingfortruckers.com, which is really a one-stop shop for doing that.
Yeah, for sure. Quickly, if
Yeah.
you're looking for a place to air out your grievances, look no further. The American Transportation Research Institute is conducting its top industry issues survey. The goal of this is to identify critical issues confronting the industry, develop strategies for addressing those issues. To find the survey and rank your top trucking issues, you can visit the ATRI website at truckingresearch.org.
Truckers Paradise got a little bit of everything in terms of amenities, which we just talked about, including free parking. I know there's been a shift there a little bit away from the paid parking model. Looking forward to talking to Dean Ash, the CEO of Truckers Paradise, right after this short, really short break. We'll get him on the line and talk to him all about it. As promised, we have Dean Ash, the CEO of Truckers Paradise, a truck stop in Gainesville, Texas. Really more than a truck stop there. We're going to talk to Dean all about it, and we've got him on the line. Dean, how's it going? You're down in Texas, right?
I am, yes. Gainesville, Texas. We're about an hour north of the downtown metro area of Fort Worth and Dallas.
How are things going down there? What's the weather like these days? Is it cooling off a little bit?
We have actually had a cooler than normal summer. And, normally we have, like in Dallas proper, we have, I think, an average of 18 days that's over 100 degrees. Oh. We've only had 6.
Oh.
Compared to one year, we had over 60 days over 100. So, we've even been cooler than some of the northeastern states.
Hey, you can't complain about that.
We've had good rain, so all the grass is green. So, yeah, everything's good.
That's awesome. Ashley and I were just talking about Truckers Paradise and what a cool concept this is. And we'll get into kind of, what the plans are moving forward here and how things are going. But if we could just start a little bit by talking about Truckers Paradise and what it is, because, again, I think it's a cool concept and one that, people are going to be excited about if they don't already know about it.
Well, thank you. Thank you. Well, let me just kind of start from the beginning and okay. So I think it sometimes takes an industry outsider, to come in and basically not know what the general rules are. Because if I was a truck stop operator, and I had done it the Loves or TA way, then I might be influenced to also do this, and incorporate a lot of those same ideas. But it's kind of like a blank slate in a way, and I didn't know it at the time, but it's like, okay, now I'm looking back on it, and how this got started. I realized, people are saying, "You're doing what?" So even Darren Schulte, of NATSO, came out to our property and he said, "Dean, I have to tell you that, for the first 15 minutes of our, when we had an hour-long conversation for membership, I was politely going to tell you not to do it, not to do what you're going to do.
Huh.
But he said after I went through a full hour of talking with you about it, and then I came on site because he actually came in on for a 2-day period, and after we'd already joined NATSO, and this was like June of last year, he said, okay, now I see the vision. I see, and I said, I've actually been screaming at the rooftops for one of our own members to do something like what you're doing. And it's like, and I'm giving honor to the concept and to the truckers in this case. It's not necessarily me, because I've just kind of stumbled on something that, because my core is to treat everybody like a human being, like they deserve to be treated. And I think too often drivers are considered to be a commodity.
Yes.
And just anonymous, and they're just, that they just look at them as robots to come in and get fuel, get their hot dog, their energy drink,
and get back to work. Yeah.
And get back out on the road. It's like we just want to love on them, not in a weird way, of course, but we want to we want to take care of them. We want them to stay for as long as they want to. Give them a reason to get out of their truck and walk around and get some exercise, and so that's where we're kind of bucking a lot of the trends that are in the industry. And again, nobody's told me that I can't. It's just I think that there's room for the hospitality aspect, that you give truckers what every other driver on the road, say their SUV or pickup truck, the family, what everybody else wants, and why they stop at Buc-ee's here in Texas and now other parts of the country, is for clean restrooms. And so if we provide those things and we say, hey, we respect you, we want you to have the best possible experience, then maybe that turns into money for us, but
what were the reservations that were kind of raised to you? You mentioned that conversation where
the person was like,
they were like,
maybe
we're
you shouldn't
trying
do
to
this.
talk you out of it, but they eventually came around. What were the reservations that were kind of expressed to you early on? Because I hear you talking and all these things sound great. And again, common sense. And if it's common sense and it's, looking out for people, typically that's good business as well. What were the initial reservations that were expressed to you?
Well, it is more kind of industry trends, looking at it from the standpoint of, hey, like the old Petro, big, huge, from the 80s, I guess, the large truck stops are kind of a thing of the past. They're more dinosaurs, but we're not looking to be just a truck stop. We're looking to almost become like a trucker village in a way, or we're in a sense bringing the city services that they can't access to them. But what's neat about the property, and we've taken over an old outlet mall, that has a little over 300,000 square feet, in which we are using a little over half of for the trucker portion. But it serves the community as well. So, what Darren was saying is that, okay, you've got the right mixture of, where, probably about 70% of all the activity that goes on here is a third-party tenant. But everybody supports the common vision and goal of serving the truckers. And a lot of them here are specifically for the truckers. But like, for example, the laundromat, we're doing wash and fold for the truckers and targeting a 3-hour turnaround time, so that, we are doing that so they don't have to be captive to a washing machine. And we're trying to give the unproductive time back to the truckers, because it's very valuable. But what's neat is it works for the community just the same. So if the community wants a massage that's going to be opening up on Thursday, well, they can come and use it just the same as a trucker can. We've got 5 restaurants in the food court. The community loves that, same as the truckers. Yeah. So we don't have to exclude anybody. And we're also doing, like, if we have there's a former Applebee's in the front that's close to the frontage road on the freeway. We're actually going to turn that into like a quick trip, more for the 4-wheelers. And again, we do segregate the 4-wheelers from the truckers, and I think they like that. And they even have their own separate entrance to access that. So, we're also, where we've been exclusively mobile fueling, we're going to have a traditional fueling also added in the backside. So, we're trying to give them as much of a complete package as possible.
Yeah.
Yeah. And
That's
you
great.
obviously mentioned a lot of things that you have. Do you mind just kind of going down a list of the things that you are going to offer there or you are offering?
Yeah, so the ones that we have in place right now, obviously a convenience store, which it's about 12,000 square feet in space. We're going to add a fruits and veggies section and some bread and some other things. Maybe even we're actually looking at a local butcher that will give us either fresh refrigerated or maybe frozen cuts of steaks, chops, burgers, things like that truckers can go and use on their air fryer, to make if they don't want fast food. We'll have the urban option. But we've got we're talking to 4 states Chrome to come in and, to expand. We already have a Chrome section, but we're going to expand that. We have a cigar shop, or cigar, probably the largest humidor of any truck stop in the country. It's massive. And then we have a smoking area. It's like a separate lounge just for smokers. And that's inside so they can get out of the elements if it's too hot or cold. We have a lot of seating area outside. We are Caribbean themed, so we have kind of beach and palm trees everywhere with Adirondack chairs. And then we just signed up, and I can't things move kind of fast around here, so I don't remember the name of the company, but we just signed up a truck repair company.
Wow.
That will do more than just, change tires and oil change. They'll actually do some engine repair. And we get asked at least once a day if we have a truck repair shop, that people can access. I think there's a lot of trucks out there that are in need of service in some way, and, they probably try to defer that maintenance, maybe a little too long.
Yeah. Yeah.
But then, so we have under construction a 31,000 square feet entertainment complex. So I'm kind of going through building by building in my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So at the end, that entertainment complex will house like pool tables, virtual golf, batting cage, axe throwing, darts. It'll have a couple pickleball courts, as well as a bar and some food options. And then even we have been approved by the city for a poker room.
Wow. Okay.
And we never thought we could attain that, but I mean, the mayor has been out here, the Economic Development Corporation. They've all toured the place, and so we've got tremendous support from the city.
You might have a problem because people may not want to leave when they
I know.
get there.
They might come there and just be like, you know what? I'm just going to hang out here.
Is that a concern? Yeah, is that a concern?
Exactly.
I'm hearing all these things, and I'm thinking, man,
I might take a trip.
I might just take a vacation there for a couple of days.
Yes. Well, that's the intention, is to come and stay, and this. I want this to be a place that they get to come to rather than a place that they have to come to.
Love that. Yeah.
And this is the perfect place to do a 34.
What?
Absolute perfect.
You said something early on that I think was interesting, in that I think you labeled yourself an outsider to this kind of industry, and you came in with an idea of something. And it sounds like you didn't quite know if it would work. It made sense in your head, and you got some feedback. But can you just walk us through, kind of how this began, maybe your background a little bit, and how it kind of led you down this path? Because all the things you're saying it sounds great across the board, and it addresses a lot of needs that are out there as well. But your background, how did it kind of lead you to coming up with all of this?
Well, and thanks for asking. I'm 57. I've been, with the exception of 6 years in the Navy, I actually went in late in life and at age 29 in the Navy. So, I don't do anything conventional. And I think the more conventional that I do, if I just wanted to own a franchise of a restaurant or something like that just by itself, I wouldn't do very well, because it's like I'm not able to put my fingerprint on it. But, it really make something that's different and unique as an offering. So I've always worked on projects. I've always, with the exception of the Navy, 6 years, I've always been in business for myself. And I kind of go by the beat of a different drummer, in a sense that, I recognize you kind of know what your talents are, is what I've been told, by the things that frustrate you and the things that just come natural to you. So I'm sometimes I create some complexity in the projects that I do, but they seem to work out more often than not. And so my core of who I am is that I love travel and transportation, which are two sides of the same coin, and then hospitality. So that's what drives me more than anything else in my life, is to please others, and give them an experience that they can't get anywhere else. I think that's the hallmark of who I am. And so and kind of the origin of this, I have a friend that's a 10-car car hauler, coast to coast, and he's been doing it for 25 years. And he and his wife live in the truck, and they don't own or rent any property. And when it burnt to the ground because of an axle fire, they became homeless. And I said, well, just get on a plane from Washington State and come to my house in Dallas. And they stayed with me for 2.5 months until they got back on their feet. Well, during that time, I got to learn really how much of a grinding and gritty lifestyle it is. And it's like how they get treated by, people that they try to park in certain areas and they get run off. They get their tire booted. They have attempted theft of their cars on a carrier, even in the middle of the day, much less nighttime. And it's like, okay, there's got to be a better way. There's got to be a safer environment. There's got to be, a place that they actually feel welcome. And it's like, I think that there's a value, and I think this can be monetized, and I also then started, after I realized, okay, what I wrapped my mind around it, then I went to TxDOT, Texas Department of Transportation, and they had published back in 2021 a 150-page truck parking and amenity study that basically validated everything that I had thought that the industry was lacking. And they were phenomenal to work with, and they gave me a lot of tools that normally, isn't, they really went below the surface in terms of all the stuff, the data that they had collected. And it's like, well, this is 90% of what our due diligence needs to be in order to attract the money needed from our investors. So, and it turns out, the problem is a whole lot bigger than what I thought. So, we have basically made it a core principle of ours to also have free parking. Free parking for people that are doing, their overnight and their 34. And we will never charge for parking for those two groups of people. Now, we do have some storage, for trailers that's, a weekly and a monthly basis in a different part of the area, property, but, we'll charge for that, but never for staying overnight. So we're focused on trucker safety. And then I've been blessed to be connected with some people that actually just literally yesterday, one of my investors happens to have a best friend that knows Sean Duffy, Secretary of Transportation. And so it's been our goal to work with the Trump administration to get some of the funding. And again, this is taking it to the really macro level, the 100,000 foot level, is that we want to duplicate what we're doing here. We want to perfect it, duplicate it, take it to other parts of the country, but then also be like, we're 1 mile from the Welcome Center since we're on the border of Oklahoma. Well, there's only 23 parking spots at that rest area. We would like to add free parking and maybe up to 750 trucks. So right now we have the capability of, diagonal pull-through, oversized spots of 6 feet on each side, not 6 inches, but 6 feet, and 186 of those, and then we can probably squeeze another, maybe 120 on the entire property if needed for overflow.
Wow.
But there's property to the south of us and to the west of us that we could probably jump that up to 700 pretty easily. And that's our goal, is maybe to receive some of those funds that are coming to Florida and Ohio already, is maybe direct those where we can put a parking spot in for a third of the cost of what state government could, or the federal government for that matter. And then just, really just, we want to be put on the map for that purpose, and again, we're willing to go through that process, but that's kind of our long-term vision.
Yeah.
And again, we want to duplicate this, in other parts of the country. We're looking at Interstate 10, where it splits off and goes to San Diego. In that area, we're looking at taking distressed properties too and retrofitting them into something that the community can be proud of.
17 Sapp Brothers Travel Centers are known for great food, hospitality, and mom-approved showers and restrooms. But don't forget the service centers. Sapp Brothers ASC certified technicians can repair nearly any issue in-shop or roadside, including axle repair. Dig into your free steak dinner with your oil change. That's a Sapp Brothers tradition to thank you for your business. Tires? Sapp Brothers will beat any competitor's advertised price on tires. And download the Sapp Brothers app for exclusive promotions in the shop, restaurant, and store. Your spot under the coffee pot is waiting for you at Sapp Brothers.
We're speaking with Dean Ash, CEO of Truckers Paradise, a truck stop, really more than a truck stop in Gainesville, Texas. I want to talk to you about parking real quick because you mentioned the fact that you are committed to free parking, which I don't know if you've been following. This has been a problem, I think is even a diplomatic way to say for a while. Truck parking crisis, the shortage is serious here. I think, and please correct me if I'm wrong here, but I think the initial plan there did involve some sort of paid parking model. It sounds like you've since shifted to, again, free parking here. Can you talk about, I guess, maybe the evolution of that and how that kind of came to change over the past just several months, I guess, right?
That's correct. With so I'm not mentioning any other organizations, but you can kind of let your mind go, let your mind wander on this. But originally we had teamed up with an organization that before because we just had essentially the full opening of the basic amenities that are common to most truck stops. So we had to have restrooms and showers and lounge, and then we had to have restaurants. We had to be able to feed the truckers in order to be considered a real truck stop. Back early in the year before all that was done, we had the convenience store open, and then we had fuel and truck wash. But we were just operating again on a very like a soft opening basis. And we thought, okay, the parking lot is not being utilized, so let's just throw it out there for anybody that wants to come park overnight or 2 or 3 nights, maybe a week or something like that. And so we thought that might be a way to at least attract some business. It turned out that actually brought us almost no business whatsoever. I mean, if we could have bought a couple of hamburgers with the money that we got from that.
Yeah.
And so it's like, okay, and then we learned how much of a distaste it is for the truckers to pay for parking, and that's the I've seen the surveys that people have done that is the most hated money that they are sometimes forced to spend. It's like that is if we're really truly in on trucker safety, then I want to be 100% in. So it's like, okay, I'm distancing myself from any organization that would come in and want to charge for parking, and we will never charge for parking from this point forward.
That's a huge thing. I mean, I think it's interesting coming from our perspective in that, again, you said yourself you were an outsider to this, but you kind of came in thinking, okay, this makes sense to, charge for parking. And I understand that mindset as well. But it's interesting to me, at least, that you came to a realization pretty quickly that model was not going to work for you there.
100%. That's correct. And again, that bucks the trend. Even my investors are, we're saying, Dean, again, they're not in the industry either. But they said, "Are you sure about this?" And I said, "Yes, I'm 100% sure. I have." And I'm actually on site a lot, and I talk to a lot of the truckers, and that's actually my favorite time of the day is when, after hours, when the parking lot really fills up. I'm able to talk to the truckers, and it's a common theme. And I'll tell you without exaggeration, there's been a couple of truckers that have come on and so excited number one, to even be able to talk to a person that will spend time with them more than just, hey, welcome in, kind of thing. That my staff will take time to talk to a trucker because they are so cooped up in the truck all day long. But there's been some of them that have come to tears because they say there's somebody that finally cares about us. And I mean, that gave chills up and down my spine. It's like, this is why we're doing it. This is our why. And so it's become a passion, and it's like I'm dedicated. My family's behind me. All of our investors. I mean, I think we're attracting the right influencers too. That's coming alongside us to support us too. And it's been tough. I won't lie. But the more that since we have become open, that we do have those new tenants that are coming on board. Not the least of which is, a massage place that's opening up on Thursday, and a chiropractor that can do DOT physicals and things of that nature. Even sleep rooms. Eventually, maybe another 4 to 6 months down the road, we'll have some temporary, small, like a third of the size of a hotel room.
Yeah.
So those, it's making it to where it's okay. Those are things you can't put on a spreadsheet. That. The interaction with the truckers and just seeing that they've got a safe place that they can just be a real person,
Yeah.
I think anyone listening would be surprised that you don't have a background in trucking or some relation, because you just seem to be hitting I would assume every box that a truck driver would like checked in a stop.
Yeah.
I'm curious, in the planning process, did you talk to truckers? Did you have input from truck drivers?
Largely no. And I mean, we did, and it's funny that you asked that because I really had a lack of contact with truckers because I've never had a CDL. I've never even been in a truck that's been moving down the road, other than just at a dealership. Kind of looking around and seeing it. But it's just the human aspect and basically the lack of parking. I think that, plus then I had a friend that had a fuel contract with Valero that had enough ingredients to realize, okay, I can, as I move through this process, and then Darren, Schulte from NATSO was phenomenal in helping us to really, kind of hone in the vision. So, we've had really good people that come around us and that want to see us succeed. And so I've gained expertise through those people that say, okay, Dean, I'm on board with what you're doing. Anytime you need help, I'm there for you. So
to Ashley's point, though, and I think that's kind of the theme here that I'm getting, is that you recognized that very early on, it seems like, that truck drivers are not treated well in a lot of places and in a lot of ways, despite everything they do for this country. And the thing I think is great about your business model is that it's so frankly simple. And I say that in complimentary ways, in that you're just treating people like human beings, and you're seeing the things that they want, when they've got to take a rest break or they're getting off the road for whatever reason. You saw it there and you said, this is pretty simple, it sounds like. And the fact that you're doing that, I think is great. Obviously, you're not doing this out of the total kindness of your heart. I mean, obviously it's a business, but everything that you've done and seen over the past, several months or year or whatever it's been now, what has surprised you, I guess, the most about the industry, maybe about how drivers are treated, anything across the board? Has anything just really just like made you think, wow, like that's amazing? I never realized that.
I think it's the personal stories, about how it's kind of come to me again, because I can identify with being in the Navy and being on a deployment, for a period of time and being away from family and the hazards of that job. I regard truckers as being, servicemen and women, that they are on deployment. And they are the lifeblood of the country, and I'm very patriotic in the full name of our company is All American Truckers Paradise. We just go by Truckers Paradise for short, but it's really with honoring Americans, and I think most truckers are, 99% of them at least are extremely patriotic. And so, I mean, the values that they have are my values. And so that's why I can really get behind and support those guys. And I'm an expert traveler myself, experienced. I've been to all 50 states. I love to travel. Anytime something is moving, I want to be in it. I've been to 14 countries, but I've also, I've been to Dubai, for example, and it's all 5-star hotels. But then I've also stayed in some, really sleazy kind of hotels because I've had to. Because
well, let's hear more about those experiences. No, I'm just joking.
Yeah, yeah. Or
those are the best stories, honestly. When you stay in a bad place, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. So I know, and I've pulled, trailers and things like that, and so I can relate at least in a small way. That's like, okay, hey, if I travel my SUV, I've got total freedom to go anywhere. But then if I add, I'm on a dually pickup truck and I'm pulling a fifth wheel, trailer or something like that, I'm drastically limiting the places that I can access, and then it's even huge, even much more, restrictive when you've got an 80,000-pound vehicle rolling down. Where can you go? And it's like it's meant to be a place that it's meant to get in the place easy and get back out, and then be welcome. So that's the other thing is like some mega churches, around the country. You come in and you have people waving the signs, say "Welcome home." We're glad you're here. What's that same concept that we have on the property where we actually, because we're Caribbean themed, we have a tiki hut as a reception area, and it's not a toll booth. It's just to basically, hey, if you're new here, we're setting the expectation. Here's some of the services. And some at the peak hours, we'll even escort the truck to a parking spot, in a golf cart, that kind of thing. So it's really just, again, it's just the experience that we want to have. And I've been to Iowa 80. Love that, and I can't wait to go back.
Mm-hmm.
They do a fabulous job there. I understand, Jubitz is awesome. Little America is awesome. I've, given them plugs and kudos for what they do. But I'm not trying to be like them. I'm just trying to do something, what as Dean Ash, giving them what I see, and it's like, okay, I'm giving this. It's like, okay, tell me what you like, what you don't like, then let me mold and shape. So,
yeah.
Like the fruits and veggies, they say they don't have that
Fresh
ability
food.
to give fresher options. So it's like, okay, well, you're talking to the owner, and I don't have to run it through a committee, to make that happen, or the stockholders.
That's great.
I'll just go ahead and do it.
So you're out there most days, it sounds like, or a lot of days. Yeah.
I am. Yeah, I am, and I live in Dallas. It's about 75 miles away, and actually, we have a 25-spot RV park in which I do have an RV that I stay in during the weekdays with my wife's blessing, and she's great.
That's good.
Yeah.
That's
awesome.
And so, it's we're getting into a flow of things, and we're already got our sights set on other locations, like I said, but it's just working out. And again, it's not easy because we also have some limitations where I-35 is undergoing major. It's a 3-year project in front of our property, and we didn't realize it at the beginning. So we have signage issues and things like that. But we've got great people around us to say, okay, hey, we're using this. If what can be perceived as a handicap, we're actually going to go through and do some creative, signage, and we're implementing that next week. So
that's great.
How many truck parking spots do you have, and what is the process in, can you reserve those, or how does that work?
Mm-hmm. We are starting a reservation, reserving a section of those, but those will be unpaid as well, so at no charge. So we are not at the point yet where we are maxed out. So we are bringing that offering to the table soon. But again, it's not even required because we're not filling up our parking lot at night.
Right.
So, and again, that's due mostly to signage, like the blue freeway signs, that have been taken down, because of road construction and things like that. But again, we're working around that. 186, again, they're all diagonal. They're all poles and have 6 feet on each side. And that's really more for safety than anything. And so that, staff, we're on our, mobile, tanker that we go around the parking lot. So we're not security per se, but we are patrolling the area for anything that doesn't belong here. We're big on that. We're part of Women in Trucking, and we want to for them to have a safe place to come. And I think that there's a loyalty there for that. And
sure,
long term, we're actually talking to the mayor about maybe having a substation of the police department here, and we'll give them a free office. And that just adds greater security to where it's like, okay, these people are serious about I know safety, that if I leave my truck, it'll still be there and untampered with when I come back from getting a shower. Yeah.
You strike me, Dean, as someone who's always thinking of ways to improve and maybe looking at new ways to do things. And I think, you've given more than a few examples of that. But you talked about the future plans for Truckers Paradise and different locations. Can you kind of talk about that? Are you looking at other places in Texas, other states? I think you maybe mentioned California earlier, but what does the future look like here?
Yeah. Look, we went to a conference, the International Convention of Shopping Centers, for example, out in Vegas last year. And we had the EDC of Fresno City and County, California, suburb of Salt Lake City, and suburb of Wichita, Kansas, all come to us, and say, hey, would you please consider coming to our community? We have a shortage of classy trucking amenities. We've got a couple of truck stops that aren't so clean. We need something that the community would respect, and that we would, we do want truck traffic, but we need the facilities to accommodate that. Since then, we've also, I've had a chance to speak to the Freight Advisory Committee at TxDOT in Austin, about our concept, and that created a lot of buzz where, some people that are, in Laredo, for example, they're saying you've got to come to every border crossing that there is in the U.S. in all the 4 states that border Mexico. That is absolutely critical. There's a shortage of truck parking amenities, so those are areas that we're looking at. There's an outlet mall in Conroe, just north of Houston on 45, that we're looking at. And then also the State Highway 130 toll road, we are in communication with them about creating, in their words, a badass truck stop. So
sounds good. Yeah. Yeah. Why not?
And so, and then we've got a lot of people that, want us to come to, there's spots that they have in Florida, Mississippi, Tennessee, Pennsylvania, and I know that it's really critical up in the Northeast to have, for truck parking. So,
yes.
Understand probably one of the worst or the best sections for us to go into is maybe Kansas City as well on 70.
Yeah.
So
it's right around the corner here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Very good.
We can look at our office windows and see I-70 and all the construction that they're going through right now. So,
nice.
Well, you clearly have a few plans in place. I mean, this is going to take some time, it sounds like, but I think every time I see something about what you're doing down there, I feel encouraged.
Yeah.
And certainly, I think the more support you get, the bigger message it sends to everybody out there that, hey, if you take care of people, they're gonna show up and give you business and use your services and everything else. So, Dean, applause to you and everybody working with you there for this idea and getting it off the ground. And it sounds like things are going pretty well for you, and we'll continue to watch that and hope they continue going well as well. But Dean, thank you so much for your time. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
think, I would maybe add one other thing.
Yeah,
if
of
you don't
course.
mind, is that, the industry, I think, is big enough that, we're not and we don't, we don't see other truck stops as being competition. There's so much demand, I think, out there. And we have found through, again, being part of the National Association of Truck Stop Operators, that there's actually a lot of people that want to help us and give us ideas and insight that we might not get otherwise. And my experience in this industry has been very welcoming. I don't see it as cutthroat. It's something that we can all work together for the support of truckers. And it's like, we're not, we want to uplift everybody that's supporting the trucking community. So, we have a road ranger, just a mile down the road, and we make friends with them,
Yeah.
Same with anybody else. So, it's just very complimentary, I think.
Absolutely. It's going to take everybody.
Yeah.
Dean, once again, thanks so much.
Thank you.
And we'll talk to you maybe again here, I don't know, about a year or so and see how things are going, if that sounds good.
Okay. Love, if you're down this way, please stop by.
Will do,
Definitely.
for sure. Thanks, Dean. Appreciate it.
Okay. All right. Take care. Bye.
Again, that was Dean Ash, CEO of Truckers Paradise. Ashley, pretty cool thing they got going on down there.
Very cool. Yeah.
Definitely. We'll keep an eye on that. For right now, though, we're going to take a quick break. Trucking with OIDA continues right after this.
Since you started, what you've loved about trucking is the freedom. Heading out on your favorite route, a good driving song, and thinking about truck insurance. Well, maybe not that last one. That's why we're here. At OOIDA, we have a full range of truck insurance products, expert advice, and great customer service, helping you get the right coverage for your operation. Go to OOIDA.com, because your job is to drive. Our job is to help with everything else.
At Truck Stop, we've built a better load board for carriers like you. Sign up today and access over 600,000 loads on the most trusted online load board. Learn why the best in the business rely on Truck Stop to make more money and start driving your profit today.
Dispatch, I picked up that load of steel, so I'm ready to roll.
Sounds good. Remember, we're getting paid by weight, so make sure to use a cat scale.
I wouldn't weigh anywhere else.
Forget misaccuracy when you truck on a cat scale.
House products provide your diesel with total performance and protection. Use Diesel Defender for a full system cleaning. Start treatment early with Diesel Treat to prevent gelling all season and protect yourself from winter emergencies with Diesel Lifeline. Stay moving with House.
Penske is the trusted source for quality used trucks. Whether you search our website, call our sales staff, or bid at our online auction, you are sure to find the right used truck for your business. Visit PenskeUsedTrucks.com to view our inventory and learn more.
Are you tired of the IRS following you around like a dark cloud? Call 888-557-4020 and get your life back.
Ashley, great conversation there with Dean Ash, the CEO of Truckers Paradise. I think the underlying message of all of this is if you treat people with respect, you treat them like human beings.
Genuinely care.
Genuinely care about
makes a
people.
big difference.
And make it a welcoming, situation. People are going to want to come back and give you business. I love the fact that Dean mentioned he's there quite a bit too.
And just like chatting with
Talking
truckers
with people.
and that's awesome.
Yeah, it is awesome. We spoke a little bit earlier in the show, off the top of the show, about FMCSA's pivot to electronic-only payments. And again, like I said, I never know what's going to get you all fired up. And this apparently is something that...
It's probably something that shouldn't get me fired up, but it did.
got you fired up.
I just, first off, don't think it's necessary. I mean, I'm not going to contact FMCSA and
I'm just checking the calendar. It is 2025.
I know, but here's the thing. I have not written more checks than I have in the past. Like, I've upped my check usage this year. And you want to know why?
Yes, I do.
The fees. It mainly pertains to school.
Okay.
So the after-school program.
Sure.
It's like $250 extra if I pay with a debit card online.
Yes, they tack on that extra fee. I
Lunch,
get it.
$350. Lunch doesn't even cost $350. And that's extra. And if I'm putting money on their card once a week.
Okay. Yeah, I get it. You make a strong case.
Oh, so yeah, no, I'm writing checks.
That you can cash.
Yes.
Right,
Well, yeah.
That's a good point. There is all these fees, and it does. Now that you say that, my conspiracy mind is going. I'm like,
what are they?
They're
What
trying
are
to
we
get
doing?
trying to get the extra fees.
Yes.
Yeah.
Are they going to charge fees? Because if they are,
Yeah, that's a good question. We should reach out and
should
find
reach
that
out.
out, and we can fill people in
am
tomorrow.
I going to have to pay a fee if I have to,
So how
pay
many
a
checks?
civil
How many
penalty?
checks do you write per week?
I'm
Or per month?
at least one.
Well, okay. For
But no, I would say 5, 6 or 7.
yeah, that's a lot. I
and
mean,
one thing that bothers me too, that you have to pay for checks.
yes, you do.
That I don't know. Something didn't sit well with me there.
When you had to pay for the checks.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, they
it
gotta
just
get.
seems.
They gotta get their money somehow.
I know.
To print it and
Yeah.
put it out and everything. Okay. Well, now that you make your argument, and it makes sense to me. I get it,
Yeah.
but you're also living in a world where people don't write people don't write checks anymore.
No, I know.
I'm down to writing like one check every maybe month or so.
Yeah,
It used
no.
to be I'd write a check for every, like the electric bill, gas bill,
Yeah.
mortgage, all that
Yeah,
stuff.
now that it can if it can come out automatically, that's fine. But
Yeah.
it's when you hit me with a fee, that's when we've got a problem.
You break out the checkbook.
That's when
and
I
your-
break out
and
my
your-
checkbook.
And your angry face.
Yep.
Your angry mom face. Fine, I'll just write you a check.
I'll just write
But
you
you
a
don't
check.
write checks in the grocery store line.
No.
Okay.
The one thing about writing a check that bothers me is like, when are they going to cash it? But I mean, I keep a close watch on the account.
Yeah, we were
so
talking about that earlier too.
Yeah.
I still balance my checkbook with
Which
like all
I'm
the
not
debits
even-
that come out.
I'm not even entirely sure how I would do that.
I
But I
bet
mean, I do my banking, but
Sure. I bet if you asked any person under the age of like 25,
they would have
30,
no idea.
They have no idea what we're talking about. I did write a check in front of my kids once, and it was like I was like I had just landed from a different planet or something. They were like, "What are you
What is
doing there?
this?"
What do you?" I was like, "This is money," and they're
Yeah.
like, "No, it's a piece of paper." I'm like, "Well, that's what money is."
yeah,
if you
yeah,
think about it.
exactly.
All right. Well, on our next edition of Old Person Corner,
I will contact FMCSA and find out if there will be fees.
Yes,
and if
we
there
will.
are, this is a whole
they're
other
gonna
issue.
they're gonna get an
They're gonna
earful from
they're gonna
Ashley
get an email.
Blackford. They're gonna get
I'll
a
fire up
strongly
the
worded
chat.
email. Well, there you go. Well, you can look forward to that on our next show. We'll get something else to get Ashley Blackford fired up and get her going. But thank you for listening, and thanks for all you do out there. We'll see you next time.
Thanks. Today's episode of Trucking with OOIDA was brought to you by a dedicated team of people that includes Jim Fetzer, Tennille Flick, and Kim Boren.
You got thoughts? We'd love to hear them. You can call us at 1-800-324-6856 and leave us a message, or send us an email at podcast@ooida.com, and we might just include it on the show.
Did you know it's extremely easy to join the Wreaths Across America mission to remember our fallen heroes, while at the same time honoring those who are currently serving our country and their families? Plus, you're helping to teach our younger generation about the value of freedom. With just one $17 donation to Wreaths Across America, you're sponsoring a fresh Maine Balsam Remembrance Wreath. They've really become a symbol of America's respect for those who bravely served and are no longer with us. To sponsor your wreath, just visit wreathsacrossamerica.org. That's wreathsacrossamerica.org.
In a video game, if you get enough experience, you level up. And when you level up, you gain more skill. And with enough skill, you beat the boss and win the game.
Sounds a lot like trucking, doesn't it?
Except in trucking, you don't beat the boss, you become the boss. And if you want to be the boss, you gotta meet the boss.
And that boss? Carrier's Edge boss, Jane Jazrawi.
Want your drivers to level up? Carrier's Edge has the training, comprehensive safety, compliance, and best practices on one website. It's a simple subscription with no contract and no commitment. Learn more. Try it out. Level up. CarriersEdge.com.
Hey, come on! We're starting the game!
All right, I'm coming. Wait for me. CarriersEdge.com.
From the wee small hours of the morning to the crack of dawn, Radio Nemo has been there with you.
Whether you've got the overnight or you're the first wheels on the road, Radio Nemo's been where you need us to be.
Providing the laughs, giving the facts, playing the tunes, and keeping it rolling.
We've been your light in the darkness, your first cup of coffee, and a voice of sanity.
Semi-sanity, actually. We're all a little crazy here. Crazy for the men and women who keep this country going and moving and doing.
Crazy for trucking, crazy for truckers of all shapes and sizes.
Is that a fat joke?
Not if we can help it. Because it isn't just about the rules and regs, it isn't just about the day-to-day, it's about your health, your homes, and your hearts.
So we wanted to say thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you from everyone at Radio Nemo for sticking with us, standing by us, and keeping the traditions rolling into the future.